Chapter 1, Shinhouse System. The entrance to Nanling University. Linny, stop pestering me. Love without material things is ultimately a loose collection of sand. What I want, you can't give it to me. He can take me to the most luxurious Nanling hotel in the city for a candlelight dinner, can you? The money you save and scrimp for a month is not enough for me to buy a single piece of clothing. All these sacrifices of yours seem so cheap to me. Linny listened incredulously as these words floated out of Guan Jishue's mouth, her tone flat, even with a hint of pity for herself. Afterwards, all Linny saw was Guan Jishue flicking her dark hair out of her face, intimately holding the arm of a fat, balding man with greasy hair as they got into a black Mercedes-Benz. As the two walked past Linny, they looked at him as if he were a pitiful stray dog. It was only then that Linny snapped back to reality. No. This can't be. Guan Jishue. You better explain yourself. Linny slapped on the window of the dark car, hysterical. But all he got in response was the sound of the engine revving and a cloud of dust. The inertia of the car's acceleration dragged Linny to the ground. The students around him were also pointing and laughing at Linny, as if they were laughing at a loser. At this moment, Linny could do nothing but despair as he watched the girl he had loved for 4 years drift further and further away. You even see my devotion to you as harassment. Have I been deluding myself this whole time? Pain and humiliation filled Linny's chest, and a numb, throbbing sensation shot up from his stomach. He clenched his fists and unhappily pounded them onto the cold concrete floor. The piercing pain instantly spread from the fists to the brain, and bright red blood oozed from the wounds. However, the physical pain was far less than the heartache at that moment. Today was originally the day Linny reported as a freshman. Linny was full of excitement, thinking that after a year of hard work studying for the college entrance exam, he and Guan Jishue had finally been accepted into the same university. The two had promised long before the college entrance exam that they would work hard to get into the same university. Linny has also been working hard towards this goal. But when the results of last year's college entrance exam came out, Guan Jishue had been admitted to Nanling University with excellent results, while Linny had not been able to reach the Nanling University cutoff score as he had hoped. Jishue, wait for me, I'll go back and repeat the year, and I'll definitely come to Nanling University to be with you. If you were to interview a senior high school student, 11 out of 10 would not want to repeat the year. No one wants to go through that difficult year again. But Linny is willing. For Guan Jishue, he is willing to endure this hardship. Because this is the girl he loves. Linny was abandoned at a young age and grew up in a welfare institution. He had to earn his own tuition for repeating the year and going to college. Apart from saving up for tuition, every month he would also send Guan Jishue 1,000 yuan so that she could eat something good. But Linny himself only ate the free soup and white rice from the school cafeteria every day. During the year, he studied hard during the day and worked part-time washing dishes in a restaurant at night. He only got 4 hours of sleep a day. Apart from sleeping, he studied the rest of the time, without a moment's rest. The physical exhaustion and the enormous psychological pressure almost made him collapse. Every time he felt like he couldn't hold on any longer, as soon as he thought of Guan Jishue's sweet smile, Linny was full of fighting spirit again. After a year of studying hard, Linny got into Nanling University as he had wished. The day after the results came out, Linny happily called Guan Jishue. But Guan Jishue seemed to be unable to talk on the phone, and after hastily answering, she hung up. Linny couldn't get in touch with Guan Jishue for the whole summer. Guan Jishue's reply was that she was busy working a summer job. Linny didn't suspect anything. It wasn't until today, when Linny reported as a freshman at Nanling University, that he ran into Guan Jishue at the school gate holding hands with a middle-aged bald man as fat as a pig as he walked out of the school. Any fool could see what was going on. Linny's angry questioning only earned him a few dismissive sneers from Guan Jishue. And she even put the blame on Linny, thinking that poor Linny was not worthy of noble herself. Linny had heard before that many girls would gradually become materialistic after going to university, and at that time he had thought that Guan Jishue would be an exception. But now, reality had mercilessly given him a scorching slap in the face, completely waking him up from his sweet love dream. I never thought that what I gave you was so worthless. Linny stood up, patted the dust off his trousers, and his head was still confused. It took a while before he came back to his senses. He felt extraordinarily ridiculous after 4 years of true love gone to waste. Maybe in your eyes, I'm just a worthless dog licker. But I will prove my own excellence one day. In his prime, a young man has his own youthful pride. At the moment, his eyes were incredibly determined, as if he had made a big decision. Ding! At this moment, an electronic voice sounded in Lin Yi's mind. The strongest godly system has detected a suitable host. The system is automatically installing. Installation complete. What the hell? System? This sudden change brought a glimmer of light to Lin Yi's gloomy world. Lin Yi was stunned, and quickly looked around. The students around him, who had been watching the fun, had already scattered, and it was obvious that only he had heard the system's prompt tone. His heartbeat quickened instantly. He never thought that this kind of novel plot would actually happen to him. As soon as he thought about it, Lin Yi's mind revealed the system's virtual interface. System host, Lin Yi. System function, spending money on the opposite sex can get double cashback. Note: you must spend money on the opposite sex bound by the system to get cashback. The doubling factor is random, with a minimum of 1 time, and there is no upper limit. The higher the other person's favorability, the greater the probability of getting a high multiple. After the bound object's favorability towards the host reaches 50 points, no cashback will be obtained, and other corresponding rewards will be obtained instead. Lin Yi repeatedly read the introduction to the system's functions several times. I just have to spend money on girls to get cashback? The minimum cashback multiplier is double, which means that no matter what, I won't lose out. And the higher the other person's favorability, the higher the chance of getting a high cashback multiplier. Holy shit! In that case, the more I spend on girls, the higher their favorability will become, and the higher their favorability becomes, the more cashback I get. A perpetual motion machine. Lin Yi's glue instantly lifted. But what does it mean by being bound to the opposite sex by the system? How can I get the opposite sex bound to the system? Lin Yi quickly discovered the key point. At this time, another electronic voice rang in her head. As long as the host talks to the opposite sex, the system will automatically detect the host's heart rate for that opposite sex. As long as the host's heart rate meets the standard, the system will automatically list that opposite sex as the host's cashback target. After the binding cashback target relationship is successful, the host will receive cashback for all expenses paid to that target. Hearing this, Lin Yi suddenly understood. This system is forcing me to be a scumbag. It seems that even the system knows that these days, licking a dog is even worse than being a dog. Never mind. I'm going to go crazy spending money and reach the pinnacle of life. I will never let today's humiliation happen a second time. Lin Yi opened his phone and looked at it. There was still 3,000 yuan in the bank card balance. All talk and no action is useless. The first priority now is to test the system's cashback function. Lin Yi hailed a taxi and headed towards Qianda Plaza. Arriving at Qianda Plaza, Lin Yi pushed open the door and walked into a coffee shop. Hello, is this seat next to you taken? Lin Yi walked up to a beautiful woman dressed in black, wearing sunglasses and with long legs, and politely asked. Ding, detected that the host is talking to the opposite sex. The host's heart rate is 20 points at this time, which meets the binding conditions. Binding successful. No man can stay emotionless when they see a beautiful woman, and Lin Yi was no exception. The beauty heard Lin Yi's voice and looked up, suspicious that Lin Yi had come to chat her up. But at the moment, the rest of the coffee shop was indeed full of people, and Lin Yi's harmless-looking eyes didn't seem to suggest anything else. There's no one here, you can sit. The beauty politely put away her small bag, which she had placed on the nearby chair, to make room for Lin Yi. Lin Yi thanked her and sat down, then scanned the QR code to order. As a token of my appreciation, let me buy you a cup of coffee. Lin Yi said, while quickly scanning the coffee shop's electronic menu to find the most expensive coffee. Since the other party has already been targeted, he might as well take the opportunity to test the system and make a small profit. Chapter 2, Overpriced Coffee. As soon as Lin Yi said this, the sunglasses-wearing beauty looked suspicious. Classmate, this kind of approach to picking up girls is a bit cliché, isn't it? The beautiful woman took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of intelligent eyes. Her small, moist lips were slightly tilted upwards, and her face showed slight displeasure. Lin Yi looked at the beautiful woman guiltily, but the system in his head automatically opened the woman's information screen. Name, Yi Shuangshuang. Age, 19 years old. Favorability to host, 25 points. Identity, student in the dance department of Nanling University of the Arts. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. With her slender, black silk legs, her delicate waist, and her curvy figure, Linny couldn't help but stare twice. So she's a dance major, no wonder she has such a well-proportioned figure. Linny muttered to himself. Seeing that Linny hadn't said a word for a long time, and that his eyes had surveyed her, Yi Xuanzhuang's brows gradually furrowed. As the flower of the dance department of Nanling University of the Arts, Yi Xuanzhuang never lacked suitors. Most of them are rich second-generation masters. A poor boy like Linny doesn't even have the qualifications to pursue Yi Xuanzhuang. Yi Xuanzhuang, favorability 10. Yi Xuanzhuang, favorability 10. The original favorability of 25 points is now only 5 points. But for Yi Xuanzhuang, Linny is just a passerby after all, and has not yet made any transgressive moves for the time being. So there is still a remaining 5 points, which represents politeness. If Linny says something inappropriate next, this favorability rating will probably immediately turn negative. Looking at Yi Xuanzhuang's pitiful 5-point favorability rating, Linny was speechless. All he wanted to do was buy her a cup of coffee. How did the favorability rating go down instead? Could it be that this girl resents guys for buying her things? That can't be it. Classmate, you've got it all wrong. Linny hurriedly explained. I just got accepted into Nanling University, and today is my first day in Nanling City. I'm still relatively unfamiliar with this city, so I thought I'd make friends with you and ask you what's fun to do around here. Lin Yi's eyes were extremely sincere. But Yi Xuanzhuang still felt that Lin Yi had another agenda. This wasn't because she was narcissistic. It was just that over the years, every guy who had approached her had done so with the intention of professing his love, so it had become a bit of a conditioned response. You can look up fun places nearby on the internet yourself. I don't need a friend, so sorry. Yi Xuanzhuang's tone was cold. In fact, she had another sentence she hadn't said. I don't need friends, especially poor friends of the opposite sex like you. However, she was afraid of hurting Lin Yi's pride, so she didn't say this second sentence. Normally, a normal man would have sensibly left after hearing such an obvious rejection. But looking at Yi Xuanzhuang's still stable 5-point favorability rating, Lin Yi had the nerve to try again. It's okay, maybe I was abrupt. Then I'll buy you a cup of coffee, and after that I'll leave. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly, and without waiting for Yi Xuanzhuang to respond, he quickly opened his phone and continued to try to find the most expensive coffee on the coffee shop's electronic menu. His original purpose for coming here was to test whether the cashback system was really reliable. As for making friends, if the other person doesn't want to, then forget it. He was only using her as a tool anyway. Lin Yi is now single-mindedly trying to make money. This persistence took Yi Xuanzhuang by surprise. Yi Xuanzhuang tapped the table lightly with her pretty fingers, and her look at Lin Yi changed from impatience at first to teasing. Is that how much you want to buy me a cup of coffee? Well, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. This coffee shop has a coffee that costs 2,888 yuan a cup, and I've never tried it. Can you buy me a cup? Yi Xuanzhuang had a playful expression on her face, wondering if the boy in front of her, who looked like just a poor kid, would back down from the challenge. This coffee had been a hot topic online before. Many people had come to see for themselves what kind of coffee could sell for such a high price. Such gimmicks had also made the coffee shop popular very quickly. But Lin Yi had heard of a cup of coffee selling for 2,888 yuan for the first time. After all, he had spent the past year studying for the university entrance exam and hadn't been online much, so naturally he didn't know about these internet sensations. I didn't realize it was so expensive. This is really great. A look of shock flashed across Lin Yi's face, but it was quickly replaced by an irrepressible sense of joy. He had originally thought that a cup of coffee would cost at most 20 or 30 yuan, and he wouldn't get much cash back. He never imagined that he could spend 2,888 yuan in one go. This is truly a blessing from heaven. Lin Yi smiled slightly, as if afraid that Yi Xuanzhuang would change her mind, and immediately found this coffee and ordered it. Okay, let's drink this one, no more picking. The moment the order was successfully placed, a crisp electronic sound rang in Lin Yi's head. The current spending for this cashback is 2,888 yuan, and the favorability of the cashback target is 5 points. The cashback multiplier is currently being randomly generated. It has been generated, and the cashback multiplier this time is 3 times. Congratulations, you have earned 8,664 yuan in cashback. Lin Yi opened his phone and saw that a 8,664 yuan deposit had indeed been made to his bank card. Holy cow! This system doesn't lie. Linny was ecstatic. It seems that as long as I bind a few more cashback targets and spend money on them, it's only a matter of time before I become the richest person in the world. Thinking about this, Linny couldn't help but laugh out loud. What's wrong? Yi Shuangshuang asked, looking at Linny, who had suddenly burst out laughing. Linny quickly waved his hand. It's nothing. Classmate, it was nice meeting you today. The coffee is ready for you, so I won't bother you anymore. With that, Linny politely stood up and left without hesitation, walking away from Yi Shuangshuang's seat and heading for the door of the coffee shop. As he passed the coffee shop counter, out of curiosity, Linny also ordered a cup of coffee for 2,888 yuan for himself. After all, with the system by his side, it was rare to be able to afford such a luxury. Moreover, Linny really wanted to know what was so special about such expensive coffee. Would it make you immortal or prolong your life? In a short while, the 2 cups of coffee were ready. The waiter took one and brought it to Yi Shuangshuang, and the other to Linny. Linny took the coffee, pushed the door open with style, and walked out of the coffee shop. Under the hot sun, a sip of iced coffee was the best way to beat the heat. There's nothing special about this coffee. Linny shrugged. It seems that these things are all IQ taxes. Thinking about this, Linny casually threw the expensive coffee he had just taken a sip of into the trash can next to him. This scene happened to be seen by Yi Shuangshuang, who was sitting in the coffee shop. She didn't expect that this boy, who she had only met once, would order a cup of coffee for her that was equivalent to 2 months' living expenses for an ordinary college student without saying a word. And after taking a sip, he casually threw it away. If a poor person were to put on a show of wealth, even if the coffee was terrible, they would drink it all out of concern for their money. But when Linny threw away the coffee, there was not the slightest expression of reluctance on his face. He's rich. Yi Shuangshuang, plus 10 favorability. Yi Shuangshuang, plus 10 favorability. Yi Shuangshuang, plus 10 favorability. A wave of remorse flashed through Yi Shuangshuang's heart. Since this guy just took the initiative to strike up a conversation with her, he must have some kind of favorable impression of her. But she just coldly sent him back to the vast crowd of people. What a pity! Thinking of this, Yi Shuangshuang hurriedly grabbed her bag and coffee and chased after him. She couldn't let this rich guy just pass by her in the world. Classmate! Classmate, wait a minute! Yi Shuangshuang shouted while running towards Linny. Chapter 3, The Sucker. Hearing someone call his name, Linny stopped and looked behind him. He saw Yi Shuangshuang running towards him with a small satchel on her back and a cup of coffee in her hand. She was waving her hands as she ran. By the time she reached Linny, beads of sweat had appeared on Yi Shuangshuang's forehead. Classmate! Yi Shuangshuang covered her chest, which was rising and falling rapidly due to her rapid breathing, while catching her breath and smiling sweetly at Linny. Linny was a little puzzled. Why did this girl still come after him? Does she want another drink? And how come a dance student has such poor stamina? She's panting like that after just a few steps. A straight guy like Linny naturally wouldn't know that Yi Shuangshuang's every move had been carefully planned. As the flower of the dance department at Nanling University of the Arts, Yi Shuangshuang of course knew what kind of movements and expressions to use to arouse the interest of the opposite sex. Classmate, it's like this. I actually had plans this afternoon. A friend asked me to meet her at a coffee shop. When you asked me where there was something fun nearby, I was afraid that my friend would see us later. I was afraid she would gossip. So I was a bit impatient with you. Sorry. Now my friend told me at the last minute that she can't come this afternoon because she has something to do. If you don't mind, I'll show you around? Yi Shuangshuang was polite and a little playful, and her pretty face made it hard to say no. Your friend can't be your boyfriend? Linny asked warily. He didn't want to become someone's third party for no reason. After all, he had just been cheated on, so he was very concerned about this kind of thing. Yi Shuangshuang blushed and complained like a spoiled child. How could it be a boyfriend? He hasn't even been in a relationship before. This was true. Over the years, she had never been in a real relationship. All her suitors were kept dangling, none of them ever getting her. Yi Shuangshuang knew that her greatest asset was that she was beautiful and clean. She had to hold out for the best price, waiting for someone who was rich and nice to her to appear, and preferably handsome. Until then, she would not let any man get her. She knows the art of fishing. Although there are many suitors around her, Yi Shuangshuang only enjoys the efforts of others on her unilaterally, and does not give anything back to the other party. At most, she has only hugged a few of them, and there has been no further progress at all. Now she still hasn't even had her first kiss. Lin Yi was relieved to hear Yi Shuangshuang say that she didn't have a boyfriend. Yi Shuangshuang now has a favorability rating of 35 points, so she shouldn't lie. Since the cashback tool robot had offered to go shopping together, Lin Yi naturally had no objection. Just now, when the favorability rating was 5 points, they could randomly get 3 times the cashback, and now that the favorability rating was 35 points, Lin Yi was also curious about how many times the cashback could be randomly obtained in this situation. The two added each other on WeChat, and they were considered to have met after adding each other with their names in the notes. It's too hot outside, let's go inside Qianda Plaza and take a look around first, Lin Yi suggested. Yi Shuangshuang was thinking of a way to take Lin Yi shopping without being obvious, and to buy herself some shopping, but she didn't expect Lin Yi to bring it up. Great, I was just thinking about buying a lipstick. As expected of a high-level female sea goddess, she didn't directly ask Lin Yi to spend money on her, but let Lin Yi know that she wanted to buy a lipstick. As long as he was willing, he would naturally buy a lipstick for Yi Shuangshuang. Lin Yi naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity to get cashback delivered to him. With their own thoughts in mind, the two walked into a beauty shop. As soon as they entered, 2 pairs of strange eyes looked in Lin Yi's direction. Tong Tong, look, isn't that Xia Xue's boyfriend? The 2 waitresses at the beauty shop were Guan Zhishue's 2 roommates, Li Tong and Yang Xiuli. They would work part-time here in their spare time. And they had both seen the scene at the school gate today. However, they did not think that Guan Zhishue had done anything wrong. If they were in Guan Zhishue's shoes, they would have dumped Lin Yi too. Who would pass up a rich guy for a poor guy? They are no less attractive than Guan Zhishue, they just don't feel as lucky as her and don't have rich guys falling at their feet. Every time they see Guan Zhishue returning to the dorm with the fancy cosmetics and new bags the Mercedes guy gave her, they feel envious. Xiaoli, look, he's got a pretty girl with him. He's already got a new girlfriend? Yang Xiaoli shook her head. No way, with his poor appearance, how could he get such a pretty girlfriend so quickly? I think this girl is even more attractive than Guan Zhiyue in terms of looks and figure. Li Tong nodded in agreement. I agree. I guess they just happened to walk in together. How could a beauty like this look at Lin Yi? Despite their comments, work came first. Li Tong and Yang Xiaoli still walked up and politely asked Lin Yi and Yi Shuangshuang respectively. Hello, which products would you like to see? Lin Yi didn't know the 2 of them, but he just felt that these 2 beauties looked a bit familiar. He didn't pay it any mind. So naturally, he turned back and asked. Shuangshuang, what do you think? What do you want to buy? I'll pay later. At this time, Lin Yi still had nearly 6,000 yuan in his card, and his speech was a bit more forceful. I can even buy 10 lipsticks if I want to. Li Tong and Yang Xiaoli exchanged glances, a little surprised. They had never imagined that Lin Yi and the tall, curvy beauty next to him actually knew each other. But was the woman blind? With such good looks, why would she go shopping with Lin Yi? Could it be that she was attracted to Lin Yi's inner qualities? It wasn't until they saw Yi Shuangshuang pick a bunch of beauty products that they seemed to understand. I told you, how could a beauty like this be with Lin Yi? It seems that she is just using him as a fool. Li Tong whispered to Yang Xiaoli as she stood next to her. Yang Xiaoli also covered her mouth and laughed mockingly. I'm afraid this beauty will be disappointed in a while. A person like Lin Yi, I'm afraid he will feel bad for a long time if he has to pay 500 yuan. It will be interesting when it's time to pay the bill. Li Tong also had a look-on expression on her face, waiting to see Lin Yi make a fool of himself later. Do you think he will turn around and run after seeing the price? Li Tong and Yang Xiaoli started joking with each other. After a while, Yi Shuangshuang and Lin Yi came to the front desk with their things to settle the bill. Hello, that's 4,960 yuan in total. Li Tong packed everything up and watched Lin Yi's reaction with a smile on her face. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yi opened his phone and handed the QR code for payment to Li Tong. Chapter 4, A Cure for All Ills. Lin Yi's reaction without the slightest hesitation instead made Li Tong flinch. Oh, sorry, hold on. Li Tong quickly picked up the scanner and scanned Lin Yi's payment code. Ding, this time the cashback object spent 4,960 yuan, and the cashback object's favorability is 35 points. The cashback multiplier is being generated randomly. It has been generated, and the cashback multiplier is 30 times. Congratulations, the host has received a cashback of 148,800 yuan. Lin Yi's face broke into a surprised smile as the bank deposit text message popped up. This is more than 140,000 yuan. Many people's annual salary may be this much. I didn't expect the system to give this much in a single cashback. For a freshman like Lin Yi, this is nothing short of a huge sum of money. Lin Yi looked at Yi Shuangshuang with a little more gratitude in his eyes. He had never expected this tool to be so useful. In less than half an hour, it had already made the system refund so much money. Let's go, and I'll take you to buy a bag from Xiang Nai. Of course, you have to strike while the iron is hot at a time like this. Lin Yi would not let go of such a good opportunity. In his eyes, Yi Shuangshuang was now a little golden pig that kept spewing out gold coins. Yi Shuangshuang was a little surprised. She had originally chosen to spend money at the beauty shop, partly to test Lin Yi. She wanted to see if Lin Yi was really willing to spend money on her. Just now at the coffee shop, Lin Yi had already ordered her a cup of sky-high coffee costing over 2,000 yuan. If he was still willing to spend money at this moment, then it meant that he really was a person from a wealthy family. Moreover, she was also prepared for both eventualities. These beauty products were originally things she needed to use. If Lin Yi was reluctant to pay, then the worst that would happen was that she would buy them herself. So Yi Shuangshuang deliberately didn't take a lot of things. In case she really had to pay for them herself later, she didn't want to be unable to pay. But she didn't expect Lin Yi not only to pay without any hesitation, but now he even offered to take her to buy fragrant milk tea. For a moment, Yi Shuangshuang regretted not having taken more cosmetics. You have to know that compared to the price of luxury goods, these cosmetics are only a drop in the bucket. She didn't expect Lin Yi, who looked so ordinary, to be a hidden rich kid. Yi Shuangshuang, plus 5 favorability. Yi Shuangshuang, plus 5 favorability. In just half an hour, from the coffee shop to the present moment, Yi Shuangshuang's favorability has gone from 5 to 45. Lin Yi can't help but sigh. Money really can buy anything. These girls are really too materialistic. In the past, for a girl with such a sweet face and hot body, Lin Yi would never have thought about her. Because he knew that with his own conditions, the other person would never look at him. At that time, Guan Jiyue, who ranked among the top 5 in terms of appearance in the class, was able to accept his pursuit, which made him feel that he had no regrets in life. However, he never expected that with the help of the system, Yi Shuangshuang, a goddess-level figure, could also achieve a favorability rating of 45 points. The system has a clear standard for favorability. The favorability of passers-by is generally 0-30 points. The favorability of friends is generally 30-50 points. And a score of 50 or above means that you are attracted. Yi Shuangshuang's favorability rating towards herself is now just 5 points short of the 50 mark. To reach 50 points is a qualitative change. Thinking about this, Lin Yi felt a little excitement that he couldn't hold back. At this moment, he deeply understood the saying that if you think money isn't everything, then it can only mean that the other person hasn't offered enough. Yi Shuangshuang understandably took Lin Yi's arm, and her soft breasts rubbed against Lin Yi's arm. For the first time in his life, he felt this soft and tender touch, and Lin Yi couldn't help blushing. Yi Shuangshuang obediently leaned against Lin Yi, allowing Lin Yi to lead her to the Xiang Nai specialty store. Leaving Li Tong and Yang Xiaoli in a mess in their place. Xiaoli, did he just say that they still have to go by Xiang Nai? How is that possible? Where did he get the money? Didn't Guan Jishui say that he was just a poor loser? Yang Xiaoli was also at a loss for words. And the coffee that girl was holding in her hand seemed to be the one that had been all the rage on the internet a while ago, costing over 2,000 yuan a cup. It didn't seem like the poor guy's style to spend over 2,000 yuan on a cup of coffee. Li Tong looked in the direction in which Lin Yi and Yi Shuangshuang had left, still a little puzzled. Xiaoli, you cover for me, I'll sneak up and have a look. I don't believe he can really afford a Xiang Nan bag. In their dormitory, only Guan Jiyue has a Xiang Nai bag, which was a birthday gift from the Mercedes-Benz man. Anyone can afford to buy more than 4,000 yuan worth of cosmetics if they save up, but Xiang Nai's bags cost tens of thousands of yuan each, which is not something an ordinary college student can afford. Lin Yi took Yi Shuangshuang's hand and they walked into Xiang Nai together. A female salesperson warmly greeted them. But as soon as she saw Lin Yi's college student-like appearance, a flash of disdain instantly crossed her eyes. She had seen too many poor guys like this who had no money to spend but wanted to impress their girlfriends by bringing them in. They would let their girlfriends choose whatever they liked, then say that it didn't look good or that it didn't suit them, and in the end they would leave without buying anything. This kind of scene played out every day. The saleswoman naturally classified Linny as one of these people. Her attitude also revealed a slight impatience. "Take a look around, and if you need anything, just call me." The saleswoman said this and then stepped aside. In her opinion, people like Linny would not spend money in the store anyway, so there was no point in wasting her breath introducing them to any products. It would be easier if they just looked around and then left. "Can I see your new products for this season?" Yi Shuangshuang asked. The bag she was carrying was from Louis Vuitton, a Valentine's Day gift from a rich second-generation heir who was wooing her. Although it was also a luxury brand, it was still a bit inferior compared to the top luxury brand Chanel. So from the moment she entered the store, Yi Shuangshuang subconsciously kept her bag behind her, afraid of appearing to be down in class. Hearing that Yi Shuangshuang wanted to see the new products of the season, the female salesperson reminded her. "Ma'am, we only have a few limited edition new products this season, and the cheapest bag is 48,000 yuan. The female salesperson's tone was flat, but her eyes could not hide her disdain. Thinking that these days, really any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to enter Shanghai's store and browse. As soon as she said this, Yi Shuangshuang instantly lost her confidence. Her own Louis Vuitton bag only cost a little over 10,000 yuan. And it was only after she hinted at it for a long time that the rich second generation finally bought it for her. For that bag, Yi Shuangshuang endured her inner resistance and let the 1.6-meter tall second generation hug her for a long time. Let's not mention how much oil was taken. But now, it was just the first time she had met Linny, and the two of them had not had any contact. She felt that the other person would definitely not be stupid enough to buy such an expensive bag for her right away. Then why don't we look at something else? Yi Shuangshuang hesitated for a moment, and asked Lin Yi's opinion in a low voice. She was still hoping to reel in a big fish in the long run, but didn't want to scare Lin Yi away now. Lin Yi shook his head with a smile, and waved at the female salesperson. "Just bring over your new season's products and let's take a look." Chapter 5, Millionaire. The female salesperson despised Lin Yi from the bottom of her heart, thinking that he was just putting on a show. But her job required her to do as her customers asked. With a roll of her eyes, she reluctantly took a few pink bags from the display cabinet and carefully placed them in front of the two. She was afraid that Lin Yi, a poor student who couldn't afford them, would break them. "Hello, can I try it on?" Yi Shuangshuang timidly asked the saleswoman, pointing to one of the bags. The saleswoman did not answer, sighed, took out the padding inside the bag, fastened the bag chain, and impatiently handed it to Yi Shuangshuang. Yi Shuangshuang took off her Louis Vuitton small shoulder bag and replaced it with the Ziyang Nainai bag, and hurriedly walked over to the mirror. The beautiful figure, coupled with this bright pink bag, made Lin Yi's eyes shine. It is no wonder that it is the top of the luxury goods. Grandma Xiang's bag is first class in both design and quality. Especially with Yi Shuangshuang's perfect figure, paired with this dazzling bright pink bag, it is simply the icing on the cake. Her lively and intelligent temperament is instantly brought out. Lin Yi now understands why so many girls have such a deep obsession with luxury goods. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and it is indeed true. Yi Shuangshuang also looked at herself in the mirror without taking her eyes off it. She really liked the bag. Not only because it looked good, but also because it was Xiang Nainai's bag. She thought that if she could walk around campus with this bag, the other girls would definitely be envious. Yi Shuangshuang admitted that she was a vain girl. But to be fair, how many girls can say they are not vain at all? Yi Shuangshuang looked left and right in front of the mirror, and simply could not bear to take the bag off. "Madam, this bag costs 72,000 yuan. The saleswoman promptly interjected. She wanted to discourage the two of them. There were other customers in the store, and she couldn't let Yi Shuangshuang keep trying out the bag without restraint. Hearing the price, Yi Shuangshuang's heart lurched, and her reflection in the mirror froze slightly. 72,000. The gifts from all the suitors around her didn't add up to 72,000. Yi Shuangshuang looked embarrassed, and she was about to take the bag off her shoulder and return it to the saleswoman. "I'll take a look at something else." The saleswoman gave a look of unsurprising expression and quickly rolled her eyes. Feeling the saleswoman's displeasure, Yi Shuangshuang was a little afraid to continue trying other bags. After all, Yi Shuangshuang was only a college student, and this price was far beyond her inner estimate. She was worshipping money, but she didn't want to be a liar who used emotions as a shield to cheat for money. She still had a bottom line. "What's wrong, don't you like it?" Seeing Yi Shuangshuan put down her bag, Lin Yi became a little anxious. This is 72,000 yuan. If the cashback is successful, it will be an astronomical sum. And if you help Yi Shuangshuan get this bag, maybe the favorability rating will break 50. This is a profitable deal. Lin Yi has never experienced the feeling of being liked by such a goddess-level girl. Yi Shuangshuan shook her head upon hearing this. This is too expensive. Actually, we don't have to buy it here. It would be nice to look at it. Yi Shuangshuan whispered to Lin Yi. Hearing Yi Shuangshuan's reply, Lin Yi was full of confusion. It's not like I'm asking you to spend money. You were just trying to rip me off, so why have you suddenly had a change of heart? No, you should at least buy the bag before you have a change of heart. I'm about to get my cash back, so don't let me down. Lin Yi frowned and kept muttering to himself. Yi Shuangshuan, however, thought that Lin Yi was angry because she wanted to look at such an expensive bag, and hurriedly cooed and cuddled up to Lin Yi's arm. I didn't know that bag was so expensive. Don't worry, I won't be so unreasonable. After saying this, she deliberately hugged Lin Yi's arm and rubbed against it. This sudden happiness almost made Lin Yi spit out a nosebleed. It seems that a 45-point favorability rating really makes a difference. Before, with Guan Jiyue, it was just a superficial relationship for many years, and at most they held hands. This was Lin Yi's first experience of this kind. However, Lin Yi quickly calmed down. At this time, getting the system's cashback reward was the top priority for Lin Yi. Get the money first, and the beauty and sex can wait. Lin Yi looked at Yi Shuangshuan with a serious expression. Don't worry about whether it's expensive or not, I'm asking if you like the bag. This domineering tone made the female salesperson beside her wonder if there was something wrong with her ears. He clearly looks like a poor loser, and the goddess has given you an opening, so why don't you hurry up and take it? And you're still pretending? What's going on here? Domineering loser forced love? Yi Shuangshuan nodded slightly, and then immediately shook her head. I like it, but the price is too. Yi Shuangshuan was not the kind of woman who would take advantage of a man. And she was also worried about what would happen if Lin Yi really bought her this bag and then made some inappropriate demands? Like staying out together tonight or something like that. Would she still have the freedom to refuse? Thinking about this, Yi Shuangshuan didn't want the bag even more. But Lin Yi didn't care about that. As soon as he heard Yi Shuangshuan say the word like, he waved at the saleswoman to bring the purchase order and pay the bill. He quickly paid for the bag, and before Yi Shuangshuan could react, he had already hung the bag on her arm. The female salesperson was mesmerized by his unwavering and decisive manner. Ding, the target of this cashback has spent 72,000 yuan, and the target's favorability score is 45 points. The cashback multiplier is being generated at random. It has been generated, and the cashback multiplier is 36 times. Congratulations, host, you have earned 2,592,000 yuan in cashback. Lin Yi's mouth was curling up in a way that was even more difficult to suppress than a case. More than 2 million. Am I a millionaire now? Ha 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 ha. In many 4th and 5th tier cities, more than 2 million is enough to buy a luxurious large flat. Seeing Lin Yi's joyful expression, the saleswoman finally realized that she had misjudged him. This ordinary-looking guy in front of her could not possibly be a poor loser. He didn't feel bad about spending more than 70,000 yuan, but was actually very happy about it. It's only natural to think that a poor guy like him wouldn't have such a pretty girlfriend. The saleswoman hastily put on a flattering smile, handed over her business card, and became respectful. Hello sir, here is my card. You can contact me directly if you have any after-sales questions. If you like a particular model next time, I can also help you reserve it. After saying this, she secretly winked at Lin Yi behind Yi Shuangshuan's back. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. So this is the power of money. The female salesperson who was just now unruly and unyielding has now suddenly become a dog begging for food in front of him. When he looked back at Yi Shuangshuan, he discovered that Yi Shuangshuan's favorability rating had gone from 45 points to 49 points. How is it still 1 point short? After all this, aren't you moved? Could it be because that female salesperson just winked at me? Chapter 6, Renovation Plan. After leaving the fragrant milk pudding store, Yi Shuangshuan had been a little distracted. This was the most valuable gift she had ever received in her life. When she was young, her family valued boys over girls, and all the elders' care and favor was given to her younger brother. In the eyes of her family, girls would marry sooner or later, and there was no need to spend any effort cultivating them. Fortunately, Yi Shuangshuang was self-motivated, and passed the art exam with her own efforts and entered Nanling University of the Arts. Her dream since childhood had been to leave the family that didn't love her behind one day. After arriving in the big city, Yi Shuangshuang quickly had a crowd of suitors thanks to her good looks. From then on, she thought, I must find someone who is rich and treats me well, and stay in this big city for good. She never wanted to go back to that prison like home. A girl like her can't be completely classified as a gold-digging woman. Her outstanding appearance is her capital, and she just wants to make good use of her capital to exchange for the life she wants. After all, this is also human nature, and it is understandable. But now, Lin Yi has given her such a valuable gift without saying a word. This makes Yi Shuangshuang feel very frightened. 72,000, Yi Shuangshuang has never spent so much money at once. Once Grandma Xiang's bag is bought, there is no way to return it. If Lin Yi makes some excessive demands later, does she really have the right to refuse? If she refuses, will Lin Yi let her pay him back for the bag? If she can't pay him back, is that considered fraud? She'll be arrested. I'm afraid my college career will be ruined then. Thinking about this, Yi Shuangshuang felt a pang of helplessness in her heart. Lin Yi was also very quiet at this time. Unlike Yi Shuangshuang's worries, Lin Yi was completely caught up in self-doubt. He kept analyzing in his head why just buying a few simple makeup items had increased his favorability by 20 points, but buying a 72,000 yuan bag had only increased it by 4 points. And it was so hard to break past 50 points? Didn't they say that money talks? Then why couldn't throwing money at me make the goddess fall for me? Am I really that bad? Lin Yi was beginning to doubt his previous conclusion that money was almighty. Don't you like the present? After holding back for a long time, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. Yi Shuangshuang quickly shook her head. Why, I love it. It's just that this present is too valuable. We just met and you're giving me such a valuable thing. I don't have anything to give you. Lin Yi suddenly realized. It turns out that he feels undeserving. It seems that this girl is not a bad person at heart. Lin Yi smiled and patted Yi Shuangshuang's shoulder. If you really feel bad about it, then. Yi Shuangshuang's heart was in her throat as she watched Lin Yi's expression. Her small hands squeezed the hem of her skirt tightly, and her teeth nervously clenched her delicate lips. What about later? Yi Shuangshuang asked in a low voice. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Buy me dinner later. Ah? Just dinner? Yes. What else do you want? No. I'll buy you dinner. Yi Shuangshuang quickly agreed. She didn't expect Lin Yi to actually not take advantage of the situation. You have to know that when a certain rich second generation gave her a bag that cost over 10,000 yuan, he made a whole series of demands. He wanted to be accompanied to the movies for a certain number of times, and he wanted to be held for a certain number of minutes. At one point, Yi Shuangshuang felt like she was someone who sold sex. Although the facts were indisputable, she still didn't want to admit it in her heart. But now, Lin Yi has spent so much money on her, and all he asks in return is to have her treat him to a meal. Yi Shuangshuang, favorability +1. Yi Shuangshuang's favorability has exceeded 50 points. Lin Yi was baffled by this sudden increase in favorability. Spending money couldn't make her exceed 50 points, but asking her to treat him to dinner did? No wonder they say a woman's heart is like the bottom of the ocean. It really is unfathomable. At that moment, an electronic voice rang in Lin Yi's head. Congratulations, host. The favorability of Yi Shuangshuang, the current cashback target, has exceeded 50 points and reached the level of heartthrob. The host will no longer receive cashback for spending with this cashback partner. However, after the host has increased the favorability of the bound partner to 100 points, the host will be given one opportunity to increase the system's cashback threshold. Each time, the threshold can be increased by 10 points. In other words, after the increase, the host will be able to receive cashback until the favorability reaches 60 points. And if the cashback threshold is increased a few more times, the host may still be able to receive cashback after the favorability reaches 100 points. Since the target's favorability has exceeded 50 points, the host will receive 1 point as a reward. Points can be used in the system mall. When the favorability reaches 100 points, a corresponding special reward will also be given. What? I won't be able to get cashback anymore? Lin Yi was a little nervous when he heard that he would no longer be able to get cashback. But on second thought, it turned out that he would no longer be able to get cashback for spending on Yi Xuanxuan. Perhaps the system has determined that once the favorability score exceeds 50 points, it falls into the category of being attracted. In this case, the amount of money spent will also become larger and larger. For example, if the two are attracted to each other and are talking about marriage, they can easily spend a fortune on a sky-high wedding house and a sky-high bride price, and they can immediately make the Forbes list. The system probably doesn't want to let him reach the top of life so easily. But since he can't spend cash back on Yi Xuanxuan, can't he just bind himself to another girl? Upon thinking of this, Linny still felt relieved. I don't want to be a scumbag either. But the system insists on seducing me. But what is this system mall? With a thought, Linny opened the system mall interface. There were all kinds of miscellaneous goods on display. Scratch and win tickets, guaranteed to win once, worth 10 points. First-class basketball talent, worth 12 points. First-class piano talent, worth 12 points. Listen to the heart of the bound object once, worth 15 points. Mastering Advanced Mathematics Experience Package, worth 20 points. An opportunity to invest in a rising stock, worth 25 points. There are all kinds of goods, there is nothing the system can't do, only what you can't think of. Linny was fascinated for a moment, but unfortunately, he only had 1 point, so he couldn't redeem anything. The point value of advanced mathematics is higher than understanding a girl's heart? It turns out that mathematics is really more unpredictable than women. Linny nodded, as if acknowledging the reasonableness of the pricing of the goods in the system mall. Seeing that Linny had not said anything for a long time, Yi Xuanxuan became a little anxious, thinking that Linny was going to change his mind. Linny, what are you thinking about? Linny hastily averted his dazed gaze and laughed. Oh, nothing, I was just thinking about what to eat later. After all, it was his first day in Nanling City, and he didn't know anyone. Yi Xuanxuan gently took Linny's hand. Then let me show you around as your host. I'll take you to Nanling Hotel for dinner later. It's one of the best hotels in Nanling City. After a little afternoon contact, Yi Xuanxuan had completely decided that the boy in front of her was a wealthy second-generation heir. Not only was he generous, but he also had a good character. He was nothing like other second-generation heirs, who would try to take advantage of you if you gave them a little favor. Thinking about this, Yi Xuanxuan deepened her thoughts about wanting to seize Linny. Although she often felt that girls shouldn't take the initiative. But since she had met such a high-quality guy, she should be a little more proactive. Inviting him to dinner at the Nanling Hotel was a gesture of sincerity. Upon hearing the Nanling Hotel, Linny couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He still remembered that this morning, Guan Jiyue had mocked him at the school gate, saying that the Mercedes-Benz man had the money to take her to the Nanling Hotel for a candlelight dinner. Unexpectedly, just a few hours had passed, and not only had Linny become a millionaire, but such a good-looking girl had even volunteered to take him to the Nanling Hotel for dinner. Fate is always so fond of teasing people. Linny sneered inwardly. Linny, let me take you shopping for some clothes. Yi Xuanxuan thought to herself that she had received such a valuable gift for no reason, and just treating the other person to a meal was not enough. It just so happened that Linny looked plain and simple, and in no way reflected the temperament that a young male college student should have. So she wanted to take Linny and give him a complete makeover from head to toe. Not far away, Li Tong hid behind a pillar and heard the two of them talking clearly. The limited edition Shanghai milk tea that she had bought with real money made Li Tong's eyes turn red with envy. On the first day they met, he bought such an expensive gift for the other person? Guan Zhishui, you are so stupid. You let go of this high-quality rich second generation and became the third wife of a bald fat pig. Poof. In terms of looks, I am not worse than you. Since you don't cherish me, don't blame me. Chapter 7, One More Suitor. Linny, wait for me a moment, I need to go to the bathroom. Yi Xuanxuan's makeup had smudged a little, so she wanted to find an excuse to touch it up. The main reason was that she wanted to quickly take a picture of the new fragrant milk on her back and post it on WeChat Moments to show off. She was definitely embarrassed to take the picture in front of Linny, so she needed an excuse to leave for a moment. Girls at this age are all vain, and they all want their classmates to envy them for having a good life. Linny naturally didn't know about Yi Xuanxuan's thoughts, and just thought she was really in a hurry to go to the bathroom. After Yi Xuanxuan left, Linny wandered aimlessly in front of the various shop windows. At this time, Li Tong crept up behind Linny. Hello, are you Linny? Li Tong was still wearing the work clothes of the cosmetics store, and Linny recognized her at once as the cashier. Yes, I am. You were just. Ding, detected that the host is talking to the opposite sex. The host's heart rate is 20 points at this time, which meets the binding conditions. Binding successful. Linny was speechless for a moment. How can this system start with 0 frames? There's no skill lead at all. However, to be fair, Li Tong does have a nice face, and Linny noticed this girl when he was in the store just now. Although he felt a bit familiar, he could never remember where he had seen her before. What's more, Li Tong was still wearing the work uniform of the beauty shop. In order to attract customers, the beauty shop made the work uniform extra slim. The pair of plump bunnies under the white shirt were about to pop out, and the buttons seemed like they were about to be pushed open the next second. The short pleated skirt that reached her thighs showed off her snow-white, delicate legs, which looked as if they could squirt out water. Linny had just been thinking that he could no longer get cashback for spending money on Yi Xuanxuan, and he was wondering how he was going to find his next cashback target. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to fall asleep, someone handed him a pillow. Li Tong's appearance at this moment was just right. I'm the makeup store clerk and your senior. My name is Li Tong. Li Tong saw Lin Yi's eyes sweep over her body and she puffed out her chest with pride. Hearing this name, Linny finally reacted, as Guan Jishui seemed to have a roommate named Li Tong. Linny used the system to open Li Tong's personal information interface. Name, Li Tong. Age, 19 years old. Favorability to host, 30 points. Identity, student in the Chinese department of Nanling University. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Guan Jishui is in the Chinese department, so it seems that this Li Tong is Guan Jishui's roommate. Unexpectedly, Li Tong is not as tall as Yi Xuanxuan, but she is actually a bit heavier. Linny instantly understood when he saw the button on Li Tong's shirt that was about to burst open. As the saying goes, if a girl weighs less than 100 pounds, she is either flat-chested or short. What can I do for you? Although Li Tong has a hot body, after Linny learned that she was Guan Jishui's roommate, he still felt a little disgusted. However, considering that this is a tool bound by the system, he cannot directly break off relations with her. Linny, we have heard about you and Guan Jishui. In fact. Upon hearing this, Linny subconsciously felt that the other party was here as a mediator for Guan Jishui. He was sure that he would be told something like love without material things is just a loose collection of things and that he should recognize the reality sooner rather than later and stop obsessing over Guan Jishui. Linny waved impatiently. Don't worry, I'll be living in a different world from Guan Jishui from now on. I won't bother her, and I ask her not to disturb my life. After saying this, Linny turned around and was about to leave. Li Tong hurriedly stopped in front of Linny. No, Linny, you've misunderstood. In fact, I want to tell you that I have long been disgusted with Guan Jishui's ways. I hope you will soon recognize her true colors and not get too deeply involved. These words took Linny by surprise. He was about to leave, but paused for a moment. Seeing Linny stop, Li Tong hurriedly continued. As Guan Jishui's roommate, I apologize to you on her behalf. Li Tong bowed deeply to Linny in all seriousness. This move made Linny feel like he was at a loss for words. He muttered to himself. Guan Jishui kicked me, what's the deal with you apologizing to me? You're not her mother. However, Lin Yi's eyes were still attracted by Li Tong's bowing gesture. The ravine between the two hills was revealed at this moment, and Lin Yi was left speechless. This kind of sexy scene was the first time he had encountered in real life. Unexpectedly, on the first day of reporting to university, he met two beautiful women, one holding his hand while shopping, and the other actively showing off her cleavage. Everyone says that university life is good, but Linny didn't believe it before. Now it seems really good. Although I lost a crooked tree, I gained a whole forest. Senior. Linny looked at her carefully for more than 10 seconds before helping her up. Li Tong bowed deeply. You don't need to apologize to me, you didn't do anything wrong. Linny's face flushed slightly at this moment, and she was a little afraid to look Li Tong in the eye. Li Tong saw this. Li Tong took the opportunity to take a step forward, almost leaning against Lin Yi. She spoke in a soft voice. In fact, there are many girls in our university who are as good-looking and as academically accomplished as Guan Jishui. Don't be discouraged, Junior. You're so outstanding, you deserve someone even better. After saying this, Li Tong shyly winked at Lin Yi. Shit, she's not going to like me, is she? Lin Yi was shocked. Seeing Li Tong's girlish and romantic expression, if it weren't for the words likability 30 flashing above her head, Linny might have really believed it. According to the system's likability rating, 30 points is the ceiling for likability, which is not even close to friendship, let alone liking someone. It seems that this girl has another agenda for approaching him. Could it be that she saw him buy a bag for Yi Xuanxuan just now? Thinking about this, Linny suddenly understood. Li Tong's appearance was too clever, just after Yi Xuanxuan went to the bathroom. This shows that she had been observing him nearby. She must have seen that he was generous and wanted a share of the pie. But this is good, after all, she is a tool bound by the system, so why not take advantage of her? Moreover, she is Guan Zhishue's roommate. I was worried about how to make Guan Zhishue regret it. I'll take advantage of this opportunity that Li Tong has presented herself to me. Upon thinking of this, Linny instantly put on a look of grievance. Senior, you may not know, Guan Zhishue is my first love. My expectations for this relationship are very high. But she has hurt me so badly. I don't think I will ever actively like a girl again. Linny deliberately emphasized the word actively when he said it. Li Tong was indeed taken in, and she asked in puzzlement. Lin, that girl you were just shopping with. Senior, that girl is after me, and she said she wants to take me to the Nanling Hotel for dinner tonight. But I don't want to get involved in a relationship right now, and I haven't confirmed a relationship with her yet. It's just that she's so enthusiastic about me, so I thought I should give her something in return. Upon hearing this, Li Tong suddenly understood. It seems that Guan Zhiyue really misjudged the situation. In Li Tong's mind, she had already decided that Linny was a low-key and simple second-generation rich man who was usually unwilling to reveal his true identity to others. Yi Xuanxuan, as a suitor, only slightly showed her goodwill by asking him to dinner, and Linny generously bought her a carton of condensed milk. If I were to pursue him obsessively. At this thought, Li Tong's heart was filled with joy. Lin, do you mind having an additional suitor? Chapter 8 Guan Zhishue's favorability. One more suitor? What do you mean? Linny pretended to be dumb and pretended not to understand the unspoken meaning of Li Tong's words. At this time, it happened to be a coincidence that Yi Xuanxuan was also seen returning from afar. My friend is back, senior, let's talk about it at school tomorrow. Linny waved to Yi Xuanxuan from afar, said goodbye to Li Tong, and then walked towards Yi Xuanxuan. Li Tong saw this and also tactfully walked away. That girl seems to be the makeup store attendant, right? Yi Xuanxuan looked at the departing back of Li Tong and remembered that she had seen this person in the makeup store just now. Linny also didn't have the intention to hide anything and nodded honestly. In fact, she is my roommate from my first love. But I didn't recognize her just now in the makeup store. Hearing the words first love, Yi Xuanxuan felt a sense of crisis for no reason. It is said that for every man, the first love is an indelible white moonlight in their hearts. Yi Xuanxuan had just resolved to win Lin Yi's heart, and now she had a first love popping up. What's more, her roommate had taken the opportunity while she was in the bathroom to strike up a conversation with Lin Yi. Does she want her roommate to pass on a message to him on her behalf, asking for a reunion? Yi Xuanxuan asked tentatively. How did you and your first love break up? Looking at Yi Xuanxuan's inquisitive eyes, Linny rolled his eyes and muttered to himself. How am I going to explain this? If I tell you that we broke up because I was poor, would you believe me? Seeing Linny not saying anything for a long time, Yi Xuanxuan thought that she had asked an inappropriate question and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. I was rude. I was just curious, I didn't mean anything else, don't take it personally. Yi Xuanxuan's flustered apology made Linny feel a little cute. Seeing a beautiful woman sincerely apologize to him, he felt an extra sense of satisfaction. It showed that he had a certain status in this beautiful woman's heart. Otherwise, the beauty would not bother apologizing. Linny smiled and explained. There was actually nothing to be ashamed of. It was just a bit embarrassing. Then Linny told Yi Xuanxuan everything about his story with Guan Zhiyue, including the fact that he had repeated the year for Guan Zhiyue and that she had dumped him in front of a lot of people at the school gate today. She doesn't like you because you're poor? Yi Xuanxuan was incredulous after hearing this and had a face full of question marks. She has met many rich second-generation children. But a rich second-generation child like Lin Yi who was so generous to a girl he just met is definitely unique. If this is considered poor, then this girl's standards are too high, aren't they? Yi Xuanxuan turned her head and saw Lin Yi's unremarkable appearance and clothing, as if she understood something. It must be that he usually keeps a low profile and has never deliberately shown off his wealth. As a result, her first love thought he was a poor kid. Many overbearing CEOs in idol dramas love to use this trick, hiding their identity and pretending to be an ordinary person, just so they can find someone who truly loves them and doesn't want their money. Yes. This must be it. Yi Shuangshuang secretly gloated to herself, feeling that she had analyzed Lin Yi thoroughly. And he has already given me such an expensive gift. If I continue to badger him to buy this and that next, it will definitely make him resentful. It's better if I take the initiative to buy him something. First, it will be considered as repaying his kindness. Second, it will show him that I am not the kind of person who approaches him because he is rich. Yi Shuangshuang took Lin Yi's arm on her own initiative and gave a sweet smile. In fact, it is a good thing that she broke up with you. This girl is too materialistic. Dating should be pure, and these things should not be mixed in. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, but secretly laughed in his heart. Aren't you materialistic? You just met and you want me to buy you such expensive coffee and makeup. But of course Lin Yi would never say that. After all, with the system's blessing, he didn't care at all. It could even be said that he was now afraid that the girls around him would not be materialistic. He hoped that the more materialistic they were, the better. That way, he could also get more cashback from the system. Yi Shuangshuang took Lin Yi's arm and walked towards the men's clothing store. I'll take you to buy some clothes. You guys are the worst at dressing yourselves. I'll pay for it later, so don't try to compete with me. Lin Yi didn't say anything, but his heart was filled with joy. He wouldn't get any cashback for the money he spent on himself. Since Yi Shuangshuang was willing to pay, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Yi Shuangshuang was worthy of being a student at an art college. His aesthetic sense is also top-notch. In just over an hour, he not only helped Lin Yi pick out several nice outfits, but also took Lin Yi for a haircut. In total, the bill came to more than 5,000 yuan. Lin Yi's whole person can be said to have been completely transformed. Lin Yi's features were originally very handsome and tough. It's just that before, he didn't know how to tidy up and dress himself, and his thick hair was pressing down, making him look very unspirited. He looked like a nerdy student. Now that Lin Yi stood in front of Yi Shuangshuang, she couldn't help but feel her heart racing. Standing at 185 centimeters tall, with angular facial features, short neat hair and broad shoulders, it was no exaggeration to say that he looked like a model. His clean face and full of sunshine eyes inadvertently exuded bursts of male hormones. Lin Yi himself looked at the mirror and was attracted by his handsome face, looking at it several times. Damn, I was this handsome? I still have to be a girl to know how to dress up. I was really too rough in the past. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow at himself in the mirror and gave a satisfied smile. This smile made Yi Shuangshuang's heart skip a beat. Yi Shuangshuang, likability plus 1 point. 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 Ding, the system has detected that the favorability of the bound object has increased to 55 points. Congratulations, the host has gained 5 points. Spending money can't even get a favorability rating of 50 points, and I never thought that just because I became more handsome, Yi Shuangshuang's favorability rating would increase to 55 points. It seems that after the favorability rating exceeds 50 points, if you want it to increase again, you can't just rely on simple spending money. After all, 50 points or more is in the category of being attracted. In this case, if you want the other person to like you more and more, you have to rely on your charisma. Thinking about this, Lin Yi suddenly became curious. If the system's favorability score was used, what would be Guan Jiyue's favorability score for the bald man? Ding, host thoughts detected. Host can use 1 point to exchange for 1 chance to detect the favorability of a specific person. Lin Yi was taken aback. He didn't expect the system to be so intelligent. Anyway, there's nothing else I can redeem my points for right now, so I might as well satisfy my curiosity. System, I'd like to redeem. Help me detect Guan Jiyue's level of affection for that bald guy. Chapter 9, A Complete Change of Personality. Ding redeemed successfully. This has consumed 1 point. Detecting. Detection complete. Guan Jiyue's level of affection for Lu Jianghua is 5 points. So the bald guy's name is Lu Jianghua. This system is truly omnipotent. But this result really puzzled Lin Yida. Originally, Lin Yida thought that, according to Guan Jiyue, she should really like that bald man. At least the favorability rating shouldn't be lower than Yi Shuangshuang's rating of herself. When Yi Shuangshuang first saw her at the coffee shop, she had a polite favorability rating of 25. A favorability rating of 5 can be said to be close to dislike. Then why is Guan Jiyue with this bald guy? And why did she dump him for him? Lin Bai was at a loss for an answer. Ding, host thoughts detected. Host may redeem 15 points for one chance to listen to Guan Jiyue's thoughts. Hint, host may not have enough points. Wait. No, who said I was going to redeem it? Lin suddenly became nervous. Luckily, the balance was insufficient. Otherwise, he could have lost a lot of money. 15 points, and even a scratch card has a guaranteed prize of 10 points. Who would be stupid enough to spend so many points just to hear what his ex-girlfriend was thinking? That would be so boring. Unless he had a lot of points to spare in the future, Lin would never spend such a high price to hear what Guan Jiyue was thinking. Lin, I'm a little hungry, let's go eat. Yi Shuangshuang was also a little tired after wandering the streets all afternoon. The two of them also went to play claw machines together in the afternoon. Lin had a good hand today and got a whole bag full of dolls, a total of more than 10 dolls of all sizes. While clawing the dolls, Lin was still feeling emotional. There was a time when Guan Jiyue was also a girl who would feel happy just clawing a doll. I don't know how she became like this now. Things have changed. Right now, Guan Jiyue is probably sitting in someone else's Mercedes-Benz, like glue. And the person who was with her at the time, pinching the dolls, has become Yi Shuangshuang, who is better in both body and face. This feeling is quite pleasant, don't tell. As long as the current one is a good choice, there is no need to miss the ex. Lin stored the large bag of dolls at the mall and then walked towards the Nanling Hotel with Yi Shuangshuang. The Nanling Hotel was right next to the mall, very close. As the two of them walked up to the hotel entrance, they saw a black Mercedes-Benz slowly pull up in front of them. Ha! This car looks a little familiar, doesn't it? Lin recalled that Guan Jishue and the bald man had gotten into a Mercedes-Benz of this model in the morning. This can't be a coincidence, can it? Lin Yi's head was suddenly filled with black lines. Sure enough, as the car door opened, Guan Jishue bent over and got out of the Mercedes-Benz. The moment she saw Lin after getting out of the car, Guan Jiyue's expression first froze, obviously taken aback by Lin Yi's handsome appearance. But in an instant, she became a little annoyed and impatient. I told you we were breaking up, didn't I? Why are you still following me here? You've got some nerve. We really aren't suited for each other, so stop pestering me. The bald man, Lu Jianghua, also hurriedly got out of the car, stood next to Guan Jiyue, and looked at Lin with disgust. Guan Jishue's shrill voice attracted the attention of many people around the hotel. They stopped and watched the commotion with a sense of curiosity. It seems that this young man's girlfriend has found a rich boyfriend. This kind of situation is very common. Nowadays, many girls can't resist the temptation of material things. But this guy is quite devoted. It seems that he has followed this girl all the way here. Wow, a pure love warrior. But it's a pity. Judging by his girlfriend's attitude, she obviously dislikes him. People around them started murmuring. Lin was also angered by Guan Jishue's scolding. This morning, he had already been publicly humiliated by Guan Jishue at the school gate. This was the second time. Even a clay Buddha has some anger left in him. Not to mention Lin, who is still in the prime of his life. She really thinks she can do whatever she wants just because she used to like him. Lin Yi's face flushed a little, and his clenched fists trembled slightly with anger. Just as Lin Yi was about to lose his temper, a pair of soft hands gently wrapped around Lin Yi's arm in time. Hubby, who is she? Yi Shuangshuang asked slightly coquettishly. As soon as she heard Guan Jiyue scold Lin Yi, Yi Shuangshuang reacted to the other person's identity. Under these circumstances, she must help Lin Yi vent his anger properly. Although she didn't love Lin Yi very much at the moment, she at least had a favorable impression of him. Therefore, she absolutely would not allow another girl to publicly insult her sweetheart like that. Seeing Yi Shuangshuang's sensible appearance, Lin Yi also came back to his senses. He almost lost his temper and argued with Guan Jiyue in public. In this kind of situation, no matter if you win or lose the argument, it's very embarrassing. Fortunately, Yi Shuangshuang's words allowed the rationality in Lin Yi's mind to regain the upper hand. It was the first time a girl had called him husband, and Lin Yi was a little uncomfortable. But the thought that he was doing it to anger Guan Jiyue instantly put him in the right frame of mind. Linny pinched Yi Xuanxuan's cute little face and cooed gently. Baby, I don't know her either. I don't know where this crazy person came from. You can't misunderstand me. Yi Xuanxuan giggled in agreement and nodded gently. I won't misunderstand you. I don't believe you would abandon such a good-looking girlfriend like me and go out there to find someone who was not even comparable to me. Hearing this, Linny felt a burst of relief in his heart, and gratefully put his arm around Yi Xuanxuan's shoulders and walked towards the Nanling Hotel, completely ignoring Guan Jiyue, who had just been hysterical like a madman. The intimate appearance of Linny and Yi Xuanxuan looked like flirting to anyone, and they looked like a couple. The people gathered around watching the commotion started chatting again. Which of them is telling the truth? You don't need to think about it. Can't you see how pretty the girlfriend next to that guy is? She's got style too. I thought she was a celebrity or internet celebrity. Yeah, who would give up a girlfriend like that and go out with someone so plain? Well, that makes sense. And I saw that his girlfriend was carrying a bag from Shanghai's limited edition for this season, which costs tens of thousands of yuan. Then it seems that this guy is a rich second generation. Gee, they really are a perfect match. The focus of everyone's discussion has completely shifted to the cool Linny and Yi Xuanxuan couple. As for Guan Zhixue, everyone just thinks she's crazy. Even the way everyone looked at Lu Jiangbo was tinged with a little sympathy. The look in their eyes seemed to say, "Look at you, why did you have to pick someone with a sick brain?" Everyone's reaction made Lu Jiangbo lose face. Seeing this, Guan Jiyue was furious and wanted to go in after Linny to sort things out. How could it be that just this morning they had broken up, and now he was already surrounded by a beautiful woman calling him husband? The thing girls fear most is that their ex will find someone better than them. It would be very frustrating. Moreover, Guan Jiyue couldn't figure out why Linny felt like a completely different person after only half a day apart. Originally, he was just a dog who chased after her every day, but now he had suddenly developed the aura of a male god. Chapter 10, Saying Thank You Also Requires a Binding. Guan Jiyue was about to go up to Linny to ask him for clarification, but she was stopped by Lu Jiangbo. Don't embarrass me. Lu Jiangbo's tone was stern. People at his age place the highest value on status and face. The reason he is willing to spend money on Guan Jiyue is nothing more than because she is young and beautiful, and it is face saving to bring her out. For a middle-aged man, when he is out and about, driving an expensive car is not as good as having a beautiful young woman by his side. The better a woman is dressed, the more others will think that the man standing next to her is definitely not ordinary. But today, Guan Jiyue's inappropriate behavior has been enough to lower her status, and she has also brought shame upon herself and Lu Jiangbo. At this moment, Lu Jiangbo felt as if he had eaten a fly and was in an uncomfortable situation. I'm warning you, don't get me into trouble. At this point, Lu Jiangbo could only take out his anger on Guan Jiyue. Guan Jiyue felt extremely aggrieved. Clearly, when she had confronted Linny at the school gate that morning, Lu Jiangbo had praised her for knowing how to behave, so why had her actions now become causing trouble in his eyes? But Guan Jiyue still wanted to argue a little. Lu Jiangbo didn't have the patience to hear what she had to say, and rudely interrupted. You need to get your position straight. If you're angry, keep it to yourself and don't make a fool of me like a lunatic. I'm not your boyfriend, I won't coax you with sweet words. Don't forget how much money you still owe me. I'm already being nice by taking you here to eat, don't push your luck. Hearing Lu Jiangbo yell like this, Guan Jiyue pursed her lips and forced herself not to let the tears of humiliation fall. After a while, she nodded silently. I understand, Mr. Lu, it won't happen again. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Lu Jiangbo didn't say anything more, and with his greasy, fat hands, he put them around Guan Jiyue's waist and walked into the hotel. On the top floor of the Nanling Hotel is a revolving Western restaurant. From the windows, you can see a panoramic view of the nightscape of most of Nanling City. Above you is a dazzling starry sky, and in front of you is the bustling neon lights. This place is even known as one of the must-visit places for couples in Nanling City. Although it is a very romantic date destination, the high prices have put many people off. Linny also understood why Guan Jiyue yearned to come here for a meal after walking in. It really is a place with a great atmosphere. Linny and Yi Xuanxuan sat at a table by the window. After sitting down, the waiter handed them 2 menus. What do you think? Inviting you here for dinner shows our sincerity, right? Yi Xuanxuan looked out of the window at the night view and sounded a little smug. She had only been here once before. It was on Valentine's Day, when some rich guy had taken her here. A meal here costs over 2,000 yuan per person, so if it weren't for the fact that Linny had bought her a bag, she wouldn't have wanted to eat here. Thank you just now. Linny was very grateful when he thought about how Yi Shuangshuang had helped him out just now. Yi Shuangshuang had just patted her own chest heroically, as if she didn't take the matter very seriously. I just helped out when I saw injustice. It's no big deal. Don't worry about it. From noon until now, after spending some time together, Yi Shuangshuang had completely let down her guard in front of Linny and had returned to being her true self. The real Yi Shuangshuang had this carefree and uninhibited personality. Linny also had no idea that Yi Shuangshuang had such a side to her beneath her sweet appearance. This strong contrast made Linny appreciate her very much instead, and he felt that Yi Shuangshuang was very straightforward. Although she is a bit money-oriented, it's not a big deal. Why don't I treat you to dinner? You just bought me so many clothes this afternoon. Linny briefly looked through the menu and estimated that a meal for two would cost about 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. As a college student, Yi Shuangshuang's living expenses shouldn't be very high. She had already spent more than 5,000 yuan on clothes and a haircut this afternoon, and if she were to let Yi Shuangshuang treat her to dinner tonight, her expenses for the day would total more than 10,000 yuan. Linny is still very considerate. Anyway, I have just received more than 2 million cashback today, so paying for such a meal is just a drop in the bucket. However, Yi Shuangshuang immediately waved her hands to refuse. No, we agreed that I would treat you. Don't you try to take it from me. If you really want to treat me to dinner, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. As expected of a high-level sea queen, just a few short sentences had already begun to lay the groundwork for the next time the two would meet. Although Yi Shuangshuang also felt that the meal was very expensive, in order to reel in Linny for the long term, she felt that the money was well spent. In her opinion, rich people like Linny must have eaten a lot of delicacies. Inviting him to eat elsewhere would seem too cheap. After thinking about it, this place was the most suitable. What Yi Shuangshuang didn't know was that this was the first time in his life that Linny had eaten in such an upscale place. From the moment they sat down, Linny felt a little bit uncomfortable. He was afraid of looking foolish. But when he thought about the 2 million yuan he had in his bank account, his back gradually straightened. After the two had ordered, Lu Jianghua and Guan Jiyue came up. They sat not far from Linny and his date. Linny saw Guan Jiyue giving him a sad look, but he ignored it and continued chatting with Yi Shuangshuang. In a moment, the waiter brought the appetizer that Linny had ordered. Hello sir, this is the white wine braised mussels you ordered. The waitress had a clear voice and was very good looking. It was no wonder that this was one of the best hotels in Nanling, even the waitresses were pleasing to the eye. Linny nodded in satisfaction and said thank you. Thank you. Ding, detected that the host is talking to the opposite sex. The host's heart rate is 15 points at this time, which meets the binding conditions. Binding successful. Hearing the system's prompt, Linny almost spit out the lemonade he had just drunk. Is this system playing with me? Then can't I talk to the opposite sex in the future? Saying thank you also needs to be bound. The key is that I don't even know the little girl's name. Linny was complaining in his heart, but the system automatically opened the waitress's personal information panel. Personal information. Name, Feng Jinan. Age, 18 years old. Favorable impression of the host, 10 points. Identity, Nanling Hotel waitress. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Linny rolled his eyes silently. Although the system was bound to Feng Jinan, the two had only met by chance and had no intersection. Moreover, Yi Shuangshuang and Guan Jiyue were both present, so he could not be cheeky and insist on spending money on Feng Jinan. Thinking about this, Linny felt speechless. Feng Jinan helped Linny serve the food and then left, so Linny had to awkwardly bury his head in his meal. At that moment, a crisp slap came from the direction of Guan Jiyue's table. Chapter 11, The Furious Lu Jianghua. The environment was relatively quiet, so the slap was especially loud. Everyone's attention was drawn to the direction of Guan Jiyue's table. Guan Jiyue was seen covering her reddened cheeks, tears unstoppably rolling down the corners of her eyes. You've been looking at him since we sat down. If you like watching him so much, why don't you go back and be with him? Lu Jianghua tried his best to suppress his anger, speaking low but fiercely to Guan Jiyue. After the two sat down, Guan Jiyue had been distracted the whole time. Her eyes kept darting around when ordering food. Lu Jianghua followed Guan Jiyue's gaze and saw Linny and Yi Shuangshuang talking and laughing sweetly. In contrast, Wang Jiyue had a face of melancholy. Lu Jianghua had wanted to ignore it, but when he was talking to Guan Jiyue, he couldn't help noticing that she kept looking at Lin Yi. Lu Jianghua was extremely possessive, and this behavior from Guan Jiyue was intolerable. He raised his hand and slapped her in the face. Lin Yi frowned slightly when he saw this scene, and his expression was a little displeased. "Are you heartbroken?" Yi Shuangshuang asked jokingly. Lin Yi decisively shook his head. "I don't care, I just don't like it when a man hits a woman." After saying that, Lin Yi continued eating his food. Anyway, he and Guan Jishue had already broken up. She was living the life she had chosen, and she should bear the consequences. Lin Yi didn't think of himself as a good guy who would help his ex-girlfriend when she was being bullied. He was already being a good guy by not going up to taunt Guan Jishue. The other onlookers were also disgusted by the scene. In public, it is considered very ungentlemanly for a man to slap a woman. The people eating here are basically people of some status, and naturally they despise such behavior. However, everyone also knows that it is better to avoid trouble than to stir it up, so no one stepped forward to stop it. Just then, Feng Jinan walked up and handed Guan Jiyue a tissue. "Ma'am, do you need help calling the police?" The sudden concern of a stranger made Guan Jiyue feel even more aggrieved, and she even began to sob. Seeing this, Feng Jinan took out her phone and was about to call the police. Lu Jianghua pushed away his chair, stood up, grabbed the phone, and slammed it onto the ground with a loud thud. "Do you want to stick your nose in where it doesn't belong?" Lu Jianghua had originally been a gangster, and although he had gone straight, he could not change his temperament. Now, his anger was at boiling point and his ferocious expression was unmistakable. Looking at Lu Jianghua's bloodshot eyes and his face full of fierce expression, Feng Jinan suddenly felt a trace of fear. At this moment, the manager hurriedly came over, smiling apologetically, to smooth things over. "Sir, I'm sorry. This waitress is new here and doesn't know the rules. Please don't hold it against her, you're a generous person. How about this, I'll waive the bill for you two today, what do you think?" The manager bowed and scraped, hoping that Lu Jianghua would let it go. Unexpectedly, Lu Jianghua did not appreciate it at all. He sat back down with a cold scowl on his face. "Do you think I lack the money for this meal?" Lu Jianghua's tone was cold, like a demon. The manager quickly crouched down in front of Lu Jianghua and continued to apologize. "I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean it like that. It's true that our staff is inconsiderate and has disturbed your meal. So how do you think we should resolve this matter?" The manager is an old hand at this, and can tell at a glance that Lu Jianghua is a tough nut to crack. At times like this, instead of constantly lowering your bottom line to please the other party, it is better to first sound out the other party's position. Lu Jianghua looked down condescendingly at the manager, and then looked up again at Feng Jinan, who was trembling slightly in front of him from nervousness. "I want her to apologize to me," Lu Jianghua said, pointing at Feng Jinan. As soon as he heard that an apology would solve the problem, the manager immediately nodded in agreement. In the service industry, apologizing to customers is practically a daily occurrence. Lu Jianghua's request could be said to contain no element of difficulty. The manager immediately gave Feng Jinan a look, signaling her to come over and apologize to the customer. Although Feng Jinan felt aggrieved, she had no choice but to slowly walk up to Lu Jianghua for work reasons. Just as she was about to bow and apologize, Lu Jianghua raised his hand. "I mean, tell her to get down on her knees and apologize to me." Lu Jianghua pointed at the ground with stubby fingers, looking like a villain who had gotten his way. Having lost face and suffered humiliation here today, Lu Jianghua naturally took the hotel waiter as his punching bag. Hearing Lu Jianghua's words, Feng Jinan froze in her preparations to bow and apologize, and looked to the manager for help. The manager did not hesitate for a moment, and winked at Feng Jinan, telling her to do it quickly and not to dawdle. In the manager's opinion, apologizing by kowtowing was just a loss of face. As a service industry, where does it need face? As long as it can solve the problem and minimize the impact on the hotel, he would do it even if he had to call Lu Jianghua dad now. But Feng Jinan was just 18 years old and her self-esteem was at its peak. At this time, asking her to kowtow and apologize is equivalent to rubbing her dignity into the ground. Moreover, Lu Jianghua originally hit the person first, and he also smashed her phone. She was just standing up for this beaten girl, where is the mistake? Thinking of this, Feng Jinan became more and more dissatisfied. "Sir, then you smashed my phone, do you plan to give me an explanation?" Fear, anger, and grievance, these emotions mixed in Feng Jinan's heart. As a result, Feng Jinan's voice trembled when she said this. This sentence took the manager by surprise. Seeing that Lu Jiangbo was about to calm down, Feng Jinan's sentence was like rekindling a flame that had just been extinguished. The manager was about to stand up and scold Feng Jinan, but Lu Jiangbo stepped in front of Feng Jinan first. Say that again? I didn't hear you clearly. Lu Jiangbo leaned his ear closer to Feng Jinan, and his eyes became sinister. Feng Jinan pursed her lips, as if gathering all her courage, and said firmly, I said, you broke my phone, and you should also. Before she could finish her sentence, the angry Lu Jiangbo pushed Feng Jinan away forcefully. Feng Jinan lost her balance and fell backwards, and in her panic, she held onto a large emerald green vase behind her. The vase was knocked over by the sudden impact and fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. Feng Jinan fell on top of the debris, and her palms were pierced by sharp fragments, oozing blood. How dare you say that? You still want me to pay for your phone? You're a fucking waiter, taking yourself so seriously. Lu Jiangbo, furious, lifted his sleeves and unrelentingly walked towards Feng Jinan, who was lying on the ground. Seeing this, Linny did not hesitate for a second, immediately stood up and took a step forward to block Feng Jinan. Chapter 12, Beating Up the Bald Guy. Lu Jiangbo had already lifted the sleeves on his arms, revealing the dragon and tiger patterns tattooed on his arms. The other guests at the meal immediately recognized that this was not someone to mess with. Although Lu Jiangbo was not tall, he was built and had a lot of muscle. Anyone with a little experience knows that people with a lot of muscle are the fiercest in a fight. In contrast, Linny looked like a clean-cut college student. Although he is strong and fit, compared to Lu Jiangbo, he still looks a bit thin. However, in this situation, many people have more appreciation in their hearts for Linny for being able to stand up for justice. Linny's sudden appearance also took Lu Jiangbo by surprise. Just you wait, you still want to save the beauty? Lu Jiangbo stood in front of Linny, his tone cold, staring fiercely into Linny's eyes, his anger brimming over as if it was about to explode the next second. Linny's heart gave a little shake. The aura emanating from Lu Jiangbo made Linny feel a little scared. Although children like him who grew up in an orphanage have fought a lot since childhood, this was the first time he had encountered someone as tough as Lu Jiangbo. However, Feng Jinan is a system-bound cashback target, and he cannot let Lu Jiangbo bully her like this. What's more, he already harbored resentment towards Lu Jiangbo for stealing Guan Jiu's heart. This is the one thing a man can't tolerate. Ding, host in danger detected. Host current physical fitness level 2, opponent level 3. Host can consume 5 points to increase own physical fitness level by 1. Please confirm. The sudden prompt from the system was like a shot in the arm for Linny. Great. Exchange. Exchange now. He happened to have 5 points left, and without hesitation, Linny chose to exchange. Judging from Lu Jiangbo's attitude, this matter is definitely not going to end well today. The atmosphere has been built up to this point, and it is highly likely that a fight is inevitable. The system's support at this time is simply a lifesaver. Ding, congratulations to the host on a successful exchange. The host's physical strength is being enhanced. The enhancement is complete, and the current host's physical strength value is level 3. A warm current instantly flowed from his heart throughout Linny's body. Every cell in his body seemed to be filled with power. Linny clenched his fists in satisfaction, snorted at Lu Jiangbo, and turned around to help Feng Jinan, who had fallen to the ground, up first. Are you okay? Just now, Lu Jiangbo suddenly attacked, scaring Feng Jinan badly. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. After Linny appeared, her originally scared and helpless heart seemed to have been saved in an instant, and tears of grievance flowed down her face. I'm fine, thank you. Seeing the bright red patch on Feng Jinan's palm, Linny casually picked up a towel from the table and carefully wrapped the injury. First stop the bleeding, and later it's best to disinfect it with iodine. Linny often got injured in fights when he was a kid, so dealing with these kinds of wounds is a piece of cake for him. Feng Jinan, plus 5 favorability points. 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 Feng Jinan's current favorability is 30 points. Linny was looking after Feng Jinan, but Lu Jiangbo was not happy about it. He had been standing here for so long, and Linny just ignored him. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Lu Jiangbo roared angrily, startling the people around him. Linny took Feng Jinan behind his back and turned his head impatiently to look at Lu Jiangbo. You fat bastard, what's your dog barking at? You scared the shit out of me. Lin Yi's words suddenly ignited Lu Jianghua's anger. A fist the size of a sandbag instantly came at Lin Yi's face. Lin Yi tried to dodge to the side, but his shoulder was still grazed by Lu Jianghua's fist, sending a wave of burning pain through him. But at the same time, Lin Yi's powerful leg kick also hit Lu Jianghua's side. Although Lu Jianghua was protected by a thick layer of fat, he still felt a piercing pain. After this blow, both men became angry and instantly began to wrestle. Lin Yi was more than half a head taller than Lu Jianghua, and his center of gravity was not as stable as Lu Jianghua's, so he was pushed to the ground by Lu Jianghua. However, Lu Jianghua didn't get any advantage either, as he took several hard punches to the stomach from Lin Yi. Feng Jinan, plus 5 favorability. Feng Jinan, plus 5 favorability points. Feng Jinan's current favorability is 40 points. No beautiful woman can resist the scene of a hero rescuing her. Feng Jinan looked at the boy who had stood up for her, and apart from gratitude, she seemed to be developing an inexplicable feeling. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yi became anxious. He hadn't yet earned any cashback from Feng Jinan, and by now her favorability rating had reached 40 points. According to the system, no cashback can be given for a favor rating above 50. If this favor rating continues to rise, what's going to happen? However, at this moment, Lin Yi's righteous actions have not only won over Feng Jinan. Yi Xuanxuan, favor rating plus 5 points. Yi Xuanxuan's current favor rating is 60 points. Ding, congratulations, the host has been awarded 5 bonus points. It is detected that the host is in danger. The host can consume 5 bonus points to increase their physical fitness level by 1. Do you wish to redeem? Yi Xuanxuan's 5-point increase in favorability at this critical moment took Lin Yi by surprise. Redeem now. Ding, redemption successful. Enhancement complete, host's current physical fitness level is 4. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. In that instant, the situation, which had just been burning with anxiety, suddenly took a turn for the better. Lin Yi clamped Lu Jianghua's hands hard and slammed a knee into his stomach. The huge impact caused Lu Jianghua's fat belly to bulge out in a strange way. Lu Jianghua felt his stomach churning and his mouth flooded with bitter water. After struggling for a while, he fell to his knees, clutching his greasy belly in pain. You brat, you're finished. You've deliberately hurt someone in public, and you'll never be able to go to university. At this time, Lu Jianghua's head was in so much pain that he couldn't even lift it up, but he still pretended to be fine and pointed his finger at Lin Yi to let loose his harsh words. Hearing this, Lin Yi really felt a little unsure. Today was only the first day of new student registration, and if he really got expelled from school because of this kind of thing, it would be too much of a loss. Seeing the panic on Lin Yi's face, Lu Jianghua gradually became complacent. He is a tough guy who is not afraid of anything. But college students like Lin Yi are different. They have too many weaknesses that can be exploited. Thinking about this, Lu Jianghua covered his stomach and with difficulty crawled up from the ground. He sat back down in his chair, sneering at Lin Yi. He pondered what means he would use to get back at the young man for the loss of face he had suffered today. At that moment, a beautiful woman wearing a black wrap skirt with big waves elegantly stepped in front of the two of them in a pair of high heels. The beautiful woman stood in front of Lin Yi and spoke to Lu Jianghua with neither arrogance nor humility. Let me introduce myself, I am a lawyer. I have recorded everything that happened just now with my phone. The conflict today was caused by you starting it. The actions of this young man can be considered as being righteous and brave. Chapter 13, would you be so kind as to add me on WeChat? After the big wave beauty finished speaking, she stared at Lu Jianghua with an unmistakable stern expression in her eyes. Lu Jianghua was momentarily at a loss for words when he saw the other party's determined gaze. Naturally, Lu Jianghua knew nothing about these professional determinations. And the thought that he had indeed smashed the waitress's phone and shoved her today made him feel a little guilty after all. The onlookers also started pointing at Lu Jianghua. Everyone had witnessed the entire conflict today. Oomph, lucky you. Lu Jianghua saw that he was in a hopeless situation and did not want to get involved. He had not won the fight, and he could not win an argument. The professional lawyers had also gotten involved, and if he stayed at that moment, he would only be humiliated. Lu Jianghua got up and angrily dragged Guan Jiyue out of the hotel. Seeing that the other party had left, the big wave beauty also let out a sigh of relief. In fact, she was bluffing just now. She was just gambling that someone like Lu Jianghua would not dare to be serious. She really appreciated Lin Yi's heroic rescue of the beauty just now, so she was temporarily carried away by her emotions and wanted to help this boy full of a sense of justice. "Thank you." Linny hurriedly thanked her sincerely. This stranger was able to stand up for her in this situation, and Linny felt a little warmth. Ding, detected that the host is currently talking to the opposite sex. The host's heart rate at this time is 30 points, which meets the binding conditions. Binding successful. Damn, I was sincerely thanking her, and this system is really too understanding. It's all just a game and just for fun, but who doesn't want a big wave-haired beauty? Lin Yi's mind automatically opened the personal information of the big wave-haired beauty. Name, Xin Yao. Age, 24. Favorability to host, 30 points. Occupation, trainee lawyer. Height, 164 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Shen Yao turned around, and Linny could finally take a good look at the appearance of this big wave-haired beauty in front of him. Her fair skin, delicate features, and feminine big wavy curls made Shen Yao exude an energy that stimulated male hormones. The professional-looking white shirt and black wrap-around skirt also make people think. You're welcome. I'm just following your example and being a hero. Shen Yao gave a sweet smile and turned towards her seat. As she turned to leave, the ends of her hair curled up, sending a strawberry-scented aroma drifting through the air and into Lin Yi's nostrils. The man sitting opposite Shen Yao was dressed in a sharp suit, and it looked like the two of them had come here on a date. Lin Yi would not embarrass himself with someone who was already in a relationship. Unfortunately, they only had a chance encounter, so there was not much chance for him to impress her. As he watched Shen Yao go into the distance, Lin Yi could not help feeling sorry for himself. True to his reputation as a straight man with no emotional experience, Lin Yi's biggest regret at the moment was the lost opportunity to impress her. Lin Yi, are you okay? Yi Shuangshuan came over and looked at Lin Yi's injuries. Seeing a hint of bruising around Lin Yi's mouth, she carefully touched it with her ice-cold fingers, feeling distressed. Lin Yi's heroic appearance had increased Yi Shuangshuan's favorability rating by another 5 points, bringing it to a high score of 60. If 50 points is a sign of interest, then 60 points can be considered a foot already in the door of liking someone. Yi Shuangshuan never imagined that the boy she had met at the coffee shop today was not only generous and kind, but also full of a sense of justice. When he saw someone being bullied, he stood up without saying a word. And he was also very handsome. Thinking about this, Yi Shuangshuan's eyes gradually became more and more ambiguous when looking at Lin Yi. Who wouldn't want to be with a man who shines with light? Lin Yi saw Yi Shuangshuan's concerned eyes and shook his head slightly to indicate that he was fine. At that moment, a soft rebuke came from behind Lin Yi. Look at you, you've only been working here for a few days and you've already made such a big mess. The vase you broke was a work of art that our boss bought from abroad specially for us. It's worth tens of thousands of yuan. Even if you pay your entire 6 months' salary in compensation, it won't be enough. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, the manager also began to settle scores, rebuking Feng Jinan. Feng Jinan had just turned 18 and was new to the world of work, so naturally she didn't know how treacherous people could be, nor did she know how to assess the situation. She had just seen a female customer get slapped by someone else, and she was indignant at this kind of bad behavior, so she was enthusiastic about helping out. Manager, I heard that the manager is going to deduct my salary, and Feng Jinan became nervous. The Nanling Hotel's treatment was still very good, and it was precisely for this reason that many people were willing to work here as waitresses. However, Nanling Hotel's selection requirements are also relatively strict, as long as they are young and beautiful. Feng Jinan cherishes this hard-won job opportunity, and naturally she is reluctant to resign. But if she really doesn't get paid for half a year, how can she support herself? Feng Jinan clenches her small hands in grievance, helplessly standing in place. Pish, I thought this vase was expensive. I'll pay for her, for just a few tens of thousands. Lin Yi's warm voice sounded in Feng Jinan's ear at this time. Lin Yi thought to himself that the conflict just now stemmed from Guan Jiu's constant looking at him, which made Lu Jiangbo jealous, so in the end it still had something to do with him. Of course, what's more important is that Feng Jinan's favorability rating has already reached 40 points, so if he doesn't seize the opportunity to earn cashback now, he'll lose out big time. The manager glanced at Lin Yi and then at Yi Shuangshuang, who was standing next to him. The young man sitting here with such a beautiful date is no ordinary person. After working for so many years, the manager has long since developed a knack for reading people. And since someone is willing to be the sucker and pay, the manager is naturally happy and quickly greets Lin Yi with a smile. Sir, this isn't very good. After all, you are here to dine. Although your behavior in fighting in our restaurant just now has a certain impact on other guests' dining experience, the cost of this vase should not be counted on you in any way. Linny looked at the manager's smarmy smile and felt sick to his stomach. He clearly wanted to quickly swipe his card to pay for the damage, but he was pretending to refuse. He couldn't stand this kind of behavior. Cut the crap, I said I'll pay, so I'll pay. Linny took out his bank card in an overbearing manner and decisively paid the bill without the slightest hesitation. Ding, this time the cashback target spent 85,000 yuan, and the cashback target's favorability is 40 points. The cashback multiplier is being generated at random. It's been generated, and the cashback multiplier is 32 times. Congratulations, host, you've received 2.72 million yuan in cashback. Another 2 million yuan in income, and Linny was overjoyed as he watched the money he had on hand grow and grow. Seeing that the money had been credited, the manager also left with the credit card machine, beaming. Linny and Yi Shuangshuang were about to sit back down and continue eating when Feng Jinan, a little embarrassed, tugged at the corner of Lin Yi's jacket. Sir, would it be inconvenient for us to add you on WeChat? Chapter 14, Meeting the Roommates. Upon hearing Feng Jinan's request, Yi Shuangshuang clasped Lin Yi's arm tightly like a bird protecting its food. Yi Shuangshuang knew that Lin Yi's behavior of throwing money around at the slightest provocation would definitely make many girls feel favorably towards him. She had finally met her Mr. Right, and she couldn't let someone else steal him away. Lin Yi was also puzzled, wondering if Feng Jinan had fallen for his wealth and wanted to develop a relationship with him. Feng Jinan hurriedly explained. Think of it as a loan. I may not be able to pay you back all at once, but if you agree, I can pay you back in monthly installments. Feng Jinan's eyes were clear, and she looked like an innocent young girl who didn't know the world. Lin Yi waved his hand, clearly not taking the mere 85,000 yuan seriously. No need. Your phone was smashed, so you might as well save up and get yourself a new one. Originally, Lin Yi had wanted to offer to buy Feng Jinan a new phone. However, considering that the two had just met for the first time today, and if he suddenly offered to buy her a phone for no reason, it might scare her. If it backfired and instead lowered her impression of him, it would be a loss that would be hard to bear. Seeing that Lin Yi did not accept his offer, Feng Jinan was a bit torn. Seeing this, Lin Yi comforted him. After all, it was that fat guy who just caused trouble who broke the vase. Think of it as an advance I paid for him, and I'll get it back from him when I have the chance. You can't make you pay when it's someone else's fault. This is a very pertinent remark, and Feng Jinan was unable to refute it for a moment. However, having received such a big favor from Lin Yi, Feng Jinan still felt bad in her heart. Then let me treat you to dinner today. Feng Jinan's monthly salary is only about 7,000 yuan, and after deducting rent and daily expenses, the remaining money is just enough for a meal here. Yi Shuangshuang naturally would not agree. This is her chance to repay Lin Yi, so how can she let someone else take it away from her? No, I'll pay for this meal, and no one can take it from me. Yi Shuangshuang's eyes unconsciously looked towards the hotel reception, and she even wanted to go and pay for the bill first. Lin Yi laughed, reassuring the two of them. Of course I can't refuse Shuangshuang's good intentions, and as for Nan, if we meet again in the future, you can treat me to dinner. Lin Yi imitated Yi Shuangshuang's style, fishing for a big catch in the long term, laying the groundwork for the future in advance. The two girls had no objection to this proposal. However, Feng Jinan suddenly seemed to have thought of something, looking at Lin Yi with confusion. How do you know my name? Lin Yi was stunned, and it suddenly occurred to him that the two of them had not yet told each other their names. He had only learned Feng Jinan's name through the system's personal information panel. This is bad. How do I explain this? I can't just say that I can read minds, can I? Thinking about mind reading, Lin Yi subconsciously looked at Feng Jinan's chest, and a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and he suddenly had an idea. You're writing it here. Lin Yi pointed at the name tag on Feng Jinan's chest and said with a forced calm. Feng Jinan then reacted, and every waiter at the Nanling Hotel was required to wear a name tag with their name engraved on it, and of course she was no exception. But this guy's eyesight is pretty good, and normal people have to get close to be able to see what the name on the name tag is. The farce came to an end, and Feng Jinan went back to her work, while Lin Yi and Yi Shuangshuang sat back down at the table. Sorry, I've ruined your meal. Lin Yi felt a little guilty. This was the first time he had eaten with a beautiful woman, and it was in such an expensive restaurant, and yet it had ended up like this. Yi Shuangshuang shook her head, not caring at all. How could it be? You were so handsome just now. After saying that, she gave Linny a thumbs up, her eyes full of praise. At this time, the remaining food ordered by the two was also served. Cheers to celebrating your leaving that first girlfriend who doesn't know what she has. Yi Shuangshuang raised her glass, looking at Linny with a smile. Thinking about being dumped, although Linny still had a trace of bitterness in his heart, he still raised his glass and casually clinked it with Yi Shuangshuang. Okay then, let's also celebrate the fact that I made my first friend in Nanling today. Between laughter and conversation, the two happily finished the meal. Yi Shuangshuang's favorability rating temporarily remained at 60 points. Considering that today was the first day of registration for new students, it would be bad to go back to the dormitory too late, so after finishing eating, Linny said goodbye to Yi Shuangshuang and took a taxi back to school. This morning, Linny was the first person to arrive at the dormitory. When he arrived at the dormitory, several of his roommates had not yet arrived. Linny thought that all of his roommates should have arrived by now. He had been busy all day and had not yet met his roommates. So, after arriving at the school gate, Linny went to the school service area and bought 3 large bags of barbecue. After all, everyone was going to spend 4 years together, and it was always a good idea to get along well in advance. Moreover, it was especially easy for guys to get close to each other. Sometimes a meal or even a bottle of water could make the other person willingly call you godfather. Arriving at the dormitory door, Linny glanced at the time and saw that it was already 10 p.m. The lights were still on in the dormitory, so it seemed that the guys were still awake. Linny knocked politely on the door and then pushed it open and walked in. He saw 3 shirtless guys sitting at a table playing computer games. At that moment, a game had just ended, and the word lose in big red letters was displayed on the screens of the 3 guys. You guys are so bad at this. I had such a big advantage in the beginning, but I couldn't save you guys, complained a guy with a pompadour. The 2 people being scolded knew they were in the wrong, so they kept their heads down in silence. One of the boys, who wore thick framed glasses, happened to see Linny carrying a barbecue as he walked in, and his eyes widened as he blurted out a question. Handsome guy, who are you? Embarrassed by the nickname, Linny scratched the back of his head. I'm in the same dorm as you guys, my name is Linny. I've been out all day and haven't had a chance to introduce myself. I bought you a barbecue as an apology. Linny grew up in a welfare institution and worked part-time during high school to earn money, so he is much better at getting along with people than these young men who have just entered university. Sure enough, the moment the 3 saw the barbecue, they pounced on it like 3 hungry wolves with green eyes. You're too kind. Damn, you actually bought so much, you're a local tyrant. Then we won't be polite. The 3 of them had been playing games in their dormitory all day, and they hadn't even had time to eat, so they were already starving. When they saw the barbecue that Linny had bought, it was like refugees seeing relief food. While grunting and grunting as they ate, they took turns introducing themselves to Linny. The boy with the pompadour was called He Linwei, the man with the thick-rimmed glasses was called Hu Kai, and the other man with the crew cut was called Wu Jia. Were you just playing black? Linny pointed at the red word fail on the computer screens of the 3 and asked. He Linwei swallowed a big mouthful of meat and wiped his oily mouth. Yes, these 2 idiots have been cheating me all day. Do you play League of Legends too? If you do, let's play together. The most unified nightlife for college boys is to play together. Lin Yi nodded. He didn't have his own computer and used to go to the internet cafe to play. There were many experts in the internet cafes, and Linny often watched from behind them and learned a good technique. But I haven't had time to buy a computer yet, so I'm afraid I won't be able to play with you guys today. Linny spread his hands in regret. Wu Jia quickly got up and gave up his seat. It's just that I'm tired of playing today, so why don't you use my computer first? Chapter 15, Encountering the Female Anchor. Seeing that Wu Jia had given up his seat, Linny didn't feel awkward about it. It had been a while since he had played, and his hands were itching to do so. Linny sat down, logged out of Wu Jia's account, and logged into his own account skillfully. He Linwei casually picked up another skewer of barbecue and said to Linny with a hint of showmanship. As long as you don't send too well, I can definitely bring you up in score. Hu Kai nodded, as if to prove that He Linwei's words were true. Old He is a top 3 player, and Wu Jia and I are too low level to play with him in a blacklist. The accounts we are using are diamond accounts that he specially borrowed from his friends. He Linwei rolled his eyes helplessly when he heard this. You two still have the nerve to say that. I've lost for a whole day, and I don't know how I'm going to explain it to my friends. Linny shrugged and looked indifferent. We can just raise the score later. Wu Jia shook his head quickly. Lin, you don't know, this is the first time I've played Diamond today, and there are all these great players, I can't beat them at all. I'm lucky if I don't surrender early, let alone get points. By the way, Lin, what's your rank? Lin Yi's mouth curled up slightly, and he calmly clicked on his information page. He Linwei and the other two curiously leaned over. It's fine, if you don't have a high rank, I'll go borrow one for you later. He Linwei had originally wanted to say that if Lin Yi's rank was too low, he could go borrow a rank for Lin Yi later. But when he saw Lin Yi's rank, the words he wanted to say were instantly swallowed back down. Holy shit, a master? Lao Lin, you actually have a master rank? Everyone had been playing League of Legends for several years and naturally knew how valuable this rank was. He Linwei also only started playing after the college entrance exam, and after 2 months of hard work, he only reached Diamond 3. But they never expected that there would be a master-level player in their dormitory. He had even shamelessly said that he would help them improve their scores, and told them not to give too much. Actually, I was a king before. This season, because I'm repeating the year, I don't have much time to play. What? The strongest king? The master rank has already made several people admire him very much, and I never expected that this was the result of Lin Yi not having much time to play in the new season. He Linwei's face twitched. Compared to Lin Yi's king rank, his own Diamond 3 rank was as cute as a kindergarten kid. Lin Gu. He Linwei's attitude instantly became respectful. Can Lin Gu take me up the ranks? He Linwei quickly put down the barbecue in his hands. At the moment, no matter how delicious something is, it is not as tempting as a living god. Lin Yi nodded, as if he didn't feel any pressure. Anyway, his own level has dropped, so playing a Diamond Master game is just like a warm-up. He will definitely win every game. Soon, He Linwei sent a friend request to Lin Yi, and after Lin Yi agreed, the two entered the game. He originally wanted to ask Hu Kai to play together, but Hu Kai was determined to sit next to Wu Jia and learn the skills, and refused to log in no matter what. Seeing this, Lin Yi didn't say much. In no time, Lin Yi and He Linwei were matched with 3 random teammates. Lin Yi played the mid laner, He Linwei played the jungler, and they focused on mid laner and jungler coordination. During the hero selection phase, Lin Yi, who was on the first floor, didn't hesitate for a second and selected the hero that every mid laner was extremely familiar with, Yasuo, the Storm Fury swordsman. As the confirm button was pressed, the shooter on the 4th floor typed 2 lines of text on the public screen. It can't be a troll. I'm broadcasting live right now, don't mess with me. Unexpectedly, the random match of passers-by turned out to be an anchor. Hu Kai, who was standing nearby, quickly found the anchor's live broadcast room on the Tigerfish live streaming platform based on the name of the 4th floor. Holy shit, look! It's a female anchor. And she has a super hot body and a baby face. But why are there only 30-odd people in the live broadcast room? It seems like she's a new anchor. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi also cast a curious glance. Gee, she really does have a hot body. I never thought that I would have such good luck today and actually get the chance to take a girl home. Suddenly, Lin Yi thought, I have the system in my body, I wonder if I can bind the object of cashback through a conversation from a distance. If I can, then I can just watch the live broadcast and send gifts every day when I'm bored and I'll be rich. Thinking about this, Lin Yi quickly typed a sentence on the game public screen to the female anchor on the 4th floor. Don't worry, I'm a good player. After waiting for a few seconds, there was no system prompt in his head. Lin Yi felt a sense of loss, and it seemed that this path to riches was not going to work. Look, it says on her broadcast description that you can play a game with the host by sending a gift of an airplane. Now the host is making too much money, isn't she? An airplane is 100 yuan. Wu Jia, who had sharp eyes, saw the announcement in the broadcast room of the female host. For ordinary college students like them, it was too expensive to spend 100 yuan to play a game with the female host. You have to know that their monthly living expenses are only a little over 1,000. 100 yuan is enough for them to eat in the cafeteria for 3 days. But for Lin Yi, who now has millions in his hands, this is a drop in the bucket. Moreover, Lin Yi just mentally reviewed the system's binding requirements, which are to converse with the opposite sex. He just tried it, and typing a chat should not be considered a conversation in the system's eyes. But, I wonder if a linked microphone call counts? Thinking about this, Lin Yi quickly opened his phone and logged on to Tigerfish Live. To prevent the return of cash from being unsuccessful, he only charged 100 yuan first. Soon, the special effects of the plane gift appeared in the live broadcast room of the female host. Wow, thanks to this mumming brother for sending the plane. Mumming is Lin Yi's username on Tigerfish Live. Lin Yi then typed a line in the live broadcast room. "Host, can I connect with you now? I'm Yeso from the first floor." The female hostess was taken aback. This was her first live broadcast, and she never imagined that someone would actually be willing to spend the equivalent of an airplane ticket to talk to her. And the person was just a random person she met in the game. Yes, of course. Seeing that Lin Yi had sent a request to talk to her, the female hostess immediately clicked to approve. "Hello?" Lin Yi spoke first to say hello. Ding, detected that the host is talking to the opposite sex. The host's heart rate is 25 points at this time, which meets the binding conditions. Binding successful. Lin Yi was secretly pleased to hear the familiar system prompt. It seems that his judgment was correct. The system's definition of a conversation is to speak, but there are no strict restrictions on whether it is said face-to-face or in other ways. Since the binding has been successful, if she gives him more gifts after the game is over, won't that be a windfall? Thinking about this, Lin Yi can't wait. Chapter 16, You Have Too Many Wallpapers. Lin Yi opened the personal information of the female newscaster in the system. Name, Chen Fei. Age, 19 years old. Favorability to the host, 10 points. Identity, game anchor. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Lin Yi looked at the live broadcast screen and then at Chen Fei's weight data. He nodded silently in his heart. It seems that the figure she displayed in the broadcast room is real and there is no water content. But this is too big, isn't it? Lin Yi originally thought that Li Tong, the roommate of Guan Jiyue that he met today, was already quite big. He never imagined that he would now meet someone even bigger. It seems that I still haven't seen much of the world. This is really the case. There are mountains beyond mountains, and one mountain is higher than the next. Soon, the two teams selected their heroes and entered the game. Lin Yi's team chose a group formation, while the female anchor chose a lucky sister. As soon as they entered the game, they saw the lucky sister swaying her two huge breasts and walking down the route. "Lin, you'll have to fend for yourself. I'll go straight to the bottom lane after I've finished killing monsters. I must make this sister feel the 360-degree heartwarming care of Wild Dad today." He Linwei laughed, and in the corner of his eye, he glanced at the live broadcast of the female anchor, his eyes full of a look that every man understands. Lin Yi could only helplessly roll his eyes at this kind of behavior that values women over friends. He was originally thinking about going on a mid-game roam with He Linwei, but now it's fine. Just as the game started, they've already broken up. At the 1 minute and 30-second mark, the game officially began as the first wave of troops from both sides clashed in the middle lane. Lin Yi steadily replenished his troops while chatting with the female anchor who was connected to the microphone. "What should I call you?" "Brother Mumu, just call me Fei." Chen Fei's sweet voice made the several people feel like they were basking in the spring breeze. Just as they were chatting, a cry suddenly came from the other end of the phone. "Ah! Why is the jungler from the other team here?" Chen Fei had pushed the line deep in the early game, and to prevent being caught, she had even gone to the river to secure her vision. But unexpectedly, she was still caught in the act by the opposing jungler. He had come from a blind spot. Lin Yi briefly looked at the map and understood the opponent's jungler's path. "It seems like a master." Lin Yi reminded Chen Fei to be careful. But by now, Chen Fei and the support player had already pushed past the river, and it was obviously unrealistic to think of getting out unscathed. Support was also ready to go up and sell himself. He Linwei, who was standing nearby, shouted at Lin Yi's phone, trying to keep Chen Fei calm. "Don't panic, Chen Fei. I'm coming to save you." He Linwei's blind monk Q monster jumped over the wall, touched his eyes, jumped over the wall again, and flew along the eaves all the way to the bottom lane. He looked like a messenger protecting the flower. Unfortunately, by the time He Linwei arrived, his own support titan had already been killed by the opponent. Chen Fei had slowed down slightly because she had heard He Linwei was coming to support her, and she had been caught by the other three players. He Linwei gritted his teeth, flashed into the middle of the group, and used a technique called separating the tendons and dislocating the bones. Unfortunately, ideals are full of promise, but reality is very harsh. He Linwei's team had already lost one member, and he had used his skill while rushing here, so it was still cooling down. If he rushed up at this moment, he would just be used as a target by the opponent. In the early game, the blind monk's small body could not withstand the opponent's firepower at all. The opponent's ADC, Izeriel, happily took 3 kills. Mine. He Linwei awkwardly smiled apologetically to Chen Fei. Chen Fei replied with a series of ellipses, speechless. Back on the line again, the opponent's Izeriel was unusually arrogant. And with the 3 kills he just scored, he immediately made a show of his power, and his combat effectiveness instantly increased by a large margin. Chen Fei made a few careless moves, and Izeriel used them to drain away most of her health. Hey, the ADC on the other side is a girl? Izeriel typed on the public screen, and it didn't seem like Lanning made him feel any pressure, as he even had the time to chat. Chen Fei's game ID is called Tigerfish Live Feifei, and you can search for her broadcast room by this name. She's quite good looking, so why don't you call me husband and I'll let you off the hook a bit. Izeriel had obviously already seen Chen Fei's broadcast, so he made a lewd comment. Chen Fei frowned, her expression a little displeased. Linny saw this and, with lightning-fast typing, shot back at Izeriel on the public screen. Do you live in the Dunhuang Grottos? This sentence had no preface or postscript, and after reading it, Izeriel was full of confusion and typed 3 question marks on the public screen. Linny had to explain. You have too many murals. After reading it carefully twice, a few people finally reacted to the meaning behind Linny's words, and Chen Fei also burst out laughing. After being so chided by Linny, the opponent Izeriel obviously felt a bit embarrassed. If that's the case, don't blame me, just wait until I treat you as a cash machine. Regardless of character, he speaks his mind, and this Ezreal player is still quite strong. His compliments are also quite solid. In just a few minutes, his economy has already surpassed Chen Fei's by a long shot. Coupled with the 3 heads he just got, the advantage is now clearly on the opponent's side. In order to redeem himself, He Linwei moved towards the bottom lane after finishing farming the monsters. He wanted to turn the tide with a wave of support. The support titan saw He Linwei's blind monk coming and without hesitation hooked towards the opposite side of Ezreal. He Linwei saw this and hurriedly followed. However, a purple figure suddenly appeared in the grass. Damn it! The opponent's jungler, Mantis, is counter-squatting. It's over. After a struggle, he was once again taken down by Ezreal with a triple kill. Don't come. Chen Fei typed in the team channel. Seeing this, He Linwei's guard was broken a little. He was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. He had originally wanted to bring his sister, but instead he had made a fool of himself. This was really embarrassing. Adopt me. The opponent, Ezreal, arrogantly typed 2 words on the public screen, which made He Linwei almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Chen Fei snorted in contempt and did not reply to the other party. After gaining a huge advantage, Ezreal's attacks also intensified, pushing Chen Fei outside the experience zone for a while. If this continued, the bottom lane would be a slow death. Chen Fei gritted her teeth and went up to gain experience, but was once again reduced to a skeleton by Ezreal's combo. I'll give you one more chance. Say husband and I'll listen. As he watched Ezreal's provocations on the public screen, Chen Fei was about to type a reply when she saw a golden arc of light flying towards her. So sneaky. Sneaking up on me while I'm typing. Chen Fei angrily cursed in the broadcast room. Chen Fei's control of Lady Luck was already down to a mere thread of health, and if she got hit by this ultimate, she would definitely die for sure. Moreover, at this moment, a large wave of enemy soldiers was about to enter the tower. If she was killed at this time, she would also lose the experience and economy of more than half of her soldiers. But Chen Fei had already used her flash skill, and in a panic, she relied on the mouse to move, but she simply could not avoid the range of this ultimate skill from Ezreal. Just as Chen Fei's hands left the keyboard and gave up struggling, a majestic surging wall of wind rose up from the ground and firmly blocked in front of Chen Fei. Face the wind. After Ezreal's ultimate skill hit this wall of wind, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had sunk into the sea. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lin Yi's Yasuo appeared like a hero descending on a rainbow cloud, bringing a ray of hope at Chen Fei's most desperate moment. Chapter 17, Add friends on your own initiative. Half a minute ago, the opponent's jungler had just gone to the mid lane to catch a wave, and Lin Yi's Yasuo had narrowly escaped, but his health was also very low. Everyone thought he had gone home to replenish his supplies. But unexpectedly, a blood-drained Yasuo actually walked through the jungle and went to the bottom lane, helping Sister Good Luck block a critical ultimate. Thank you, Brother Mew. Chen Fei saw that she had been saved and hurriedly thanked Lin Yi. The Ezreal player grunted in dissatisfaction. Originally, he had deliberately typed on the public screen to distract Chen Fei, and then used a big move to ambush her when she was typing a reply. However, he didn't expect this plan to be ruined by Yasuo. But Yasuo's health was also very low at this time, and a sneer flashed across Izrael's face as he turned his attention to killing the disruptive Yasuo. Izrael used an E skill to flash over to the wind wall, and with a precise Q skill, he intended to take Yasuo's head. Lin Yi was unruffled, and using the minion as a springboard, he controlled Yasuo and slid to the other side of the wind wall. Izrael's skill hit the wind wall again. Seeing this, Izrael didn't hesitate and quickly flashed to keep up. However, as soon as he had just crossed the wind wall, he saw Yasuo gliding back behind the wind wall like a loach. Damn it! Izrael felt as if he had been teased by this Yasuo, as all his skills hit the wind wall and did not cause the slightest damage to Yasuo. However, the duration of the wind wall was almost over. Once it disappeared, he would still be able to deal with Yasuo. At this thought, the corner of the Israel player's mouth couldn't help but rise. Let you taunt me just now. But what he didn't know was that at that moment, in front of the screen, Lin Yi's mouth was curling up even more. The moment the wind wall disappeared, a gale force surged out from Yasuo's blade. Step forward slash. Steel slash. Gale breath slash. Lin Yi knocked Ezreal flying like lightning, and then gracefully cast his ultimate. Although Lin Yi had not claimed many kills, his economy had been leading the opposing mid laner, and his equipment was not bad at all. I'm waiting for the wind, what are you waiting for? The thin Ezreal's health instantly bottomed out from this set of hits. But Yasuo was not in good condition either, and Ezreal was determined to fight. He aimed his Q skill in Yasuo's direction. If he hit, Yasuo's low health would be no match. But Lin Yi was not the least bit flustered, his eyes full of confidence. A white vortex appeared around Yasuo. Damn it! Wind shield. Izrael angrily patted the keyboard. He didn't expect his damage to be blocked by Yasuo's passive. In a duel between masters, life and death can be decided in an instant. Yasuo rushed forward, ending the imminent godlike Israel with a single sword strike and collecting a generous bounty. The mount is full, collect the mount. Lin Yi typed a line of words on the public screen, sarcastically retorting to Israel's arrogant remarks. Brother Mumu, you're so cool. Chen Fei clapped her hands in glee, her face full of satisfaction, and the two rabbits followed suit and bounced up. Lin Wei he looked at the resilient Chen Fei in the broadcast room and looked at Lin Yi with envy. In the next 10 minutes, neither side broke out in any large-scale team battles. Economically speaking, the other side's advantages were relatively even, while Lin Yi's side's advantages were basically concentrated on him alone. The other side was also a master, so as long as they targeted Lin Yi's Yasuo, they could keep Lin Yi's side suppressed. And the only way to break this stalemate of being suppressed was to take the initiative to start a group. After receiving Lin Yi's signal, Lin Wei controlled Blind Monk and looked for the right moment. At this time, both sides gathered in the river area, preparing to fight for the newly spawned dragon. Blind Monk sneaked around the back and, taking advantage of the opponent's inattention, prepared a roundhouse kick to knock the opponent's Ezreal over and start the fight. Lin Wei had even begun to fantasize about the look on Chen Fei's face when she was impressed by his cool operation. But unexpectedly, his plan was seen through. Just as Lin Wei's Blind Monk rushed into the crowd to prepare to flash, Izrael used an E skill to change the direction he was kicked. Damn it! Lin Wei obviously didn't expect the opponent's reaction to be so fast. His kick missed, and the Blind Monk instead fell into the enemy crowd. Moreover, his own support titan hooked up just as the Blind Monk entered the fray. Can't fight. Retreat first. At this point, they had already lost the initiative, and forcing a group fight was a guaranteed loss. Lin Yi frantically signaled for everyone to retreat. Under the fire of the 5 opponents, the Blind Monk and Titan quickly fell into the river. The opponent took advantage of the situation and planned to wipe out the remaining 3 people on Lin Yi's side. Lin Yi and Chen Fei fled as hard as they could towards the middle lane, while their own top laner covered their rear. Prepare to fight back. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed as he sent a signal to his teammates. Chen Fei froze. Just now, they were shouting to retreat, but now they want to fight back? There are only 3 of them left, how are they going to fight? At this moment, the 3 of them had already escaped to the middle lane, and Lin Yi took advantage of the enemy's line of soldiers, constantly weaving and sliding. With all his strength, he killed Yasuo first. Izrael also sent a signal to his teammates. Instantly, several people rushed in Lin Yi's direction. Just what I want. Lin Yi's fingers flew rapidly over the keyboard. In an instant, Yasuo's figure disappeared from its original location. The next second, Yasuo stepped down in a golden flash, and the fierce wind that accompanied him swept up all 5 of the unsuspecting opponents. Damn it! EQ flash. Awesome. Oh my god. So cool, Lao Lin. When they were in the river, the opponents were standing in a relatively scattered formation, just in case all 5 of them were driven away. But at this moment, in order to chase Yasuo, the few of them unconsciously leaned against each other, providing Yasuo with the perfect opportunity. The Wind of Despair slash. After picking up the 5 people, Lin Yi immediately used his ultimate move. Chen Fei's eyes lit up at this sight, and without the slightest hesitation, her pair of muskets sprayed fanatical bullets at the 5 opponents. Ah ha 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 ha. The sound of Chen Fei's laughter at this moment sounded like the devil to the 5 people on the opposite side. This is the way it is with this hero. Even if the early game goes badly, he can still deal decent damage with a big move in the mid to late game. What's more, these 5 people were still being controlled in the air by Lin Yi at this moment, and they had almost taken the full damage from Chen Fei's big move. 5 kills. The 5-kill sound effect, which represents the highest honor in the game, sounded, and Chen Fei, with the help of Lin Yi, released all the pent-up anger she had been holding back for the whole game. Izrael, I see you as Chao Pai's wife wandering the vegetable garden. After taking the 5 kills, Chen Fei, with a raised eyebrow and a triumphant air, replied to Izrael on the public screen. Izrael rubbed his head, looked at the sentence for a long time, and still could only silently type out a question mark. Lin Yi smiled and explained for Chen Fei. She said to you, Jinji plucking vegetables. Ha 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 ha. After reading this sentence, He Linwei and He Kai also laughed. Azrael flushed, unable to say a word for a long time. After this team battle, Lin Yi's side gradually expanded their advantage. With the dragon being taken by Lin Yi's side, the game also ended in laughter. Looking at the words victory on the screen, Chen Fei took the initiative to ask. Brother Mumu, can I add you as a friend? Chapter 18, The Two Sisters. When a beautiful woman takes the initiative to add you as a friend, Lin Yi naturally won't refuse. So he sent a private message to Chen Fei and sent her his WeChat. He soon received a friend request from Chen Fei. He Linwei, Hu Kai, and Wu Jia on the side couldn't help but be jealous when they saw this. Brother Lin, we'll hang out with you from now on. Yeah, teach us when you're free, and we'll also go pick up girls when we get the chance. A man who doesn't want to bring girls is not a good man. And a man who can't bring girls will become a joke in the eyes of girls. He Linwei felt this deeply. If Lin Yi hadn't turned the tide in this game, it might really have collapsed under his own leadership. After adding friends, Chen Fei immediately sent a message to Lin Yi. Brother Mumu, are you still playing later? If you are, can we play together? Chen Fei was also impressed by Lin Yi's cool and dashing operation just now, especially the final team battle, in which Lin Yi also helped her get 5 kills. Many comments in the live broadcast room praised her for playing well, and even the number of viewers increased a lot. Chen Fei wanted to seize this heat and strike while the iron was hot. But it was a bit late now, and the dormitory would be turning off the lights soon. Lin Yi looked at the time and felt a bit awkward. Let's not play today, and we can play together again next time we have a chance. After saying this, he went to wash up with a few roommates. It was late at night, and soon after a few people in the dormitory lay down, there came the sound of even breathing as they fell asleep. Lin Yi tossed and turned, unable to sleep, took out his phone, and saw that Chen Fei was still live streaming, so he clicked in. Welcome, Brother Mumming. Chen Fei's sweet voice made Lin Yi's body tremble. Brother Mumming, you're still awake. Chen Fei had stopped playing games and was chatting with the chat wall in the broadcast room. She casually asked, You've come in. Lin Yi looked around. The number of people in the broadcast room was even lower than before, with only a few scattered people, making it look a bit deserted. But that was good, as it would allow him to test whether he could get cashback for gifts on the Tigerfish live streaming platform. Wow, thanks to Brother Mumu for the super fire. Chen Fei's live broadcast room suddenly lit up with a super rocket gift effect. It was sent by Lin Yi. Ding, the current cashback target has spent 2,000 yuan, and the target's favorability is 10 points. The cashback multiplier is currently being generated at random. It has been generated, and the cashback multiplier is 3 times. Congratulations, the host has received a cashback of 6,000 yuan. The cashback was successful, but Lin Yi frowned. When he spent money at the coffee shop for Yi Shuangshuang at noon today, Yi Shuangshuang's favorability score was only 5 points, and the cashback multiplier was 3 times. Now Chen Fei's favorability score is 10 points, But why is the cashback multiplier still 3 times? This random multiplier is really random. The key is that Chen Fei's favorability score has been 10 points since binding. Logically speaking, when the two played games together, with his handsome operation, she should have had her favorability score rise a few points. And she even asked to add him on WeChat. She shouldn't have gained any favorability points at all. Not to mention the super rocket he just sent her. Seeing how happy Chen Fei looked in the live broadcast room, it was obvious that she had just started streaming and was reacting to her first big gift. But why was her favorability still at 10 points, not having changed at all? Linny analyzed the system's decision in detail. Could it be that they hadn't met in person? Through the internet, Chen Fei has no idea who Linny really is, not even what he looks like. And in order to make a woman feel a positive sentiment, she at least needs to have a specific person in mind. Upon thinking about this, Linny suddenly realized. No wonder Chen Fei's cashback multiplier is so low. However, even a mosquito's leg is still meat, and Linny is not the type of person to be picky. Spending 2,000 to get 6,000 back, and making a net profit of 4,000 just from one gift, is already a very cool thing. In that case, let the storm come even more violently. Linny typed out these words in the live broadcast room in a cool manner. Fei, don't blink. Chen Fei looked at these words, her face full of confusion, not knowing what Linny was up to. Immediately afterwards, the special effects of another super rocket lit up. And there wasn't just one. It was one after the other. The special effects of the previous super rocket had just disappeared, and the special effects of the next super rocket lit up right after. Moo. Moo moo gu? Chen Fei was so shocked by the flashing effects that she forgot to thank him. The viewers in the broadcast room were also shocked. Holy cow! Is Tigerfish Live super popular these days? Did they sell out? No, it's been super popular for a long time. It seems that some rich guy has his eye on this anchor. I really envy him. I want to be rich too. I want to give the beautiful anchor crazy gifts too. Upstairs, don't even dream about it. We probably won't be able to save up the money for gifts for this live broadcast in our entire lives. Damn it! Why can't the big shot reward me? Just because I'm a guy? At this moment, in Ling Yi's mind, the system's cashback prompt tone was also ringing non-stop. However, the cashback multiplier gradually dropped from 3 times to 2 times, and finally settled at 1 time. Damn it! Linny swiped another dozen super rockets, only to find that the cashback was always 1 time the original amount. Depressed, he stopped clicking on the gifts. With a cashback multiplier of only 1 time, it meant that spending 2,000 yuan would only get 2,000 yuan back. Although it wasn't a loss, it wasn't a profit either. If he kept swiping like this, he would never become the richest person in the world, while Chen Fei would become the richest person in the world first, thanks to the income from the gifts. In just a short while, Linny had spent a total of 600 super rockets. He had spent over 1 million and received a cashback reward of just over 2 million. In total, he had made a profit of over 1 million. Although it was a bit different from what he had expected, it was still very good. On the first day of the binding system, he had gone from being an abandoned poor boy to a rich man with over 5 million in his bank account. That was quite a feeling. However, Chen Fei on the other side of the screen was a little apprehensive. Today is the second day of her broadcast. Before she met Linny, she had hardly received any gifts, and the number of people in the live broadcast room was always pitifully low. But today, Linny gave her 600 super rockets without saying a word. I'm afraid that the majority of big fans in the live broadcast rooms of top streamers can't do this kind of thing. Moreover, it is said that after many big fans reward wildly, they will ask the female streamers for things like meeting up for a date. Chen Fei felt a little nervous, not knowing what Linny would ask of her. But Chen Fei was in urgent need of money, and this wave of rewards was like a timely gift for her. As long as Lin Yi's request was not too excessive, she was willing to accept it. Brother Muma, thank you so much. I love you, Brother Muma. Chen Fei openly gave Linny a heart sign in the live broadcast room. This move made a group of middle-aged men who were watching the live broadcast unable to sleep any longer. Is this how the rich woo girls? It's really unadorned, and it's based on billions of people. Don't say it, even I, a man, am moved when I watch it. Upstairs, you're not gay, are you? Chen Fei's public thanks really did work for Lin Yi. After all, who doesn't like being confessed to by a beautiful woman? Okay, Faye, I'm going to sleep first. Let's play games together again next time we have a chance. Linny said and went offline. Young people have good health, they get sleepy easily and fall asleep as soon as they say they are sleepy, leaving Chen Fei alone and stunned. He didn't even make a request? He just went offline? Chen Fei couldn't believe it. At that moment, a knock came from outside Chen Fei's bedroom. Chen Fei quickly turned off the live broadcast and ran to open the door. Shen Yao, a beautiful woman with big waves wearing a wrap skirt, stood in front of the door with a dazed look in her eyes. It looked like she had drunk a lot. Sister, why did you drink so much? Chapter 19, A Familiar Figure. Shen Yao collapsed drunk on the sofa. The feeling of heat in her chest made her unbutton a few buttons of her clothes. Her graceful body looked particularly charming under the outline of the wrap skirt. The way she collapsed on the sofa also looked like a lovely rose. Chen Fei made Shen Yao a glass of honey water to help her sober up. Shen Yao lifted the glass and gulped it down in one go. Chen Fei patted Shen Yao's back with concern. Sister, didn't that rich second generation ask you out for dinner today? Why are you like this? Did he get you drunk? I could see right away that he had bad intentions. He must have wanted to take advantage of you while you were drunk. Sister, I don't think you should see him anymore. You don't like him anyway. Shen Yao felt her sister's concern for her, and her heart warmed. But when she thought about the situation at home, she shook her head helplessly. I know he's not a good person, too. But what can I do? If we can't scrape together the money for Mom's surgery this week, the hospital will make us help Mom check out. Right now, only that rich kid can help us. Shen Yao went to Nanling Hotel for dinner tonight at the invitation of a certain rich second generation. The rich second generation made it very clear that as long as Chen Yao agreed to go on a trip to Shania with him, he would put the full cost of her mother's surgery on her card. Everyone is an adult, and Shen Yao naturally knows what the rich second generation means by a trip. A man and a woman, alone in a room, and it's at the romantic Shania beach. You can guess what's going to happen just by using your heels. Shen Yao despised this rich second generation in her heart. However, considering her mother who was lying in the hospital bed, Shen Yao still agreed with the rich second generation and said she would think about it for 2 days. The rich second generation was not in a hurry, and was sure that Shen Yao was already his. So he did not want to rush things, and after dinner, he very generously sent Shen Yao home and let her think about it slowly. Shen Yao and Chen Fei are real sisters. When they were very young, their parents divorced, and over the years, their mother single-handedly raised the 2 little girls. Now, their mother has fallen seriously ill and the treatment costs are running into the millions. When relatives and friends heard about this, they all stayed away for fear of being blackmailed. This astronomical sum has crushed the sisters to the point where they can hardly breathe. Out of desperation, Shen Yao contacted this second-generation heir who had always had a crush on her, hoping that he could help lend her some money to solve the problem of her mother's medical expenses. But she never expected that the second-generation heir would take advantage of the situation and make such a request. Shen Yao absolutely would not abandon her seriously ill mother. Did she really have to sacrifice her own body? Thinking about this, Shen Yao's heart was full of bitterness. Sister, don't worry, I'll find a way to get the money. Today I met a very powerful person on a live streaming platform, and he rewarded me with more than 1 million in one go. After deducting the platform's commission, I got 5 to 600,000. I think I'll find an opportunity to meet him in the next few days and see if I can ask him for some money. Chen Fei didn't want to see her sister jump into the fire, so she had to pin her hopes on Lin Yi, whom she had just met. But she herself couldn't say why she trusted this man she had just met so much. Shen Yao could hardly believe it when she heard that her sister had earned 500,000 to 600,000 yuan from just one live broadcast. Although it was still a long way from the treatment costs for her mother, it was definitely not a small sum. It was almost equivalent to her income for several years. So much money? Then he didn't ask you for something too much, did he? Shen Yao is a few years older than Chen Fei and has been in contact with society for a longer time, so she naturally understands that you can't just expect something for nothing. There is only one explanation for a man who is willing to spend a fortune on a woman. He wants to get her. Shen Yao looked at her sister Chen Fei's plump figure and sighed helplessly. I'm afraid that the so-called big shot that Chen Fei met is probably just someone similar to this rich second generation that she knows. He is just a little more generous. In the end, he will definitely reveal his evil true intentions. In contrast, Shen Yao would rather sacrifice herself. Seeing Chen Yao's expression, Chen Fei immediately guessed her sister's worries and hurriedly reassured her. Sister, don't worry, he is not the same as those people who do whatever they want because they are rich. I just played a game with him, and he rewarded me with more than $1 million. And he didn't ask for anything, he just sent the gifts and went offline. He didn't even leave me a private message. Hearing this, Chen Yao's slightly flushed face eased a little, and she blinked, looking at Chen Fei with confusion. Fei, is what you said true? Chen Fei nodded hurriedly. Sister, I'm not lying to you. I'll send him a message tomorrow during the day to see if I can arrange to meet with him. And we're not taking his money for nothing, we can discuss it with him and pay him back slowly in the future. I think that he's so generous, he must not be short of money, so he'll say yes. After hearing this, Chen Yao had a slight hesitation in her heart. Her simple-minded younger sister always thinks in such a simplistic way. However, if what Chen Fei just said is true, then it means that this person is really very generous. Maybe, if I try hard, there is hope. Thinking about this, Chen Yao nodded, agreeing to Chen Fei's plan. How about this, I will go with you to meet him, so that you won't be fooled. Chen Yao is after all a lawyer, although only an intern, she is at least more professional than her sister Chen Fei in every way. By the way, she can also help Chen Fei to check whether this rich man is really up to no good. Early the next morning, Lin Yi was woken up by He Linwei. Military training starts today, so let's hurry up and not be late. Every beautiful college life begins with military training. Hearing the assembly whistle, several people rushed downstairs while changing clothes without even having time to eat breakfast. After gathering on the playground, all the freshmen were divided into corresponding teams by more than a dozen instructors, and then each was taken away to begin the boring training of military posture. In September in Nanling, the summer heat had not yet dissipated, and the sun was scorching the ground like a furnace. After more than an hour of training, everyone's clothes were soaked in sweat and even had salt frost. Everyone, take a 15-minute break. The instructor's words made everyone feel like they had been pardoned, and they quickly hid in the shade to cool off. By the playground, there were many upperclassmen and upperclasswomen who had come to watch their younger schoolmates' military training. Everyone wanted to see if there were any particularly good-looking students in the new batch. Guan Jiyue also hurried over. Seeing Lin Yi and Yi Shuangshuang's sweet appearance at the Nanling Hotel yesterday had made her feel very uncomfortable, and she wanted to find Lin Yi to ask him for clarification. Moreover, Lin Yi's heroic rescue of the waitress yesterday had made her feel a little moved. Guan Jiyue stretched her neck and looked for Lin Yi's position in the crowd. At that moment, a familiar figure caught her eye. Li Tong? Why was she standing with Lin Yi? At that moment, Li Tong was standing in front of Lin Yi holding a bottle of ice water. Chapter 20, Do you have any shame? Today, Li Tong was wearing a cool blue dress. Her pair of soft, beautiful legs with her proud curves caused quite a stir. I heard that she was a senior from the Chinese department. I've heard that the Chinese department at Nanling University is full of beautiful women, and now it seems to be true. Hey, this university is the right choice. Look, this schoolmate has a hot body. Oh my god, who is actually dating a girl like this? Compared to her, I feel like my girlfriend's body is like an underdeveloped immature body. Hey, that schoolmate is still holding a bottle of water in her hand, could it be? Let me see, who is so awesome that they managed to pick up such a good-looking beauty on the first day of school. Everyone's gaze coincidentally looked in the direction of Li Tong. They saw Li Tong walk up to Lin Yi, smile bashfully, and hand him the water in her hand. Lin Yi, it's hot in military training, I bought you some water. Hearing the voice, Lin Yi looked up. Seeing that it was Li Tong, he wasn't surprised. After all, he had hinted at it yesterday. If Li Tong was on the right track, she would naturally take the initiative to show her goodwill to Lin Yi. Then thank you, senior. Lin Yi naturally accepted it, opened the lid and drank it with gusto. Li Tong thoughtfully pulled a piece of paper out of her pocket and carefully wiped the sweat from Lin Yi's forehead. This sudden move made Lin Yi feel a little uncomfortable. After all, no girl had ever been so considerate to him before. Seeing this scene, the boys on the side hated it so much that their teeth were about to clench. Damn it, such a beautiful schoolmate actually has a boyfriend. So what if she has a boyfriend? They're not married yet, so there's still a chance for us. Hey, are you going to be a traitor? What century is this? Can't you break up with someone you're dating? Yeah, I don't see anything special about this guy. Maybe she just likes the freshman boys. Look at me, I'm a freshman too, and I'm fresh. Forget it, look at the sweat on you, you're almost pickled. Guan Jiyue, who was nearby, also felt puzzled when she saw Li Tong's intimate actions towards Lin Yi. She knew her roommate too well. Like herself, she was a girl who valued money above all else. Li Tong had bragged more than once that she had always had 2 or 3 loyal suitors around her, but because of her family's financial situation, she had never agreed to go out with them. Guan Jiyue had met all those boys, and they were all quite good looking. Although Lin Yi does look a lot better now, it's unlikely that Li Tong would be tempted by him. What's more, she had already told Li Tong and the others about Lin Yi's situation. He grew up in an orphanage, with no one to rely on, and has to earn all his tuition and living expenses himself. At the time, Li Tong and Yang Xiaoli had been persuading her to break up with Lin Yi sooner rather than later. They said that this poor boy was not good enough for her. Now, why had she instead taken the initiative to hook up with Lin Yi? Guan Jishue looked at Lin Yi and saw him sitting under a tree with his eyes closed, enjoying himself. Li Tong was sitting nearby, looking gentle as she said something. Her attitude could even be described as slightly fawning. This situation greatly confused Guan Jishue. What on earth is going on? Yesterday, a beautiful woman was seen dining with Lin Yi at the Nanling Hotel, and today, her beautiful roommate even went out of her way to bring him water. Has Lin Yi bewitched them? Guan Jiyue couldn't hold back her confusion and hurriedly walked towards Lin Yi. Tong, why are you here? Guan Jiyue wanted to say how you hooked up with Lin Yi, but she thought about it. After all, they were roommates, and there were so many people around, so she had to be careful what she said. Li Tong saw that the person who came was Guan Jiyue, and her cheeks couldn't help but turn a little red, feeling a bit like she had been caught doing something bad. But then she thought, since Guan Jishue and Lin Yi had already broken up, she didn't need to feel guilty. Today is the first day of military training, and I came to see Lin Yi. I'm afraid he'll get heatstroke, so I bought him a bottle of water. Li Tong spoke very naturally, as if she were just visiting her boyfriend. And when Lin Yi saw Guan Jishue, he also quietly revealed a smile of success. When she heard Li Tong's reply, Guan Jishue's brows furrowed slightly. Tong, how do you know him? When Lu Jiangbua came to the dormitory to pick up Guan Jishue yesterday morning, Li Tong and the others were still persuading her to break up with Lin Yi early and not upset Lu Jiangbua. It was precisely because of this that Guan Jishue decided to dump Lin Yi hard in front of Lu Jiangbua at the school gate, to show Lu Jiangbua her loyalty. How come it's only been a day, and Li Tong has taken the initiative to come find Lin Yi? In theory, they shouldn't know each other. Guan Jishue couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. Shue, Lin Yi and I met by chance on the street yesterday. He happened to come to the beauty shop where I work part-time to buy something. Him? Why would he go to a beauty shop to buy something? In Guan Jishue's impression, Lin Yi was a straight man, so how could he go to a beauty shop? Can't I buy lipstick for my new girlfriend? Lin Yi rolled his eyes and replied in a bad mood. Ding, detected that the host is talking to the opposite sex. The host's heart rate is 3 points at this time, which does not meet the binding conditions. Binding failed. Lin Yi was taken aback. He didn't expect the system to pop up at this time. It should have detected that he was talking to Guan Jishue. Thinking back, it seemed that this was indeed the first time he had spoken to Guan Jishue since he had the system. Fortunately, he didn't have a high impression of Guan Jishue right now. If the binding was successful, would I really have to spend money on Guan Jishue for the system to return cash? That would be too much of a kiss up. Upon thinking of this, Lin Yi let out a long sigh of relief. Upon hearing the words new girlfriend, Guan Jishue's expression changed subtly. She thought of the girl who had been by Lin Yi's side yesterday. Both in appearance and temperament, she was leagues above herself. But why would a girl like that look at Lin Yi? Xiao Shui, you guys have already broken up, so Lin Yi doesn't need to report to you about what he's doing now, does he? Li Tong has good insight and knows that this is a great opportunity to make her position clear to Lin Yi. Between college girl roommates, there is no deep friendship to speak of, and it's all about you being jealous of me and me being jealous of you. Every time Lu Jiangbua gave Guan Jishue a gift, Guan Jishue would take it back to the dormitory to show off, which made Li Tong and Yang Xiaoli unhappy a long time ago. However, Guan Jiyue never imagined that Li Tong would say such things to her about Lin Yi. Li Tong, what do you mean? You've always laughed at Lin Yi for being poor and told me to break up with him sooner. Now that I've dumped him, you're the one who's actively approaching him? Have you no shame? The surrounding students all perked up their ears at this explosive conversation, waiting with a face like they were about to eat melons. Chapter 21 Potential Binding Objects. Seeing that she had previously said something bad about Lin Yi, which was revealed in public by Guan Jishue, Li Tong felt a little embarrassed. Guanji Shui, don't falsely accuse people here. It was you who couldn't resist the temptation and wanted to be that bald man's third wife. You let down Lin Yi's true heart. You don't know what it means to cherish, but I do. I know how outstanding a guy like Lin Yi is. I can't bear to see you hurt him like this. You are worthy of being roommates, you don't hold back when you reveal the truth. Seeing this, Lin Yi propped up his chin and watched the two women argue with red faces with interest. The power of money really cannot be underestimated. It is surprising how easily it can turn two women against each other. Lin Yi naturally understood that what Li Tong had done today was to win his favor, so that he could feel good and give her some expensive little gifts. However, Lin Yi doesn't lack money at all right now. Money is an inexhaustible renewable resource in Lin Yi's hands. Therefore, even if Li Tong has other plans, it doesn't matter to him. As long as he can disgust Guanji Shui, he feels great in his heart. Seeing Guanji Shui's face turn red and her words stop short, Lin Yi secretly cursed in his heart that she deserved it. However, he didn't expect Guanji Shui to be willing to be a mistress for a bald man. I have previously checked through the system, and Guanji Yue's favorability towards Lu Jiangbei is only 5 points, so why would she go rushing to be someone's mistress? I remember that in high school, Guanji Yue was very arrogant. Now she has fallen so low. Lu Jiangbei is married, and Guanji Yue knows this. For the sake of money, she can let herself pretend not to care, but now Li Tong has told everyone about this in public, which is nothing short of the greatest humiliation to her. After hearing this shocking news, the surrounding classmates pointed and stared at Guanji Yue. They had heard from the older students that on weekends, there would be a lot of people from outside the school picking up their canaries in luxury cars. What do you mean by canary? You don't know? It means a female college student who is being kept. No way, she got into such a good school as Nanling University, why would she humiliate herself like that? You wouldn't understand. Even after you graduate from university, I'm afraid you can only find a job that pays a few thousand yuan a month. But if someone can find a rich man to support them, they can earn tens of thousands of yuan a month. And they don't have to do anything, they just have to make the rich man happy. They only have to work 3 weeks a month, and they get a week off. You don't get that kind of treatment at work. They get a week off? After all, there are always a few days every month when a woman. Look at all the fresh graduates out there, working hard every day like cattle in the office. Who wouldn't want to take this shortcut? Her classmates were all talking about it, and they looked at Guanji Yue with some contempt and disdain. They envied her, but they all despised her for her actions. Facing the burning stares of the crowd, Guanji Yue at the moment wished she could immediately dig a hole and crawl into it. Li Tong. I never want to see you again. I was thinking that it was your birthday in a few days and I ordered a birthday cake for you in advance. Unexpectedly, Guanji Yue started to sob. She had originally hoped that she and her roommates were very close sisters, but she never imagined that they looked down on her in their hearts. The family backgrounds of her roommates were all much better than hers. When she first entered university, Guanji Yue did everything she could to fit in with her roommates and not be looked down upon by them, which is why she got involved with the disgusting, greasy guy Lu Jiangbei. In the end, she was still a joke in their eyes. Guanji Yue regretted it at the moment. If she hadn't been so vain, she probably wouldn't have had to live so hard. Maybe. But there's no such thing as regret medicine in the world. Seeing Guanji Shui in tears, Lin Yi still felt compassion. After all, she was the first person he fell in love with when he first started to fall in love. And he has sacrificed so much for her. To say that he can completely remain calm now is absolutely impossible. However, he knows the saying that a good horse doesn't return to the stable. He just doesn't want to get entangled with Guanji Shui anymore. What's in the past is in the past, let everything end here, even if it's settled. Okay, stop fighting. Guanji Shui, just go. Lin Yi got up and stopped Li Tong, who wanted to continue the verbal attack. He waved his hand at Guanji Shui with a relieved expression. Li Tong saw this and also knew when to stop. She immediately shut up. Ding, it is detected that the host is talking to the opposite sex. The host's heart rate is very high at this time, which meets the binding conditions. Binding successful. Name, Guanji Shui. Age, 19. Favorability to host, 5 points. Identity, student at the Chinese Department of Nanling University. Height, 164 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Lin Yi heard the system's prompt in his head and looked at Guanji Shui doubtfully. Damn the system messing with my mind. I just had a 3-point favorability to Guan Jishui, but now it's suddenly gone up to 10 points? Is it because I decided not to continue to make things difficult for her? Upon thinking of this, Linny could not help but let out a helpless sigh. Forget it, just bind it. Anyway, it's not like I need to earn Guan Jishui's cashback. However, seeing Guan Jishui's 5-point favorability towards him, Linny felt a little upset. He never expected that after all these years of relationship, he would only have a 5-point favorability with Guan Jishui. You have to know that Lu Jiangbo, that bald, fat pig of a man, has a 5-point favorability in Guan Jishui's heart. At this moment, Guan Jiyue looked at Linny and a different emotion welled up in her heart. Unexpectedly, at the lowest point in her life, the man she had hurt not only did not add to her humiliation, but instead generously stopped Li Tong's actions on her behalf. At this moment, the bits and pieces of her past experiences with Linny in high school kept flashing back in Guan Jiyue's mind. She truly regretted it at this moment. Guan Jiyue, favorability plus 5. Guan Jiyue's current favorability is 10 points. Hearing her favorability rating rise, Linny shrugged. Well, at least my favorability rating is now higher than Lu Jiangbo's. Seeing that Guan Jishui was taking her time leaving, Linny was afraid that Li Tong would start arguing with Guan Jishui again, so he quickly changed the subject. Li Shuijia, I heard that your birthday is coming up soon? Li Tong perked up immediately upon hearing this. Could it be that Linny was going to give her a birthday present? I never thought that after scolding Guan Jishui for him today, I would get a gift right away. Although I was very excited, I still pretended to be coy. Linny, we're about the same age, you don't need to call me Shuijia, it's too formal. My friends usually call me Tong Tong, you can just call me Tong Tong from now on. My birthday is this weekend, I'm planning to rent a villa and have a party with my friends, if you don't mind, come along? Li Tong blinked her watery eyes at Linny, her eyes full of innuendo. Hearing this, Linny was secretly happy. It seems that there is a chance to legitimately spend money on Li Tong. Moreover, Li Tong's birthday party should invite some of her best friends. Those are all potential binding objects. Chapter 22, It's You. After getting Lin Yi's affirmative reply, Li Tong took the opportunity to add Lin Yi to WeChat. Then she left, leaving a meaningful sentence, I'll definitely come, I'll be waiting for you. Seeing this, Guan Jishui also lowered her head and silently disappeared into the crowd. After the two girls left, a thick hand immediately patted Lin Yi's shoulder. Lin, I didn't realize that you were so charming. Lin Weiyi, Kaihu and Jiewu surrounded him with evil grins on their faces. Tell us, how did you manage to get such a cool older sister? It seems that Lin is not only good at playing games, but also at picking up girls. If you can't do it, why don't you start a class and we'll sign up to learn from you? Hearing Lin Wei's teasing, the surrounding boys also gathered around, wanting to hear what amazing techniques Linny would use to woo a girl. Linny spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders, and looked helpless. I didn't chase her. You saw it too, she came to me on her own initiative. She even asked for my WeChat ID. I guess she saw how handsome I am. Although Linny tried his best to suppress himself, his words still revealed a strong sense of pretentiousness. The surrounding boys rolled their eyes and cut a sound of speechless. After a day of military training, Linny and the others couldn't wait to go back to the dormitory and take a cold shower. After the shower, they changed into clean clothes and were about to go to the cafeteria for dinner. At that moment, Linny saw the screen of his phone light up, indicating a new message. He opened the phone and saw that it was from Chen Fei. Brother Mumu, I'm sorry to bother you, but I'd like to ask if you have time tonight. If it's convenient, can I invite you to dinner? Seeing this careful tone, Linny felt that Chen Fei was a little more endearing. Guys, I'm not eating with you tonight, I've got a date. Lin Wei and the others immediately gathered around, with a look of surprise on their faces. Who is it? Is it that schoolmate with the great figure from today? Progressing so quickly? They've already started going on dates alone. She even took the initiative to ask you out to dinner, I'm so envious. When we were dating, we were the ones who took the initiative to ask girls out, but why is it the other way around with Lao Lin? So are you coming back tonight? If you're not coming back tonight, I'll go to the dormitory office and sign you in. Don't worry, I won't let the dormitory manager catch you. Linny shook his head when he heard this. It's not the school elder sister, it's the anchor who played games with me last night. The three of them widened their eyes in surprise and were full of disbelief. Holy shit, Lin, it's only been a day, and you've already got that female anchor. From now on, we're all going to hang out with you, and one day we'll learn a trick or two from you and say goodbye to our single lives. Lin, you're so awesome, that childish-looking female anchor actually volunteered to take you to dinner. Is it because you're a good gamer? I'm going to start practicing my gaming skills today. Sure enough, in every trade, there is a master, and girls like guys who play games well. When Linny was sending gifts to Chen Fei last night, Linwei and the other two had already fallen asleep and naturally didn't know about it. So they thought that Chen Fei had invited Linny to dinner because she admired his gaming skills. Linny naturally didn't explain too much. He couldn't tell his roommates that he had so much money that he casually sent a female anchor he just met over 1 million gifts. No one would believe him if he told them. Moreover, Linny wanted to get along with his roommates as an ordinary person and didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. Linny sent Chen Fei a message back, telling her that he would be there in a while. Several roommates sensibly gave Linny a knowing look, and told him to take care of his health. Linny rolled his eyes, always emphasizing that he is a gentleman. However, he was also looking forward to the meeting that night. It's not that he expects to have something happen with the female anchor, but rather that he expects the female anchor's favorable impression of him to rise a little after the two meet. If it can rise a little, then the rebates will be even greater when he gifts the live broadcast room in the future. Thinking about this, Linny couldn't help but rub his hands together. On the other end of the phone, Chen Yao saw the message that Linny had sent back to Chen Fei's phone, and a glimmer of hope suddenly arose in her heart. As long as this mysterious rich man could agree to lend the sisters a sum of money, then their mother could receive timely treatment. And Chen Yao wouldn't have to humiliate herself by accompanying that rich second generation. However, the cost of her mother's treatment would add up to several million before and after, and even if it could be borrowed, she was afraid that she and her younger sister would need to spend decades earning money to repay it. Would there really be a kind person in the world willing to lend such a huge sum of money to two strangers without any proof? Thinking about this, Chen Yao still felt a bit unsure. Seeing her sister's nervousness, Chen Fei thoughtfully took Chen Yao's hands in hers. Sister, let's try our best. Even if Brother Mumu is unwilling to lend us the money, we can still think of other ways. Anyway, I don't want you to sacrifice yourself for this to that scheming second-generation rich guy. Hearing her sister's concern, Chen Yao's heart warmed, but an unavoidable trace of bitterness still arose. Their mother's condition had no time to delay. If they couldn't borrow the money this time, they would have to go to the rich second generation. Chen Yao and Chen Fei put on a little makeup and took a taxi out of the door. After the sisters got into the taxi, a man wearing a cap at the entrance of the community quietly called a number. Brotherly, I saw your sister-in-law leaving the house with her sister. They're both wearing makeup, like they're meeting someone. Okay, I understand. I'll follow them later. I'll send you their location when I get there. Okay, Brotherly, don't worry, I'll take care of it. At 6 p.m., Linny took a taxi to the Western restaurant where Chen Fei had sent her location. It was the peak hour after work, and Linny had to wait nearly 20 minutes for a taxi. He was almost late. It seems that I will have to buy a car of my own in the future. Anyway, now that I have money, I can't afford to miss out on a car or a house. Looking at the more than 5 million yuan in his bank account, Linny is full of hope for his future life. He pushes open the door and enters the restaurant, where the waiter leads him to the private room that Chen Fei has reserved. As soon as Linny enters the room, Chen Fei immediately stands up to greet him. Chen Fei is wearing a JK outfit today, and when she stands up, her breasts jiggle. With her innocent and cute appearance and devilish figure, it is not an exaggeration to say that she is a beauty of the world. You must be Brother Mumu. I didn't expect you to be so young. Chen Yao was originally sitting with her back to the door of the box, but when she heard someone coming, she immediately got up and turned around. However, after seeing who was coming, the fake business smile on her face froze. Instead, she had a face full of surprise and astonishment. It's you! Chapter 23, A Windfall. Linny was also taken aback. He didn't expect to see here the big wave-haired beauty who had helped him scare off Lu Jianghua. It really is a small world. Chen Yao was wearing a long white one-piece dress with suspenders, and she had thrown a small black shawl over her shoulders. Her gentle temperament and hot big waves gave off a contrasting beauty, just like Chen Fei. But didn't Chen Fei ask her to come here? Why was she here too? The two of them saw Linny's puzzled expression, and Chen Fei immediately came forward to explain. Brother Mumu, she is my real sister, and today's invitation was actually from both of us. We both have something we want to. Chen Fei was originally a young girl under the age of 20 who knew nothing about the ways of the world. She couldn't wait to come right out and tell Linny her true intentions. Chen Yao saw this and hurriedly interrupted Chen Fei, turning to look at Lin Yi and giving him a sincere smile. I never thought I'd see you again. Lin Yi nodded. Yes, what a coincidence. This time, Chen Fei was dumbfounded. From the looks of things, these two obviously knew each other. What's going on? You know Brother Mumu? Chen Yao hurriedly explained. Fei, he's the kind and helpful person I told you about. I met him last night at the Nanling Hotel while I was having dinner. Lin Yi blushed, looking modest. It was a trivial matter. Instead, I should thank you. If you hadn't stood up and identified yourself as a lawyer, that troublesome fat man probably wouldn't have let me off so easily. Chen Yao had already told Chen Fei about what happened at the Nanling Hotel last night, so Chen Fei now knew that the person in front of her, who had spent over 1 million yuan on gifts at the slightest provocation, was the same person her sister Chen Yao had met yesterday. Chen Fei, plus 5 favorability points. Chen Fei's current favorability score, 15 points. Brother Mumu, I never thought. Just call me Lin Yi. I'm a freshman this year, and I'm about the same age as you. Chen Yao and Chen Fei both looked incredulous when they heard this. A freshman casually giving away gifts worth over 1 million? This can't be someone from a wealthy family. Lin Yi smiled and pulled out a chair to sit down. Shall we eat and chat? The two women finally came back to their senses and quickly called the waiter to say that the appetizers could be served. Did you ask me to come over today because you need my help with something? Lin Yi remembered that Chen Fei had been interrupted by Chen Yao in the middle of her sentence, so she must have wanted his help with something. From their encounter at the Nanling Hotel yesterday, Lin Yi could tell that Chen Yao was a very kind person. He didn't want to beat around the bush when talking to someone like her. So he just got straight to the point. Seeing that Lin Yi had already said so, Chen Yao told him everything about her mother's serious illness. The hospital told us that the treatment costs are conservatively estimated at around 8 million. We have borrowed from all our relatives and friends, but no one is willing to help us. We have already sold the house we used to live in, and with the income from the large gift you gave to Fei yesterday, we. Having said this, Chen Yao felt a little apprehensive, not knowing whether Lin Yi would turn away when she spoke so bluntly. After all, we just met and have no relationship. I'd been so forward since I arrived. I'm afraid anyone would be offended. Moreover, Lin Yi already gave Chen Fei a lot of rewards yesterday, and now if I ask him for more, it will always give the impression of someone who was pushing their luck. Chen Yao is a very ambitious person, and if it weren't for her seriously ill mother, she would never have done such a thing. At the moment, she even looked down on herself a little. Seeing Chen Yao's reluctance to speak, Lin Yi probably guessed the embarrassment in her heart. It should be that she saw how generous I was when I rewarded Chen Fei yesterday, so she wants me to help. If it were in the past, even if Lin Yi really had so much money, I'm afraid he wouldn't lend it so easily. After all, with such a large sum of money, there is a high chance that it will not be recovered if lent out. These days, it is often the person in debt who is the boss, and the one who lends the money is basically the innocent party. But now, this is a perfect opportunity to get cash back. A few million, if this deal goes through, then you'll be rich. How much is still missing for your mother's treatment? 6.5 million. Chen Fei's eyes lit up with hope when she heard Lin Yi ask about the money, and she immediately told him the truth. Chen Yao hastily added, Mr. Lin, I know that it's very sudden and presumptuous to ask you to meet with me today to discuss these matters. But we really have no other way out. If you have any concerns or find it inconvenient, let's just pretend we never said any of this today. I can try to find another way to get the money. You already gave Fei so many gifts yesterday, and we are already very grateful to you. Chen Yao gave Chen Fei a wink, and Chen Fei hurriedly raised her glass and stood up. Yes, Brother Lin Yi, if it's inconvenient for you to lend it, that's fine, we're still very grateful to you. The sisters called him respectfully, and Lin Yi was a little uncomfortable. Since childhood, it was the first time someone had spoken to him so politely. And they were two stunning beauties. It seems that having money really makes a difference. But I only have 5 million yuan on hand, and I'm still short of 1 million yuan to reach 6.5 million. Hey, I'm so stupid. I can transfer the money in several installments, and once I get the cash back for the previous installment, I can continue to transfer the next installment. And, after the money is transferred, the favorability rating may increase, and the cashback for the subsequent balance payment should be even higher. Ha. Thinking about this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel that he was a real genius. You guys send me the card number, and I'll transfer it to you now. Linny took out his phone, suppressing his inner excitement and speaking in a flat tone. The two sisters originally didn't have high expectations for Linny agreeing to lend them money, and they just wanted to try their best. But they didn't expect Linny to agree without saying a word. And judging from the situation, he was planning to lend them all the money they would need for subsequent treatment. "Mr. Lin, are you really willing to lend us the money?" Chen Yao asked tentatively. She and Linny had only met once, and Linny had just said he would lend them the money without any additional conditions. This act of charity made Chen Yao feel unbelievable. Linny nodded, his heart no less excited than Chen Yao's. For him, why not do something that helps others and also benefits oneself? And the other party is still two beautiful women, and he can also improve their favorability a little in the process. It's a no-brainer. Chen Yao saw Linny nod, and her eyes, which had been pretending to be strong, were instantly filled with tears. A huge stone that had been weighing on her heart for so long had finally fallen. She could both preserve her innocence and save her mother. "Mr. Lin, thank you so much. Don't worry, I will draw up a loan contract with you. I will clearly state the repayment period and method. Once you have read the contract and are sure it is fine, we will transfer the money." Chen Yao still knows how to act appropriately. She knows that at least the relevant matters need to be agreed beforehand, so that Linny will have a basis in his mind. At this time, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open by a man. "Yao Yao, I promised to transfer the money to you in a few days. Why did you have to go to someone else?" Chapter 24. Don't be ungrateful. 5 minutes ago, a silver Bentley Continental slammed on the brakes and came to a stop at the entrance to the Western restaurant. A rich second-generation scion with a slicked-back hairdo got out of the car and walked into the restaurant. The manager recognized the person at once and greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Li, what brings you here?" Although there are many rich second-generation scions in Nanling City, not many of them bring different women to eat Western food every other day. Naturally, the manager would not recognize his regular customer. Li Zhuoran did not say much, and replied with two faint words. "Looking for someone." Seeing this, the manager tactfully stepped aside and made a gesture of invitation to Li Zhuoran. Li Zhuoran had previously arranged for his subordinate to secretly keep an eye on Chen Yao's every move for him. As soon as Chen Yao left the house tonight, Li Zhuoran received a report from his subordinate. After hearing that Chen Yao had arranged to meet a young man here with her sister tonight, Li Zhuoran felt a sudden surge of anger. He was about to take this leggy, perky-bottomed pretty girl of the law. When the time came, he would open the room with a view of the mountains and the sea, have a glass of red wine, and have some serious exchanges for a few days. Not only would Chen Yao not resist, she would even grovel and thank him for being willing to lend her the money to save her mother. Of course, the money is not lent for free. Li Zhuoran had previously agreed with Chen Yao that the interest would be calculated according to the general market rate. In other words, not only is this woman free, she is even actively paying interest and bringing it to the door. This kind of good thing is not easy to come by. Therefore, Li Zhuoran absolutely will not allow her to cause trouble at this moment. However, as soon as Li Zhuoran reached the door of the box, he heard Chen Yao's excited voice coming from inside. It seemed like she was thanking the other person for agreeing to lend her the money. "That bitch, she went behind my back and went to someone else. You won't get away from me." Li Zhuoran was furious, and reached out to push open the door to the private room. "Yao Yao, I told you I would transfer the money to you in a few days. Why did you go to someone else?" Li Zhuoran walked into the private room, suppressing his anger and putting on a gentlemanly appearance. He pulled a chair over and sat between Chen Yao and Linny. Linny frowned, feeling that the man looked familiar. After a moment of thought, it seemed that when he met Chen Yao at the Nanling Hotel last night, this man was sitting opposite her. At the time, he had thought that the two were a couple. But now, looking at the way Chen Yao was looking at this man, with a hint of disgust in her frightened eyes, it seemed that the two were not on good terms. Li Zhuoran also took a look at Linny up and down. Linny was wearing the clothes that Yi Xuanshuang had taken him to pick out yesterday. Although it fit well and looked handsome, this kind of clothing that cost a few thousand yuan was no different from street stall goods in the eyes of a rich second generation like Li Zhuoran. After just one glance, Li Zhuoran was certain that the man in front of him was not rich. He let out a sigh of relief. "Yao Yao, the surgery fees for your mother are not a small sum, so you don't need to trouble others. Do you think anyone can casually come up with this kind of money? Be a good girl and listen to me. I've already bought the plane ticket, and we can leave for Shania the day after tomorrow. Not only will I lend you all the money you need for the rest of the treatment, I'll also go and say hello to the director of Nanling Hospital. My father has always been on good terms with the director. The hospital will definitely pay more attention to your mother's treatment. After saying this, Li Zhuoran tried to take Chen Yao's hand. Before Chen Yao could react, Chen Fei took her sister's hand and held it in front of her. Mr. Li, please behave yourself. You don't think I don't know what you're thinking. My sister doesn't like you at all. She agreed to go to dinner with you yesterday because she wanted to borrow money to help pay for my mother's surgery. Now that we've borrowed the money, please don't harass my sister anymore. Chen Fei was furious, and her proud chest rose and fell slightly with her anger. He had no idea that Chen Yao had such a cute younger sister. Li Zhuoran licked his lips and smiled wickedly. He had made up his mind and was determined to take both sisters. You say you have borrowed the money? You're not afraid of being cheated by this poor loser, are you? Do you know how much money 6 million yuan in cash flow is? He's such a bragger. I think he's watched too many mindless comedies and thinks he's really some kind of overbearing CEO. Li Zhuoran snorted in contempt and gave Linny a disdainful glance. Linny was not happy when he heard Li Zhuoran say that. And combined with what Chen Fei had just said, it seemed that this rich second generation wanted to take advantage of the sisters' urgent need for money to take advantage of them. These rich people, why are their minds so despicable? If I can afford to pay so much, what would you say? Linny rested his chin in his hand, a playful expression on his face. Stop pretending. If you could afford to pay that much, I'd kowtow to you and call you grandpa right now. Fine, that's what you said. I hope you can keep your word. Linny looked at Li Zhuoran coldly, with a contemptuous smile. You piece of shit, you look down on people. You look down on me, huh? I have a system in place, and the money will only keep on growing. I'll open your eyes today. Linny took out his phone, clicked into the transfer page, and then handed the phone to Chen Yao. Enter your bank card number. Chen Yao shook her head quickly. Mr. Lin, we haven't signed the loan contract yet. Linny waved his hand. It's only a little over 6 million, there's no need to sign. Linny spoke casually, but Li Zhuoran looked at him with contempt. Humph, he's got a lot of nerve. I'm afraid you'll never save up 6 million in your life. Keep pretending, I'll see how long you can keep it up. Li Zhuoran only had 500,000 yuan a month for pocket money, and he would have to think of a way to come up with 6 million yuan. And this poor loser in front of him, dressed in a load of cheap street clothes, actually had the nerve to say that 6 million yuan was a small sum. He really had been kicked in the head by a donkey, and was willing to say anything to get a girl. Yao Yao, give him the card number and tell him to transfer the money now. I want to see how he's going to end up. Li Zhuoran urged. Chen Yao was a bit embarrassed at this time. But after seeing Lin Yi's determined eyes, she still took the phone and entered her bank card number. Ding! Less than half a minute later, Chen Yao received an incoming text message on her phone. Chen Yao quickly opened her phone to take a look. It showed that the bank card had received 1 million yuan. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi really transferred a huge sum of 1 million yuan to her without saying a word. Together with the gift income of more than 500,000 yuan that he rewarded his younger sister Chen Fei yesterday, he has already given the two sisters 1.5 million yuan. However, this amount is still a long way from the total cost of the surgery. Just now, Lin Yi agreed to lend more than 6 million yuan, didn't he? Why now? Chen Yao suddenly thought that she seemed to understand something. Perhaps Lin Yi just wanted to prove that he did have the financial resources through this transfer. As for the final payment, let's wait until after she has signed a loan contract with him. After all, the other person is also trying to protect the safety of his property. That's understandable. At this time, Li Zhuoran, who was standing nearby, leaned over and saw the text message reminder on Chen Yao's phone. I thought you were rich. I'm afraid that you didn't empty your family's assets to come up with this 1 million. Yao Yao, I'm giving you one last chance, so think carefully. If you go with me, I will definitely make up the rest of the money for you. But if you don't know how to be grateful, don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't come back begging me after you realize you've been cheated by this poor loser. I won't be merciful then. Chapter 25, This grudge is settled. Li Zhuoran had already planned everything that would happen next. Knowing Chen Yao as he did, he knew that at this point she would definitely not give in, and would definitely hope that this poor loser had not cheated her. In a moment, he would pretend to be angry and leave first. After Chen Yao realized she had been cheated, she would definitely have to obediently come back and beg him. After all, in the circles Chen Yao moves in, only he has the ability to come up with such a large sum of money. At that time, he will tell Chen Yao that she did not seize the opportunity he gave her. If she wants to change her mind, then she should bring her younger sister Chen Fei and go on vacation with him to Shania. Just looking at these two delicate sisters, Li Zhuoran feels his blood boil just thinking about the erotic scene. Hearing these words, Chen Yao's heart also became a little nervous. Although she was very grateful to Lin Yi, Li Zhuoran was also correct in saying that 6 million yuan in cash flow was not something that anyone could come up with. Lin Yi had just said himself that he was a freshman in college. Even if his family was very wealthy, his parents should not have let him have so much money. If they really couldn't come up with the surgery fees later, then they would really have to go back to Li Zhuoran and beg. Although she didn't want to, there was no other way for her to do it for her seriously ill mother. Hey, I didn't think in the end I would still be unable to escape from Li Zhuoran's clutches. Li Zhuoran saw Chen Yao's eyes waver, and his heart gradually became complacent. Lin Yi watched as Li Zhuoran's eyes kept wandering over the two sisters, and roughly guessed his dirty thoughts. She secretly spat in her heart. She only couldn't transfer the entire amount at once because her balance was insufficient. Who said she could only come up with 1 million? It wasn't long before the system beeped. Ding, this time the cashback target has spent 1 million yuan, and the target's favorability is 30 points. The cashback multiple is being generated randomly. It has been generated, and the cashback multiple this time is 20 times. Congratulations, the host has received 20 million yuan in cashback. Lin Yi's face flashed with an expression that everything was in the plan. Who said I only had 1 million? I was just afraid that Chen Yao had accidentally entered the wrong card number, so I transferred 1 million yuan first to test whether the card number was correct. Lin Yi's face remained unchanged, as if transferring 1 million yuan was as simple as eating and drinking. Lin Yi opened his phone and clicked again to enter the bank card transfer interface. Without waiting for Chen Yao and Li Zhuoran to react, he transferred the rest of the money to Chen Yao all at once. The bank card received 5.5 million yuan. Chen Yao looked at the bank's incoming message on her phone, and her hands trembled with excitement as she held the phone. Together with the 1 million yuan Lin Yi had previously transferred, it was exactly 6.5 million yuan. The surgery fee was collected. Mom is saved. Thinking of this, Chen Yao excitedly rushed up and gave Lin Yi a big hug. Thank you. Chen Yao, favorability plus 5 points. Chen Yao, favorability plus 5 points. Current favorability 40 points. Chen Yao's warm body filled Lin Yi's arms, and the fragrance in her hair drifted into Lin Yi's nostrils. Lin Yi was taken aback by this sudden hug. As a straight man, this was the first time he had been hugged by a beautiful woman. His palms were even sweating. What's more, to his surprise, Chen Yao's favorability rating had risen to 40 points. When the time came to redeem the points, the multiplier would be even higher. At that moment, an untimely reminder from the system sounded in his mind. Ding, the system reminded him that the standard for doubling cashback is based on the favorability of the opposite sex at the time of the host's consumption. Lin Yi sighed wordlessly upon hearing this. He had never expected the system to be so strict. Ding, this time you have spent 5.5 million yuan on the cashback target, and the favorability of the cashback target at the time of the host's consumption is 30 points. The multiple for this cashback is currently being randomly generated. It has been generated, and the multiple for this cashback is 30 times. Congratulations, host, you have earned a cashback of 165 million yuan. Holy shit, 30 times. System, you're not completely heartless. Judging from the previous few cashbacks, the doubling factor of the system cashback generally does not exceed the favorability of the cashback target. A 30 times doubling factor for a 30 favorability is already considered the upper limit. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Moreover, Lin Yi noticed that Chen Yao was different from the money-worshipping girls like Yi Xuanshuang, in that she would not become more likable just because someone gave her money. And according to the system, as long as her favorability rating did not reach 50 points, all the money he spent on her would be refunded. This was a natural cashback system. Thinking about this, Lin Yi was even more determined to buy the sisters more things. Chen Fei could not believe her eyes when she saw Chen Yao's excited expression. Sister, we really have the money for the operation? Chen Fei couldn't believe it until she saw her sister Chen Yao nod seriously. That's great. Sister, Mom can finally have the operation. Chen Fei couldn't hold back her tears. There's an emotion called tears of joy. This huge stone had been weighing on the sisters' hearts for too long. But today, Linny helped them remove it once and for all. Chen Fei, plus 10 points to favorability. Chen Fei, favorability plus 10 points. Chen Fei, favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 45 points. Linny froze for a moment. He didn't expect Chen Fei's favorability to have increased as well. And it had reached 45 points, which was higher than Chen Yao's. These sisters are truly a treasure. Linny secretly rejoiced in his heart, silently planning how to find an excuse to spend more money on the sisters in the future. As he watched the three of them happily chatting, Li Zhuoran felt as if his face had been scorched. He had originally thought that the man in the cheap clothes was just putting on an act. He had never expected him to actually hand over more than 6 million yuan. And he didn't even ask Xing Yao to sign a loan contract. That was really generous. Wasn't he afraid that the woman would just take the money and run? No one could resist the temptation of such a large sum of money these days. Did this idiot not know this truth? Was he so brainless? There can only be one explanation. He and Chen Yao are having an affair. At this thought, Li Zhuoran felt a lump in his throat. Unexpectedly, he was about to get his hands on the ultimate beauty, but someone else beat him to it. As he looked at Li Zhuoran, who was full of displeasure, Linny was beaming with satisfaction. You win some, you lose some. Shouldn't one of my grandsons call me grandpa? Li Zhuoran stood up, his face turning red, snorted, and walked out of the box without looking back. You just wait. Li Zhuoran let out a fierce threat before leaving, unconvinced. It seemed that the feud was settled for the day. But Linny didn't care. What threat could a mere rich second generation pose to him? He currently had over 100 million in his hands, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a rich first generation. Besides, there was no such thing as a grandfather being afraid of his grandson. As he watched Li Zhuoran's receding back, Linny shrugged indifferently. Chapter 26, Getting Involved. After Li Zhuoran left, Linny and Chen Yao and Chen Fei had an exceptionally enjoyable meal. Chen Yao and Chen Fei were in high spirits because they had finally managed to scrape together enough money for their mother's treatment. Linny, on the other hand, naturally enjoyed eating Western food with these two pleasingly beautiful women. After they finished eating, the sisters proposed to sign a loan contract with Linny on the spot. Linny refused directly. After all, the system stipulates that cashback can only be given for spending with the opposite sex. If a loan contract is signed, it will not be considered spending. What if the system takes back the cash just refunded? He doesn't want to take that risk. The sisters were greatly moved when they saw Linny's strong attitude in refusing. They didn't expect this man to trust them so much. So Chen Yao and Chen Fei proposed that after arranging for their mother's treatment, they would invite Linny to their home for dinner to taste the sisters' cooking. Linny readily agreed. It didn't really matter whether they ate or not. The main thing was that they were going to someone's home, so they couldn't go empty-handed, and they would definitely have to buy some gifts. Then they could justifiably spend money on the sisters. And they could get some cash back. Thinking about this, Linny smiled happily. Suddenly, a ringtone interrupted Linny's fantasies. Linny had just pressed the answer button when an anxious voice came from the other end of the line. Wu Jia. Lin, where are you? Come back soon. He Linwei and Hu Kai are fighting. Linny was full of question marks. These two were just now okay in the same pants, and now they're fighting? After hanging up the phone, Linny quickly said hello to Chen Yao and Chen Fei, saying that he had to hurry back to school. The two women saw that Linny was in a hurry and didn't try to stop him. After thanking them a few times, they sent Linny to the car. Linny hurried back to the dormitory. As soon as he opened the door, he saw He Linwei with a bruise on the corner of his mouth and a look of indignation on his face. Hu Kai's situation wasn't much better, either he turned his back and silently wiped the blood from his nose. What's going on? Linny pulled Wu Jia over and asked in a low voice. Wu Jia half covered his mouth with his hand and whispered to Linny about what had just happened. Lin, let me tell you, here's what happened. Hu Kai has a long-time crush on a goddess who also got into Nanling. She's at Nanling University of the Arts, studying music. We were just talking about it, and started making fun of each other, wanting to see a picture of the girl. But unexpectedly, after Hu Kai took out the photo, he actually felt that the girl looked familiar. Then he looked through his phone for a while and found that a high school classmate of his had just posted a photo with this girl a few days ago. In the photo, Hu's goddess was actively holding the boy's arm, looking very intimate. Linny was a little puzzled. It's normal for girls to fall in love in college. There's no need for Lao Hu to fight with Lao He. It's not like Lao He stole his love. Wu Jie sighed and continued to explain. Hey, you don't know. That boy is very ugly, short and dark, with pimples all over his face. He said that the guy's family was very rich, and he felt that Hu's goddess must have fallen for the guy's money. Hu refused to believe it, saying that his goddess was not such a materialistic person. And the most crucial thing was that the girl often hinted at Hu during their conversations, asking him to buy her cosmetics and skin care products. Tonight, she even asked Hu to order fried chicken takeaway for her whole dormitory. Lin Wei he then turned around and pointed an ironically disapproving finger at Hu Kai. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this girl is just stringing you along. She's enjoying your unconditional devotion to her, but not giving you any response. She's clearly a scumbag. You're out of stock and you're still defending her. Are you out of your mind? Hu Kai also turned his head, still with a stubborn expression. No way, you don't know her. I've been her classmate for so many years, I know what kind of person she is. And I buy her things and order takeaways for her of my own free will, not because she forces me to. How dare you say she has a problem with character? Hearing Hu Kai's retort, Lin Wei's anger flared up again. Are you fucking out of your mind? She's even holding hands with that pig-headed guy and taking pictures together. What could your goddess possibly see in him? That she loves his ugly face? That she loves his pimples? It must be because he's fucking rich. Use your head. It's late and you're still rushing to buy someone else things to take away. Are you her dog? If you have too much money and don't know what to spend it on, I suggest you donate it. And while you're at it, donate that thick skull of yours too. Hearing this, Lin Yi also roughly understood the source of the conflict between the two. Lin Wei was well-intentioned, not wanting to see his roommate being cheated on by a woman. But alas, Hu Kai is stubborn. He won't learn until he hits rock bottom. He won't turn back until he hits a wall. He won't give up until he's dead. But Lin Yi thought to himself, it seems that he is also like this with Guan Zhishui. In fact, he discovered a long time ago that Guan Zhishui's attitude towards him gradually became cold. But he still wishfully transferred 1,000 yuan to Guan Zhishui every month as living expenses, as a way to express his love. He hoped that this would maintain the relationship between the two. It wasn't until he saw Guan Zhiyue get into Lu Jiangguo's car that he finally woke up from the fantasy he had created. Lin Yi is now an expert in this kind of problem. Experience is what it is. In Hu Kai's current state, it's useless to say anything to him. He is only willing to believe his own judgment and won't listen to others say a bad word about his goddess. It's not that he doesn't want to believe it, it's more that he can't believe it. The goddess he has secretly loved for so many years suddenly collapsed today. If he believed all this, it would be a devastating blow to Hu Kai's heart. The goddess was definitely a spiritual pillar-like presence in Hu Kai's heart. If this pillar fell, then his inner world would be destroyed. However, as a roommate, he didn't want to see Hu Kai continue to deceive himself like this. If he didn't stop it, Hu Kai would spend an unknown amount of money on this girl. In the past 2 days, Lin Yi has watched Hu Kai go to the cafeteria and only order the cheapest vegetarian dishes, and you can't even see any meat. I guess he's just trying to save money to buy things for his goddess. Lin Yi looks at Hu Kai now and it's as if he's seeing himself from his repeat year, eating free white rice and drinking free egg drop soup every day. He doesn't want Hu Kai to repeat his own mistakes. Okay, stop fighting. You should also keep quiet. Lin Yi gave Lin Wei a look, indicating that he already had a solution. The only solution to this kind of thing is for Hu Kai to see the true face of his goddess with his own eyes. That way, he will give up. If this happened in the past, Lin Yi probably couldn't have helped much. But now, he knows exactly what to do with this kind of gold-digging girl. There's no choice, for the sake of his roommate, he'll have to get involved. Chapter 27, The Beautiful Saleswoman. The next day, Hu Kai and Lin Wei still ignored each other. No matter how much good words Lin Yi and Wu Jie said to them, it was useless. Seeing that Hu Kai was still deeply in love with that goddess, Lin Yi sighed silently. After the military training in the afternoon was over, Lin Yi found an excuse and told the others that he was going out for a while. Then, he sent a message to Yi Xuanxuan. Xuanxuan, I want to come to your school and take a look around. Are you free? Yi Xuanxuan replied within seconds. Really? I'm free. What time will you come? I'll treat you to dinner in our cafeteria. The food there is superb. Yi Shuangshuan was a little excited when she received Lin Yi's message. Since they parted ways at the Nanling Hotel, she had been waiting for Lin Yi to contact her. After all, a girl still needs to be a little reserved in these matters. However, Lin Yi has not contacted her at all in the past 2 days. This made Yi Shuangshuan doubt her own charm. At first, she thought that Lin Yi must have a crush on her because he bought her makeup in the limited edition of the fragrant milk. But why didn't Lin Yi send her a message after they parted ways? Unlike the other suitors around her, none of them took the initiative to chat with her every day and tried to find every opportunity to ask her out. But Lin Yi, after spending money, seemed to have vanished. Yi Shuangshuan felt for a moment that she might have been imagining things. Did Lin Yi never like her? But if he didn't like her, why did he buy her a bag? It was a limited edition of Xiang Nai Nai worth tens of thousands of yuan. Many people wouldn't even give it to someone they liked. In this way, Yi Shuangshuan spent the next 2 days in self-doubt. It wasn't until she received a message from Lin Yi just now, saying that he was coming to see her, that she let her guard down. It seems that Lin Yi still has feelings for me. Lin Yi, seeing that Yi Shuangshuan wanted to treat him to dinner, of course didn't refuse. Who could refuse a beautiful woman's invitation to dinner? After agreeing on a meeting time with Yi Shuangshuan, Lin Yi took a taxi to the city. Before going to see Yi Shuangshuan, he still had some preparations to make. After sending the message, Yi Shuangshuan also hurriedly got up from bed and sat at the table to put on her makeup. It seems that he still likes me. At this thought, Yi Shuangshuan's cute face flushed with a delicate pink. However, Yi Shuangshuan was immediately startled by this thought. Why am I so happy that he likes me? Could it be that He is so outstanding, handsome and wealthy, so it is normal for me to be attracted to him. Yi Shuangshuan quickly figured it out and then concentrated on applying her makeup. 20 minutes later, Lin Yi got out of the taxi. We're here. Looking up, Lin Yi saw that he was now in front of the Porsche 4S store. Since Lin Yi had decided to infiltrate the scene and use himself as bait to attract Hu Kai's goddess to fall into his trap, he naturally had to do his preparations. First, he had to at least look like a rich man. And the best way to do that was to buy a nice car. After all, you can't just take a bunch of cash in your hands and tell people that you're rich. In these situations, a car is the best way to show off a man's wealth. Because no matter how much money you have or how nice your house is, you can't show off your bank card balance or property ownership certificate every day. But a car is different. In today's society, almost no one doesn't know the brands of these luxury cars. A successful man must have a decent car. As long as you have a nice car, passers-by will look at you with more respect. Even if you don't say anything, your car will tell the world that you are a rich man. Lin Yi now has more than 100 million yuan in his card balance, and he walked into the Porsche 4S store with full confidence. The female salespeople in the Porsche store were all wearing sexy work clothes. They were also not bad looking. At this time, the store was quiet, and they were all gathered together chatting. When they saw someone enter the store, the female salespeople subconsciously cast their eyes towards the door. But after seeing the visitor's student-like appearance, they all sneered, and they had no intention of going up to serve him. They encounter several people like this every day who can't afford a car but still go into the store pretending to look at cars. There are even many people who do micro-business, who enter the store and then take a bunch of pictures of the displayed sample cars with their phones. Then they post on their moments saying how much money they've earned in a year and that they've finally bought their dream Porsche. That's really funny. Porsche sells only 80,000 to 90,000 cars a year in China. But you can find millions of Porsche owners on various online platforms. The female salespersons in the store despise these people the most. They don't have the means, but they want to act like they do. However, out of consideration for public opinion, they won't deliberately drive these people away. What if some internet celebrity secretly films a video, edits it, and says that the Porsche store is bullying customers? This will affect the brand's reputation. Anyway, these people will know how to behave after taking the photos, and the female sales will just turn a blind eye. Lin Yi entered the store and looked around for a long time. Seeing that no one came up to serve him, he muttered to himself. These days, are there still people who don't want to do business when it's offered to them? It's not that they think I look like a student and don't look like I can afford a Porsche, is it? Lin Yi thought about it for a while and seemed to understand. When he took Yi Shuangshuan to buy the fragrant milk tea before, the salesperson also had this attitude towards him at first. These people really like to judge people by appearances. So Lin Yi walked up to the female salespersons and asked the prettiest one. Hello, beautiful, can you introduce me to your cars? Ding, detected that the host is talking to the opposite sex. The heart rate of the host at this time is very high, which meets the binding conditions. Binding successful. The other person is wearing a white shirt, with a hint of black lace underwear peeking out from underneath. Below that, she is wearing a short skirt that hugs her hips and stockings. Her long, slender legs are indeed very attractive. I heard before that basically all Porsche sales are beautiful women, and now it seems that what they say is true. No wonder rich people love to come here to buy cars. Linny opened the other person's information panel in his mind. Personal information. Name, Yina. Age, 25. Favorability towards host, 0 points. Status, Porsche salesperson. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Goodness, 0 favorability. It seems that she really looks down on herself. Linny sighed inwardly. You have to know that Guan Jiue, who ruthlessly dumped me, didn't even have such a low favorability rating. It seems that these salespeople are really realistic. In that case, let me teach this beautiful salesperson a good lesson. Chapter 28, It's over, I was wrong. Miss, I want to buy a car, can you give me some recommendations? Linny spoke pleasantly. As the saying goes, you can't hit someone who is smiling at you. He was a customer, and he was so nice, so there was no reason for Ina, as a salesperson, to refuse his request. Sure enough, although Ina's brows revealed her inner reluctance, she had no choice but to introduce the cars to Linny one by one with patience, as this was her job requirement. When the other female sales saw this, they all snickered behind their backs. That guy sure knows how to pick him, he took a fancy to Nana right away. No choice, who can blame him for looking at her? Okay, keep your voices down, can't you see Nana's unhappy? That guy is probably just looking for an opportunity to get close to Nana. It seems that Nana's charm is still intact, and that last time, that Mr. Wang seemed to have asked for Nana by name. Don't mention that Wang always. He hung out with Nana for more than a week, even ate with him, and finally found an excuse to say he wasn't buying the car. Damn, what a waste. Not really, after all they only had dinner together. Who knows if Mr. Wang took advantage of the situation. That Mr. Wang seems to be rich and arrogant, but I didn't expect him to be reluctant to buy a car. After all, the economic situation is not good right now. Look, our store hasn't made a sale in a long time. I'll let you in on a secret, last time I heard our boss say, after he'd had a few drinks, that salespeople who don't make a sale this month risk being fired. Really? Of course it's true. I heard it with my own ears, why would I lie to you? I'd better get in touch with the potential customers I have on hand. Last time, a rich second-generation heir even said he wanted to take me to the movies, so I'd better set up a date with him soon. Yina, who was not far away, also heard the discussion between a few colleagues, and her heart immediately became nervous. She hadn't closed a single deal this month. Although it was only the beginning of the month. But now it is difficult to do business in all walks of life. Everyone's income is sluggish, so naturally there are very few customers coming to the door. Moreover, the customers who come to the door are divided among several salespeople, and they may not necessarily be assigned to Yina. The few younger sisters who have closed deals have all sacrificed their looks and seduced the rich people they know to buy cars. Yina has been in this business for several years, so naturally she doesn't feel disgusted by this behavior. If she can meet a suitable, generous rich man, she is willing to do the same. Last week, a man named Wang came to the showroom to look at cars, wearing big gold chains and watches, and being extremely ostentatious. Yina originally thought that the man was wealthy, so she took the initiative in every way. But she didn't expect that greasy man to simply come to pick up a saleswoman. Yina accompanied him to dinner and was even invited to go to a karaoke bar with him for an evening of singing. In the karaoke box, Yina did not resist too much against Wang's unreasonable, and just half-heartedly endured it all night. The next day, Yina asked him to come to the store to order a car, but the bastard just disappeared. He didn't answer the phone and blocked her on WeChat. Yina then realized that she had been fooled. At this thought, Yina's anger grew. Then she looked at the student-looking person pretending to come to look at the car, and she didn't even want to talk to him. Linny was originally listening to Yina's introduction and carefully looking at the car, but he didn't expect Yina to suddenly stop talking. She was also fuming, her arms crossed, as if she were sulking. Yina, favorability 10 points. Current favorability 10 points. Linny couldn't help but be stunned. Damn it! What's wrong with this woman? I asked her to introduce me to a car, but she's actually lowered her favorability rating on me? I didn't do anything. How did her favorability rating become negative? This can already be considered annoying, right? Luckily, the system had previously reminded him that the minimum cashback multiplier was double. Otherwise, Linny would have suspected that if he spent money with someone whose favorability rating was negative, the system might even deduct his own money. Hey, beautiful, why aren't you talking anymore? Linny was originally thinking that if Ina's favorability rating could go up a bit, he would buy 2 cars in a while. One for her and one for himself. That way, he could get a cashback. At least he could earn back the money for the car. But now it seems that it's better to forget it. The other person's favorability rating is already negative. Linny doesn't want to use his warm face to stick to someone's cold butt. Anyway, he doesn't lack money now. With a balance of over 160 million yuan on his card, he could buy dozens of Porsches as toys. Yina looked at the man in front of her and was furious. What do you want me to say? What's there to say? You're not buying anyway. You should take pictures and post them on WeChat, and when you're done, just go, don't waste my time. Yina's expression showed extreme impatience. She crossed her arms and looked at Linny with a condescending expression. Linny frowned slightly, but did not lose his temper. Fine, I'm not going to waste my time talking to you. Bring the car purchase contract. I'll order a Parramatta. Full payment. Linny simply stopped pretending, took out his bank card and slapped it on the table. Please hurry up, I have things to do later, don't waste my time. Linny's domineering attitude made Yina doubt if there was something wrong with her ears. Is this student really going to buy a car? And pay the full price? Does he know how much a Panamera costs? Yina couldn't believe it as she took the bank card, hesitated for a moment, and then asked tentatively. So, shall we sign the contract first? Linny nodded and urged. Hurry up and bring it to me to sign, what's the hold up? We're going to dinner with Yi Shuangshuan later. We can't waste all our time in the 4S shop. Yina handed the contract to Linny with some doubts. If this contract is really signed, then the car really needs to be bought. If you can't afford the car payment, you need to pay a penalty. Yina looked at the tall and handsome young man in front of her who seemed to be in average condition, and still didn't quite believe it. After all, who would buy a car just after entering the store for 10 minutes? This is too hasty. And it's a Parramatta. Linny, however, did not hesitate for a second, took the contract and signed it with panache. Hurry up and swipe the card, what are you doing standing there? Linny looked at the stunned Yina in front of him, speechless. Yina took the contract and read it 2 or 3 times to make sure Linny had indeed signed his name, and then unbelievably went to the finance department to get the credit card machine. The other female salespeople watching the scene had long been stunned. Who would have thought that this man in front of them could buy a car as easily as buying groceries? He didn't ask for anything, didn't try to get a bargain, didn't do anything out of the ordinary, and just bought the car. Is there really such a good man in the world? And Yina will get a commission of 70,000 to 80,000 yuan from this single order alone. These female salespersons instantly felt jealous and cried. They regretted why they had not taken the initiative to serve Linny. Why did Yina get such a good opportunity? Yina didn't come back to her senses until she saw the credit card machine display that the purchase had been successful. Oh no, I was wrong. He's a low-key millionaire. Are students that rich these days? He can just buy a Porsche Cayenne. His family must be really rich. Does he own a mine? Yina, plus 10 favorability points. 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 Current favorability rating 30 points. Upon thinking of this, Yina's eyes gradually began to shine, and her attitude changed 180 degrees. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I was not hospitable just now. I hope you can understand, after all, we women are in a bad mood every month. Don't take it personally, okay? As she said this, she intimately took Lin Yi's arm and rubbed it thoughtfully. Chapter 29, There's More to Come. Linny didn't say anything in response. Looking at Ina's flattering and pleasing appearance, he felt a burst of dark joy in his heart. Indeed, in this world, as long as you have money, the people surrounding you are all good people. Can I drive off now? Linny withdrew his arm from Ina's embrace, although the warm and soft feeling made him reluctant to let go. But he was still in a hurry to go to Yi Shuangshuang's university to do some real work. His main goal today was to seduce Hukai's goddess and reveal her true face. He could not let a single person like Yina disrupt his plan. Yina looked at Lin Yi, who was impervious to persuasion, and secretly sighed in her heart. It seems that this is indeed a wealthy young master. He is so disdainful of this kind of throwing himself at you. This kind of composure is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Mr. Lin, this is the case. Your car still needs to be licensed, and it will take 2 or 3 days after a set of procedures is completed. Please leave me your address, and I will personally deliver the car to you. In the next few days, our store will provide you with a replacement car, a Parramatta, which you can drive. Yina walked over to Lin Yi, who was sitting, deliberately bent down, and explained to Lin Yi. The shirt buttons on her chest were secretly undone too at some point, revealing a good view. It also exuded a faint fragrance. Although Lin Yi had already bought the car, for Yina, this kind of rich man who buys cars like groceries should be grasped. Maybe next time he will come back when he is in a good mood and take care of his business again. As a qualified salesperson, you naturally have to learn to develop this kind of long-term customers. Lin Yi didn't say much either, and took out his phone to add Yina's WeChat. When my car is ready, just send me a message. I'll send you the location. After saying this, Lin Yi took the key to the replacement car from Ina and strode out the door. Oh my god, he's so handsome and so gentlemanly. Even Prince Charming is nothing compared to him. Nana, you're so lucky. When the time comes, you can go to his house and throw yourself at him under the guise of delivering the car. I don't believe this man can resist. Exactly, you have such a great figure. If I were a guy, I'd want to have something with you. Maybe then our Nana wouldn't have to continue to work as a salesperson like the rest of us. Not a salesperson? What do you mean? She'll become a rich wife of a rich man, ha ha ha. Yina's face flushed slightly as she listened to her colleagues teasing. But she did think this way. After all, she couldn't do the sales job forever. Because this job, to a certain extent, also depends on youth. Now she is young and beautiful, and customers still buy cars from her because of her looks. But when she gets a little older, she will lose her competitiveness. Although no woman can stay 18 forever, there are always women who are 18. When she becomes old and ugly, what can she use to compete with those young and beautiful girls? So the best way out for her is to find a rich man to entrust her life to while she is still in the best shape in terms of figure and appearance. Even if she can't get married, being supported by a rich man is not a bad thing. Then, when the rich man gets tired of her, she can use the money she saved up over the years to go back to her hometown and open a small shop. That would be a pretty good life. In Na's hometown, there are many middle-aged women who have returned from the big cities. With a large sum of money, they have built new houses and opened their own small shops. Their lives are uneventful, and they have no worries about food and clothing. This is the life that Na has planned for herself. And Lin Yi, who appeared today, naturally became her target. Young, handsome, rich, generous, in every way, he was excellent. Moreover, Yina could feel the scorching look Lin Yi just gave her when he looked at the springtime scene on her chest. Yina looked at her charming appearance in the mirror and secretly gained a little more confidence. A guy at Lin Yi's age should be easily won over. Lin Yi drove a Porsche Panamera on the streets of Nanling City at dusk, feeling a little emotional. This was the first time he had driven a car since getting his license. During the summer after the college entrance exam this year, Lin Yi spent a month studying for his driver's license so that he could rent a car and take Guan Jiyue on a road trip after they started college. Unexpectedly, now, he didn't need to rent a car, he could afford to buy one himself. And it was a Porsche Panamera. As the saying goes, a car is a man's most important toy. No man can resist the feeling of the back of his seat pushing up when he steps on the accelerator in a luxury car. Lin Yi's mouth curled upwards, his hands resting on the steering wheel, and with a flick of the accelerator, he sped through the congested city to 80 miles per hour. The roaring engine and the street view frantically reversing outside the window made Lin Yi let out a shout of relief. Every pore in his body was filled with the word refreshing. The silver-white Porsche Carrera 3571S transformed into a lightning bolt, constantly weaving in and out of the traffic. 20 minutes later, the car came to a stop safely under the girls' dormitory at Nanling University of the Arts. Lin Yi got out of the car and leaned against the door. He wasn't in a hurry to send a message to Yi Shuangshuang. Instead, he kept looking around with his neck stretched out. In the setting sun, the shadows of Lin Yi in the car were stretched very long. Lin Yi, with his hands in his pockets, basked in the afterglow, looking pretentious and imposing. It was now time for the freshmen to finish their military training and get ready for dinner. A large group of people walked past Lin Yi. Many girls looked at Lin Yi leaning against the paramira and gazed at him with admiration, whispering to their friends. At the university, there were definitely people who could afford a car. But there were definitely only a handful of people who could afford a paramira. Everyone was curious about who this rich second generation was. Not only was he rich, but he also looked handsome. How come they had never seen him at school before? Lin Yi had a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, enjoying the attention from the men and women passing by. Suddenly, a familiar face caught Lin Yi's eye. Last night, Lin Yi had seen a photo of Goddess Ukai, and the person walking far away was her. Lin Yi glanced at her and politely threw a smile. The other person received Lin Yi's goodwill, her face flushed slightly, and her expression also seemed a bit excited. It was as if being hit on by a rich second-generation driver of a Porsche was an extreme honor. However, due to the large crowd, the other party did not feel comfortable approaching Lin Yi directly. But that was enough. Lin Yi's goal today was to let Hukai's goddess form a connection with him. As for how to further develop the relationship, Lin Yi was ready to take the next step. Xuan, I'm downstairs in front of your dormitory, come down. Lin Yi took out his phone and sent a message to Yi Xuan. In a moment, he saw a beautiful figure wearing a white dress running quickly out of the dormitory building. Chapter 30, Hard Power. Yi Xuan had worn light makeup today. Her features were already outstanding, and the light makeup accentuated her youthful beauty. Compared to the first time she met Lin Yi, Yi Xuan looked less flashy today, but more adorable. Yi Xuan was a well-known figure at Nanling University of the Arts. She was recognized by many boys as the flower of the dance department. She usually had many suitors. At the moment, there is a guy waiting at the entrance of the dormitory building with a bouquet of roses. Yi Xuan. The guy's slack, unfocused eyes light up as he sees Yi Xuan coming out, and he rushes up to her. Hello, Yi Xuan. I'm from the art department. My name is Zhang Yuxuan. I've admired you for a long time and have been looking for an opportunity to express my feelings for you. I've been waiting here since noon today. I didn't expect you to come out until now. I hope you like these flowers. Of course, don't feel pressured. I know you have many admirers. I'm sure I can't win your heart with just a bunch of flowers. But I hope you can give me a chance to compete with your admirers. With that, Zhang Yuxian got down on one knee and tenderly handed her the flowers, which were already looking a little wilted. Yi Xuan was taken aback by this unexpected suitor. Especially after hearing that he had been waiting for her for half a day outside her dormitory, she was not only not moved, but also a little wary. Boys like this who like to quietly do things and then impress her were the most terrifying, and they were likely to do something extreme. Moreover, this kind of behavior of crouching outside her dormitory just made her think that he was a bit of a pervert. Yi Xuan didn't want to have much to do with this kind of person. Having been the sea queen for so many years, she had quite a lot of experience. Only those boys who are obedient, have a sense of boundaries, and won't bother her on their own initiative are the best candidates for inclusion in the fish pond. And this kind of high-profile show of affection, or even someone who was a little paranoid, might just upset her own fish pond. At this time, Yi Xuan saw Lin Yi from afar, standing under the street lamp and waving at her. So she hurriedly made an apologetic expression to Zhang Yuxuan, who was still kneeling on one knee. Classmate, I'm sorry. Thank you very much for your kindness. But you're not my type. I don't want to keep you, so please don't do this to me in the future. You can keep the flowers, or give them to another girl. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. After saying this, Yi Xuan hurriedly ran towards Lin Yi. Zhang Yuxuan stood there in a daze, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. He had originally thought that his sincere confession should be able to touch Yi Xuan's heart. He had been waiting under the dormitory in the hot sun from noon until evening. In his original plan, Yi Xuan should have been moved to tears when she learned that he had been waiting for her so long with all his heart, and she should have thrown herself into his arms. And he had even bought a bouquet of roses specially. There were 9 roses in all. Each rose cost 18 yuan, and the bouquet had used almost a week's worth of Zhang Yuxuan's living expenses. He had originally planned to buy just 1 rose. But the florist said that 9 roses represented a long-lasting love, which was even better. So he made up his mind to splurge. Did Yi Xuan not understand the deeper meaning? Zhang Yuxuan subconsciously looked in the direction Yi Xuan left. He saw his beloved goddess rush over to a boy. She even took the boy's arm. Damn it! Why? How could the goddess look at this kind of boy? I waited for a long time and couldn't impress the goddess, and this kid has only waited for 10 minutes. How could the goddess go with him? Zhang Yuxuan was at a loss for words. It wasn't until he saw the silver-white Parramatta behind Linny that he reacted. It turned out to be the ability to print money. It seems that the goddess is not someone who doesn't eat the food of mortals. After all, they are all mortals. For an ordinary college student like Zhang Yuxuan, Lin Yi's move to drive a Parramatta was indeed a bit of a blow. You have to know that the monthly living expenses of an ordinary college student are only 1,000 or 2. Not to mention buying a car, you can't even afford to rent one. Zhang Yuxuan looked at Yi Xuanshuang, who was leaning on Lin Yu like a little bird, chatting and laughing, and then looked at the bouquet of roses in his hands, which had been in the sun all day and were about to wither. A feeling of sadness welled up in his heart. He turned his head and threw the flowers into the trash can next to him. As he watched the flowers that symbolized love drown in the dirty trash can, Zhang Yuxuan swore fiercely in his heart. One day in the future, I must become rich. I must let my goddess Yi Xuanshuang know how foolish she was to reject me today. This scene was very similar to the scene when Lin Yi was dumped by Guanji Shui. However, unlike Lin Yi, Zhang Yuxuan did not hear a system prompt in his head. After vowing in place, he could only slink away in disgrace. Lin Yi saw this scene from afar and couldn't help but feel a little moved. However, he did not sympathize with Zhang Yuxuan. Although this scene was very similar to when he was dumped in the beginning. He and Guanji Shui had actually been in a relationship for 4 years, as boyfriend and girlfriend. That's why Guanji Shui's cheating was so hateful. But now, Yi Xuanshuang doesn't even know this Zhang Yuxuan person. Everything is just the wishful thinking of this lickspittle. If you're going to lick someone's ass, you have to be prepared to be rejected. That's the professional ethics of a dog licker. Linny, is this your car? Yi Xuanshuang's words brought Lin Yi's thoughts back to reality. He had seen the silver-white Parramatta when Yi Xuanshuang had run over. This was the first time she had seen the car up close. The rich second generation who had given her the Louis Vuitton bag had only driven a BMW 3 Series. Linny nodded, then shook his head. Technically, this car can't be considered mine. I just went to order a Porsche Panamera, but I have to wait 2 or 3 days for the paperwork. This is a spare car from their Porsche store, and I can drive it until I get the new car. Linny didn't mean to hide it from Yi Xuanshuang, so he told the truth. If someone else heard this explanation, they would definitely dismiss it as Lin Yi bragging. But Yi Xuanshuang didn't have the slightest doubt. This man in front of her had just met her and bought her a cup of coffee that cost over 2,000 yuan, and without saying a word, he gave her a limited edition of fragrant milk tea. With such generosity, what was the need to brag? This was sheer hard power. Did you come here today just to see me? Yi Xuanshuang had been holding back for a long time, and finally asked this question. She wanted to take this opportunity to ascertain Lin Yi's feelings for her. Chapter 31, Making a Nest. Hearing Yi Xuanshuang's question, Lin Yi was a little at a loss. He was not a fool and could naturally hear the unspoken meaning in her words. This was the first time a girl had taken the initiative to ask such a question. But how should he answer? To say that he had come to find her would seem to be pushing himself too hard and would be a bit degrading. But if he said no, he would be breaking the girl's heart. Lin Yi was at a loss for a moment. How about we go and have dinner first? I'm a bit hungry. Lin Yi found an excuse and tried to change the subject. Yi Xuanshuang didn't get the answer she wanted, but she didn't give up and stared at Lin Yi's face intently for a while. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and burst out laughing. In her opinion, Lin Yi's action should be a sign of a young man's shyness after having his heart broken. He even deliberately wore the clothes I bought for him to find me today. He must want to show in this way the importance of me in his heart. A rich guy like him can afford to buy Primera, and all the clothes in his house must be designer brands. But he is willing to wear the cheap clothes I gave him that cost a few thousand yuan. If this isn't love, what is it? He is probably embarrassed to admit it. You're right, we've only known each other for a few days, and it's a bit too soon to confirm the relationship. Maybe he will think I'm frivolous instead. Okay, let's just take things slowly at his pace. Yi Xuanshuang mentally reviewed the situation and thought she had thoroughly analyzed Lin Yi's intentions. And she suddenly felt that the man in front of her was quite cute. He had bought her things and spent money like a fool, but he had never made a single request. He had never confessed his love for her, nor had he taken advantage of her. She had never thought that there were still such treasure boys in the world. He was rich, but also very sincere. It was very rare to find these two qualities in the same person. Yi Shuangshuang, plus 5 favorability points. Yi Shuangshuang, plus 5 favorability points. Current favorability, 70 points. Ding, 10 bonus points awarded to host. Linny was taken aback when he heard the system's prompt. He had used such a lame excuse to change the subject, but not only had Yi Shuangshuang not been upset, her favorability rating had even gone up. Why was that? Linny couldn't figure it out even if he scratched his head until he went bald. What had he done to make Yi Shuangshuang fall for him? Could it be because he drives a Porsche? That doesn't make sense. If that were the case, his favorability rating would have increased as soon as they met. But Yi Shuangshuang's favorability rating increased after he said he was hungry and wanted to go eat. Was there something about those words that attracted her? Could it be that liking to eat is now a plus point? Linny was at a loss for an answer. As the old saying goes, women's hearts are like bottomless wells. But Linny soon stopped dwelling on it. Whatever her reason was. Anyway, he had picked up 10 bonus points for nothing, a real bargain. After a while, Yi Shuangshuang took Lin Yi's arm and walked to the cafeteria. The two sat down at a table by the window. Yi Shuangshuang asked Lin Yi to sit first, and she ran around the table, bringing a large table of dishes. They were all the signature dishes of their school cafeteria. They were delicious and looked beautiful. Lin Yi was drooling with hunger. It seems that what Yi Shuangshuang said was true, the food in their school cafeteria is really good. By the way, Shuangshuang, I just happened to have a favor to ask you. Lin Yi said indistinctly while eating. Yi Shuangshuang froze for a moment, not knowing what help she could offer Lin Yi. She was just an ordinary college student, while Lin Yi was a wealthy young master. What kind of help did he need? Seeing this, Lin Yi told him the whole story about the conflict between He Linwei and Hu Kai in the dormitory yesterday. This is what happened. That girl is a freshman in your university's current year. I think her name is Sun Xiaoxiao. I want to take the initiative to get this girl hooked, and then tell my unworthy roommate her true colors. So that he doesn't keep spending money on that girl like a dog. He doesn't even have much living expenses for himself every month. He can't even eat enough every day. Yi Shuangshuang perked up when she heard this kind of thing. She didn't react at all to the fact that she had also been hanging on to other guys like this before. Sometimes girls are like this with double standards. The same thing, if you do it yourself, it's understandable, but if someone else does it, it's outrageous. Plus, Yi Shuangshuang now has a very favorable impression of Lin Yi. As long as she can help Lin Yi, she will definitely do her best. So tell me, how can I help you? Seeing Yi Shuangshuang agree, Lin Yi gave a small smile, half covering his mouth, and whispered to Yi Shuangshuang his plan. After listening, a wicked smile flashed in Yi Shuangshuang's eyes. Lin Yi, don't worry, I'll take care of this little matter. After dinner, the two of them began their plan. Yi Shuangshuang accompanied Lin Yi back to where he parked the Paramira and helped Lin Yi strike several more handsome poses. Then she ran away and took several candid shots of Lin Yi. Lin Yi was good looking to begin with. He was 1.8 meters tall and had a well-toned body. Paired with the minimalist clothes Yi Shuangshuang picked out for him, he instantly looked like a handsome young man. What's more, Yi Shuangshuang took a picture of Lin Yi's Paramira on purpose. And she chose an angle that wasn't so obvious. It looks more natural and doesn't make people think it's a posed shot. After taking the picture, Yi Shuangshuang went to the school forum and created a small account, posting a set of 9 grid photos of Lin Yi. And she added a caption. Today I saw a handsome guy driving a Paramira downstairs in the dormitory. I really want to get to know him. I'd like to ask if anyone has his contact information, and if so, could you please pass it on to me? May good people live in peace. On school forums, many people will profess their love and ask for dates. That's why many people jokingly call school forums confession walls. Lin Yi and Yi Shuangshuang were confident that this tactic would definitely work. However, there was no rush. After all, not everyone would be watching the school forum for updates in real time. What they were doing was like fishing from a nest. They had to be patient. Once the fish have gathered, then you can catch the ones you want. It's a bit of a waste of time, so why don't I take you for a drive? Lin Yi is a novice driver, and at the moment is still full of enthusiasm for driving. Whenever he has a spare moment, He wants to get behind the wheel again. Yi Xuanxuang is of course willing. She has never been in a para before. And the thought of being alone in a car with a man makes her feel a little flustered. Yi Xuanxuang is a little excited. She wondered if Linny would make a move on her. Little did she know that Linny, a straight guy, really just wanted to drive. With a kick of the accelerator, the silver-white Paramira sped out of the gates of Nanling University of the Arts and onto the elevated ring road. Chapter 32, Curfew. Nanling City was still bustling with activity at night. From the overpass, the surrounding area was brightly lit. This was the first time Linny had seen the night view of a city from this perspective. And if he looked to his right, he could catch a glimpse of Yi Xuanxuang's pretty face in the corner of his eye. Lin Yi's heart beat faster. He wasn't sure if it was because he was nervous about driving for the first time or because of the pretty girl sitting next to him. Yi Xuanxuang leaned back against the seat back, her hands obediently resting on her lap, like a well-behaved primary school student. She remembered that last time, when the rich second generation drove her out, he kept reaching over, intentionally or unintentionally, and pretending to brush his hand against her leg with the back of his hand. He was taking advantage of her. But Linny was very obedient. His hands were kept on the steering wheel. He didn't do anything inappropriate. Yi Xuanxuang was happy, but also a little disappointed. She was happy because Linny was a gentleman, and indeed different from the men she had known before, someone she could truly like. She was disappointed because she felt that she didn't seem attractive enough in Lin Yi's eyes. Otherwise, after all this time, Lin Yi had never even taken the initiative to hold her hand. Yi Xuanxuang had no idea that Lin Yi was very nervous, as it was the first time he had driven after getting his license. All his attention was on the road, and he had no time to think about anything else. As for trying to get any advantage, that was even more impossible. He didn't dare take his hands off the wheel. Lin Yi drove in a circle on the elevated highway for a whole hour. Seeing that it was getting late, he wanted to take Yi Xuanxuang back first. Xuanxuang, let me take you back to school first. When I was waiting for you today, I saw that the entrance guard time was written at the entrance to your dormitory, 11 p.m. It's already 10:30 p.m. now, and if you don't go back soon, your dormitory will lock the door. Lin Yi said this with a little pride. He thought to himself at the moment. Luckily I was attentive and remembered Yi Xuanxuang's curfew time. I wonder if Yi Xuanxuang will like me a little more after seeing such an attentive and considerate move from me? He is truly a straight man. When other guys ask girls out, they are all hoping to be able to go back a little later. They hope to survive the curfew and then use the excuse that they can't get back in through the dormitory door to take the girl to a hotel. But Lin Yi not only didn't have this idea, he even wondered if he should drive faster. After all, there was only half an hour left, and it might still be a bit rushed in terms of time. As he thought about it, Lin Yi pressed the accelerator a little harder. He was afraid that time would run out. Yi Xuanxuang was both angry and amused. Looking at Lin Yi's serious expression, she sighed helplessly. In her heart, she cursed Lin Yi a blockhead. Nanling University of the Arts is at the northernmost tip of Nanling City, and after getting off the elevated highway, there was still a long drive ahead. As they drove along, 2 flashes of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, and then it started pouring. The sudden rain blurred the view in front of the car. Lin Yi was also forced to reduce the speed of the car to a relatively safe speed. But just then, the car suddenly shook a little, and then the malfunction light on the dashboard suddenly lit up. Lin Yi hurriedly pulled over to the side of the road where there were not many people. Lin Yi, what's wrong? Yi Xuanxuang also saw the fault light come on, but she didn't know what it meant. Lin Yi looked at it and then put a hand on his forehead, looking embarrassed. It seems like a flat tire. Yi Xuanxuang also became a little anxious when she heard this. Ah, so what do we do? This is the difference between men's and women's thinking. When men encounter a problem, their first reaction is often to think about how to solve it. When women encounter a problem, their first reaction is always to ask the person next to them what to do. It's at least a 40-minute walk from your school. It's pouring outside, and I don't have an umbrella in the car. Lin Yi was extremely annoyed when he said this. He had insisted on pretending to be cool and asking a girl out for a drive, but now the roof had caved in and he was stuck in the car in the pouring rain. What was he going to do? Maybe I should get out of the car and take a look, see what's going on. Lin Yi finished speaking and rolled up his sleeves, opened the door, and got out of the car. Although he didn't know how to fix a car. But as a man, in this situation, he couldn't just stay in the car and do nothing. That would make him look useless. Linny braved the rain and walked around the car, finally finding the problem. A nail had pierced deep into the tire, and the tire was already deflated a bit. And there was no spare tire in the trunk. There was also no car repair shop nearby. Linny shook his head and opened the car door again to get back in. What's the problem? Yi Shuangshuang asked with concern. But her eyes couldn't help but look at Lin Yi's upper body, which was soaked in rainwater. The soaked shirt clung tightly to Lin Yi's body, revealing his lean figure. Even his six-pack abs were clearly visible. Yi Shuangshuang couldn't help but blush. Lin Yi wiped the rainwater from his face and looked apologetic. The tire has a nail in it, so it won't start. I'm sorry, I didn't think this would happen. You'll miss the dormitory curfew. Lin Yi felt full of guilt. He was a grown man, so it didn't matter if he couldn't go back to the dormitory. He could just find an internet cafe and spend the night there. But he couldn't let Yi Shuangshuang go with him to an internet cafe. After all, internet cafes were full of all kinds of people, and there might even be a lot of small-time crooks. A beautiful and delicate woman like Yi Shuangshuang should never have been to a place like that. Yi Shuangshuang looked at the time and realized that it was indeed too late to go back to the dormitory. It was the middle of the night, and if she knocked on the door and asked the dorm manager to open the door, she might get scolded by the fierce dorm manager. In that case, it would be better to just stay outside. Lin Yi saw that Yi Shuangshuang seemed to have dismissed the idea of going back to the dormitory, so he asked tentatively, "Why don't we find?" Before Lin Yi could finish his sentence, Yi Shuangshuang spoke up. "Okay, let's find a hotel and stay for the night." Hearing this, Lin Yi felt like he had been frozen in place by a cold-blooded attack. Ah, a hotel? Isn't it an internet cafe? Damn it! Am I going to have sex? After working so hard for so many years, I can finally say goodbye to this loser identity and become a real man? Lin Yi's face looked as if it had been burned by fire, instantly turning red. Seeing Lin Yi's reaction, Yi Shuangshuang also bashfully lowered her head. "It's raining too hard to drive, so we'll have to stay outside. Do you want to sleep in the car?" Lin Yi immediately took over the conversation when he saw this. No, I'm not sleeping in the car. Let's go to the hotel, we can even take a hot shower." Lin Yi hurriedly opened the door and got out of the car, and then, as a gentleman, took off his clothes and let Yi Shuangshuang put them on her head to keep the rain off. The rain ran down Lin Yi's muscular body, and for a moment, Yi Shuangshuang felt a little distracted. But Lin Yi didn't notice Yi Shuangshuang's thoughts at all, and he just took Yi Shuangshuang's hand and hurried on. The two of them braved the rain and quickly ran towards the hotel not far away. Chapter 33, It Smells So Good. When the two of them reached the hotel entrance, they were both drenched. Yi Shuangshuang was wearing Lin Yi's clothes, but in such heavy rain, how could a thin layer of clothing protect her? Her long wet hair hung down over her fair neck, and small droplets of water were stuck to her face. Her white dress clung tightly to her slender waist. Yi Shuangshuang looked like a water lily, so lovely and adorable. As for Lin Yi, there's no need to mention it. His whole body looked like he had just returned from the water splashing festival. There wasn't a dry spot on him. The two walked to the front desk, where a tall, thin man, the receptionist, saw at once that they had come to take shelter from the rain. Lin Yi took out his ID and asked, "Do you have any rooms available?" The receptionist opened the computer and looked up the information and replied, "Yes, sir, we have 2 rooms available." Lin Yi almost vomited when he heard this. What does that mean? What do you mean there are just 2 rooms left? Is that even human language? You, man, have no sense at all. Isn't it more appropriate to say, "I'm sorry, sir, we only have 1 room left"? Lin Yi felt speechless. But the waiter had already said what he had to say, and Lin Yi would look too suspicious if he volunteered to take just 1 room. What if I find an excuse? Ask the waiter to only open 1 room? Lin Yi's brain started racing. A man's IQ at times like these can even rival Einstein's. However, Lin Yi thought for a full minute and couldn't think of a suitable excuse. He couldn't say that he was only opening 1 room to save money. That would be too fake. A room was only a few hundred yuan. He had previously casually given Yi Shuangshuang a bag that cost tens of thousands of yuan. Lin Yi subconsciously glanced at Yi Shuangshuang. Yi Shuangshuang was at the moment bowing her head and wiping the small raindrops from her body with a piece of paper. Although she liked Lin Yi, she was not averse to having something happen with him. After all, Lin Yi was the perfect candidate for her current ideal other half. Even if she gave herself completely to him, it would not be impossible. But in a situation like this, you can't let a girl take the initiative, after all. What's more, the two of them had only known each other for a few days. If it happened tonight, wouldn't that be too fast? So, Yi Xuanxuan could only pretend not to hear and continue to silently bow her head and wipe the rainwater from her body. Seeing that Yi Xuanxuan had no intention of expressing an opinion, Linny awkwardly turned back to the hotel attendant and held up 2 fingers. Then, let's get 2 rooms. After saying this, Linny cursed the attendant's entire family in his heart. But he still had to put on an expression of innocence. Yi Xuanxuan felt a little disappointed when she heard this, but she also felt a little relieved. Over the years, although she has had many suitors, she has perfectly managed to avoid them all. Although there have been second-generation rich kids who have tried to get close to her, they have all stopped short of anything more. Until now, she still hasn't even had her first kiss. Lin Yi's gentlemanly actions have deepened Yi Xuanxuan's good impression of him. Yi Xuanxuan, plus 10 points to favorability. Current favorability, 80 points. Ding, congratulations, the host has received a 10-point bonus, current total points 20. Linny didn't expect that just by booking 2 rooms, Yi Xuanxuan's favorability rating would increase by 10 points. He remembered that the system had previously prompted that when the favorability rating reached 100 points, an additional bonus could be obtained. And now Yi Xuanxuan had 80 points, not far from 100. He wondered what good things the system would reward at that time. Lin Yi's room is next to Yi Xuanxuan's. After checking in, the two went to their respective rooms. Lin Yi heard the sound of Yi Xuanxuan closing the door, and although he felt a bit disappointed, there was no rush. The fact that Yi Xuanxuan's favorability rating would increase because Lin Yi had checked into 2 rooms meant that Yi Xuanxuan didn't want to do anything with Lin Yi tonight. Lin Yi also understood the saying that good things come to those who wait. Whether or not they slept was secondary. The most important thing now is to raise Yi Xuanxuan's favorability score to 100 points as soon as possible and see what the system will reward. And to make Yi Xuanxuan's favorability score rise, you have to do something that will impress Yi Xuanxuan. If it were normal, Lin Yi would absolutely have no idea how to please a girl. To a straight man like him, women are simply the most difficult creatures in the world to understand. But now it's different. Now he has the system. He can easily see the changes in the girl's favorability towards him. He can predict what's going on inside the girls' minds by observing the changes in their favorability after he does something or says something to them. Lin Yi went back to his room, took a comfortable hot shower, and then lay down on the bed and turned on his phone. He received a bunch of messages on his phone. Lin Yi started to reply to them one by one. First was a message from He Linwei. He Linwei, Lin, you're not coming back tonight? He Linwei, it's past curfew, you're not seeing some pretty girl, are you? He Linwei, is it that girl who delivered the water to you the other day, or the pretty TV hostess? He Linwei, hey, I'd say you should just take them both. He Linwei, but take care of yourself, even though we're young, we can't afford to get sick like this. Lin Yi sent back an emoji of rolling his eyes, saying that he was going to other schools to hang out with his classmates, and that he wouldn't be back because of the heavy rain. Then Lin Yi clicked on Shen Yao's chat box. Shen Yao, Mr. Lin, I went to the hospital today and paid the fees. Here is the detailed list of fees. Let me take a picture for you. Shen Yao, thank you very much for your help. Shen Yao, are you free tomorrow night? I would like to invite you to our home for dinner. I will cook myself. Lin Yi looked at it and it seemed that he did not have any plans for tomorrow night. Since the beauty had taken the initiative to invite him, he definitely wanted to go. Moreover, he could buy a little gift for them on the way, and get some cash back. He had just bought a car for more than 2 million yuan, so maybe he would get his money back tomorrow with a wave of cash back. So Lin Yi replied, saying that he would keep the appointment tomorrow night. After exiting the chat box with Chen Yao, Lin Yi saw that Li Tong had also sent a message. Li Tong, Lin Yi, do you know that after the fight with Guan Jishui on the playground yesterday, she never returned to the dormitory? Li Tong, I think she went to the bald guy for comfort. Li Tong, in fact, I have long been unable to stand her behavior. Li Tong, she is simply not worthy of you. Lin Yi laughed to himself, it seems that Guan Jishui and Li Tong really have a plastic sisterly relationship. But now, no matter what Guan Jiyue does, it doesn't matter to him anymore. He has completely let go. After all, the more money he spends, the more girls of all kinds surround him. He won't hold on to the past. If he has the time, he'll get more girls and get more system rewards. Isn't that great? Chapter 34 Taking the Initiative. Linny did not reply to Li Tong. There was no need to reply either. Li Tong would not lower her favorability rating because he did not reply to her messages. After all, she was initially attracted to him because of the money. Someone like her would not care about your attitude towards her. As long as the money is in place, she will always be by your side. Just as Linny was about to put the phone down and go to sleep, another new message came in. When he clicked to view it, it was from Yi Shuangshuang. It was a selfie of her lying in bed at the moment. In the picture, you could see a pair of snow-white, slender legs faintly hidden under the covers. And it was accompanied by a caption. It's still comfortable in the covers, I was cold from the rain just now. You have to be careful too, don't catch a cold. I have to say, it's still Yi Shuangshuang, a high-level female Neptune, who knows how to handle a man. Seeing Yi Shuangshuang's selfie, Lin Yi's blood rushed to his head. After holding it in for a long time, Lin Yi tentatively asked, "Why don't I come over and massage your legs?" After a long time, Yi Shuangshuang sent a reply. "Dream on. I'll massage them next time, I'm going to sleep now." She also added a playful emoticon. These two short sentences made Lin Yi's heart flutter. And the suggestive sentence "I'll massage them next time" made Lin Yi's mood unable to calm down for a long time. Did that sentence mean that although it wasn't possible today, it would be fine next time? So when would the next time be? Lin Yi had already started daydreaming. Especially when he thought about the image of his hands on Yi Shuangshuang's pair of fair and slender legs. Just thinking about that scene made him feel very erotic. As he thought about it, Lin Yi fell asleep and had a very exciting dream. Early the next morning, Lin Yi was awakened by the alarm clock. The rain had stopped outside, and Lin Yi now had to take a taxi to rush back to school. If he was late, he was afraid that he would be punished by the military training instructor with running. When Lin Yi checked out, Yi Shuangshuang had not yet woken up. Lin Yi did not go to knock on the door to wake her up either. After sending her a message, he took a taxi and left. By the way, he also sent a message to the female salesperson Ina at the Porsche 4S store, telling her that the car had a flat tire and sent her the car's location. Yina quickly replied to Lin Yi, saying that she would deal with the matter as soon as possible. She also asked Lin Yi if he needed to send him another spare car. Lin Yi thought about it and thought, I can get my own car in a couple of days anyway. I'll take a taxi for the next few days. So he rejected Yina's proposal. It takes more than 40 minutes to get from Yi Shuangshuang's university to Lin Yi's university by taxi. Lin Yi frantically urged the driver along the way, making the driver a bit impatient. Fortunately, Lin Yi arrived at the school playground in time, 1 minute before the military training assembly whistle sounded. Seeing Lin Yi come, Linwei snickered and came up to him, sniffing him hard. "Lin, which girl did you sleep with last night? Do you have any pictures? Let me see." Hu Kai also came up curiously. Although he and Linwei still didn't speak, he had no problem with Lin Yi. He naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity to gossip. Lin Yi gave each of them a cold stare and solemnly emphasized that she had slept alone last night. However, no one believed this answer. Lin Yi felt aggrieved. "I did sleep alone last night. That stupid receptionist insisted that the hotel happened to have 2 rooms left. What could I do? I would like someone to sleep with me. Unfortunately, the reality doesn't allow it. Why doesn't anyone believe the truth these days?" The morning military training passed in laughter. There was a 3-hour break at noon. Apart from eating lunch, I could also go back to the dormitory and take a nap. After finishing eating, Lin Yi lay on the dormitory bed, took out his mobile phone, and logged into the campus forum of Nanling University of the Arts. From last night to now, public opinion should have fermented more or less. It was time to close the net. Lin Yi also created a small account. Seeing that there were already hundreds of comments under the post Yi Shuangshuang had posted. It seems that everyone is curious about who this mysterious rich second generation who drives a Capra Marinera into school is. Moreover, yesterday many people saw Yi Shuangshuang get into that car at the end. So in the comments, they discussed whether this mysterious rich second generation and Yi Shuangshuang are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Lin Yi saw that the time was almost right, so he asked Yi Shuangshuang to go into the forum and reply. Yi Shuangshuang naturally understood what Lin Yi wanted. So, using her own large account, Yi Shuangshuang replied below that comment. "You've got it all wrong, he and I are just friends. He happened to come to see me yesterday because he had something to do. And I'm not his type. As soon as Yi Shuangshuang had finished typing, Linny couldn't wait to ask in a small voice. So what type of girl does he like? Yi Shuangshuang gave a wicked smile and pulled the photo of Sun Xiaoxiao out of her phone. Every new student has their photo taken at the start of the semester, and Yi Shuangshuang had someone find out and get the photo of this girl. So Yi Shuangshuang replied under the comment based on Sun Xiaoxiao's appearance. My friend likes girls with bangs and a high ponytail, the kind with a pure appearance. Don't be too tall, preferably around 1.65 meters. And he likes girls who wear round-framed glasses, he thinks they're the cutest. Sure enough, in one of the dormitories on campus, Sun Xiaoxiao was paying attention to every move on the forum. The moment she saw Linny yesterday, she was captivated by the silver-white Parramatta. You have to understand, her current boyfriend only drives a Volkswagen CC. For her, who has just started university, someone who can afford a car is already considered a man among men. So she didn't hesitate to choose to be with her current boyfriend. But after she met the Parramatta, she suddenly felt that the CC was nothing. She even felt that her boyfriend's shabby Volkswagen looked exceptionally unrefined. Sun Xiaoxiao still remembered that when she saw Linny yesterday, he seemed to have looked at her. His handsome appearance made her heart flutter. He was handsome and rich, and the way he looked at her was so tender. This kind of man was the Prince Charming of her dreams. But there were too many of her classmates around Sun Xiaoxiao yesterday, and if she had suddenly asked Linny for his contact information, she would have seemed very gold-digging. Sun Xiaoxiao still valued her reputation. After all, she would be spending the next 4 years with her classmates. If her reputation fell, she would be despised by her classmates for the rest of her life. However, she never expected that night she would see someone post Linny's photo on the school forum. And they were openly asking for contact information. So Sun Xiaoxiao kept an eye on this post. If someone really posted Linny's contact information, she would not hesitate to take the initiative. Chapter 35, She Got Anxious. Sun Xiaoxiao saw Yi Shuangshuang's comment not long after she posted Linny's type of girl. After reading it, Sun Xiaoxiao instantly became agitated. I fit all of these descriptions. So he likes me. No wonder, when I walked past him yesterday, he looked at me on purpose. There were so many good-looking girls at school, but he didn't even look at them, and he gave me a second glance. So he does like me. So it really is love at first sight. Sun Xiaoxiao excitedly held her phone, feeling that her own love was about to descend. As for her current boyfriend, she had completely forgotten about him. Anyway, she and her current boyfriend didn't have much of a relationship to speak of, and they were only together to spend more of his money. Now that a better candidate had appeared, of course she wanted to climb the mountain. Not to mention that combined with the content posted on the forum, there was a high probability that she could win over this handsome rich kid. Sun Xiaoxiao hurriedly sent a private message to Yi Shuangshuang through the forum. She asked if she could push Lin Yi's contact information to her. Yi Shuangshuang immediately sent a screenshot of the message Sun Xiaoxiao sent to Lin Yi. And it was accompanied by a satisfied expression. Lin Yi also smiled. He guessed that the woman would take the bait, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. It seems that the Primera was really worth buying. In a short while, Sun Xiaoxiao sent Lin Yi a friend request. Lin Yi clicked through without any hesitation. Soon, a message came from the other end. Sun Xiaoxiao, hello classmate, introduce yourself, my name is Sun Xiaoxiao. Lin Yi sent a polite expression back. Sun Xiaoxiao, we met yesterday, do you still remember? Lin Yi, really? Sun Xiaoxiao, yesterday when I went to the cafeteria to eat, I saw you at the girls' dormitory building, and we even looked at each other, you've already forgotten. After saying that, she sent Lin Yi a selfie. Sun Xiaoxiao, I saw your friends say on the forum what kind of girl you like. What do you think of me? Lin Yi secretly felt amused. He didn't expect Sun Xiaoxiao to be so straightforward. She went straight for the jugular. She came right out and said it. She's so impatient. Lin Yi thought about it for a moment and replied. Are you single now? Sun Xiaoxiao on the other end of the phone was overjoyed when she saw this message from Lin Yi. I asked him what he thinks of me. And he actually asked me if I'm single? That's a clear sign that he's interested in me. It seems that I really am his ideal type. Sun Xiaoxiao hurriedly replied, yes, I've never been in a relationship before, and I've always wanted to wait for someone who fits me in every way. After sending the message, Sun Xiaoxiao felt that her words were flawless. Not only had she revealed her single status, but she had also shown that she was someone who sought spiritual resonance, not a gold-digging woman. Soon, Lin Yi sent a message again. Linny, so what do you think of me? Sun Xiaoxiao was ecstatic when she saw this sentence, and her face almost broke into a smile. Even her typing hand trembled a little from the excitement. Sun Xiaoxiao, in fact, I noticed you yesterday, because you meet all my criteria. Sun Xiaoxiao, so I wonder if I'm the kind of girl you like? Sun Xiaoxiao, if you like me too, I think we can get to know each other better and see how it goes. Linny snorted in contempt, but still typed a reply, actually, you are also the kind of girl I like. After receiving Lin Yi's reply, Sun Xiaoxiao immediately sent a message to her current boyfriend. I don't think we are a good match, let's break up. When she said this, Sun Xiaoxiao didn't even feel a bit of guilt. In her opinion, being able to attract a richer man meant that she was actually very good. Since she was so good, her current boyfriend was of course not good enough for her. In fact, many girls think this way. Once they have climbed the social ladder, they feel like they have become a phoenix. They don't realize that they are still just ordinary sparrows at heart. The ones who are outstanding are the men around them, and they have nothing to do with them. After sending the message, she immediately opened the chat box with Linny again. Sun Xiaoxiao, are you free tonight? Why don't we go out and watch a night movie together? Going to the movies at night is a very ambiguous form of entertainment. Because there are basically no people at late-night movie screenings, the screening room is very empty. It is very suitable for young couples to do some more ambiguous or in-depth actions. Moreover, by the time the movie is over, it is basically past the dormitory curfew. Then the two can stay out in a respectable manner. At that time, taking advantage of the lingering warmth of the ambiguous atmosphere in the movie theater, the two enter the hotel room and are immediately intimate. Everything is logical. Linny, okay, then I will see you tonight. Sun Xiaoxiao was about to reply, but she received a series of calls from her boyfriend. Without even looking at the screen, she hung up directly and then blacklisted her boyfriend. Before blacklisting him, she sent him a message. I've fallen in love with someone else. Don't bother me anymore. I hope we can part on good terms. Let's both save a little dignity. Then she mercilessly blacklisted her boyfriend, whom she had only been dating for a few days. Now Sun Xiaoxiao even feels that only a man who can afford a paramira is worthy of her. After that, Sun Xiaoxiao quickly went to flirt with Lin Yi. Sun Xiaoxiao, so will you drive to pick me up tonight? Sun Xiaoxiao, I'm so tired from military training during the day, I may not be able to walk at night. Sun Xiaoxiao, you have to give me a good massage then. Seeing this, Lin Yi knew that the time had come, so he pretended to be sorry and said, What? But what if I don't have a car? The Parima I drove yesterday belongs to a client. I work part-time at a car wash. Yesterday, I had an urgent matter and went to see a friend, so I drove the client's car. After sending these words, Lin Yi began a countdown. He wanted to see if this Sun Xiaoxiao would blush within 5 seconds. Sure enough, after Sun Xiaoxiao saw the words Lin Yi sent, her mind buzzed. She went dumb. What do you mean? That car isn't yours? And you're actually a car washer. Shit. Then what are you pretending to be here? Pretending to be someone you're not. Are you even human? How could there be trash like you? Sun Xiaoxiao instantly became furious. She had just deliberately dumped her boyfriend in order to get close to Lin Yi. Who knew that Lin Yi wasn't a rich guy and the paramira wasn't his? He was a complete liar. In an instant, Sun Xiaoxiao's mood fell from heaven to hell. Her dream of marrying into a wealthy family had shattered. Angrily, Sun Xiaoxiao sent a long voice message to Lin Yi. For 60 whole seconds, she cursed Lin Yi's ancestors. Lin Yi laughed while listening, not at all angry. After all, he was an orphan. He didn't even know who his ancestors were. Sun Xiaoxiao could scold all she wanted. Sun Xiaoxiao kept scolding for nearly 5 minutes. Seeing that Sun Xiaoxiao was tired of scolding, Lin Yi lightly sent back 2 words. Getting angry? Seeing these 2 words, Sun Xiaoxiao was even more angry and started a new round of insults. I thought I had found a rich guy. But it turned out he was poor. And I lost my boyfriend who drove a Volkswagen CC for nothing. Now that I think about it, what a great guy my boyfriend was who could afford a CC. In her rage, Sun Xiaoxiao wanted to strangle Lin Yi. Chapter 36 as reasonable as ever. After scolding Lin Yi for a while, Sun Xiaoxiao suddenly seemed to remember something. She quickly called her boyfriend. No. To be precise, he was already her ex-boyfriend. After 2 rings, the other party picked up. Sun Xiaoxiao quickly put on a look of grievance. Baby, don't be mad at me, okay? My roommate was using my phone just now. She wanted to play a prank. I already scolded her. Sun Xiaoxiao's mind was racing as she made up an excuse in the hope of saving the relationship. However, her boyfriend on the other end of the line laughed coldly when he heard it. Sun Xiaoxiao, don't take yourself too seriously. You think I need you? To be honest with you, the girl sleeping in your bunk bed has already told me everything you did today. Since you found a new love, let's break up. I've also asked your roommate to go to the movies with me tonight. Oh, by the way, I hope you'll be happy. After saying this, he hung up the phone mercilessly. Sun Xiaoxiao suddenly jumped out of bed, put her hands on her hips with one hand, and pointed angrily at her roommate, who was sleeping in her upper bunk bed, with the other hand. Zhang Xiaoqian, what do you mean? You actually want to steal my boyfriend? Have you no shame? You little bitch. Zhang Xiaoxian was not to be outdone, sitting up and arguing back and forth. Who are you calling a third wheel? It's obvious you've fallen in love with someone else and want to seduce that boy in the Parramatta. What, you've got the guts to do it but not to admit it? Now that you've discovered that his car is not your own, you've broken your guard? I admit that you have your sights set on someone like Su Feng, who drives a CC. But if you don't cherish it, I will. I'm the one who really likes him. You're just a money-grubbing whore. I have to say, fights between girls are always full of fire. The two of them yelled and cried for a while. In the end, Sun Xiaoxiao, knowing she was in the wrong, crawled onto the bed and covered her head with the quilt, crying woefully. However, no one in the dormitory went up to comfort her. Everyone had seen Sun Xiaoxiao's words and deeds today. No one looked up to her behavior. In the boys' dormitory, Lin Yi patted Hu Kai on the shoulder and then handed him the chat history of his conversation with Sun Xiaoxiao. He also told his roommates about how he had driven a Porsche to Nanling University of the Arts last night. However, Lin Yi lied and said that he had rented the car at great expense, without mentioning that he had bought it. You can read it for yourself. I'm doing this for your own good, so that you won't get cheated by this woman again. Hu Kai looked up at Lin Yi suspiciously and then looked carefully at the screen of Lin Yi's phone. Hey, this avatar looks familiar. Isn't this the avatar of his goddess Sun Xiaoxiao? Looking at the chat history again. Ah. This. Chat history shows that after Sun Xiaoxiao learned that Lin Yi's car was not his, her attitude changed so quickly, and she had the standard greedy face. Hu Kai momentarily questioned himself. Could it be that all these years I really haven't seen through her? It turns out that what He Linwei analyzed that day was all true. This woman is really a gold-digging woman. For so long, she kept hinting at me to buy her all kinds of things. Damn it! I've been scrimping and saving every day just to support a trashy woman like you. If I had known you were going to act like this, I might as well donate the money to children in poor mountain areas. What a stupid mother. Open the door for a stupid person, and the stupid person arrives home. Hu Kai decisively took out his phone and completely blacklisted Sun Xiaoxiao. Then he walked awkwardly up to He Linwei. I'm sorry. It was my fault. You're a big guy, don't let it get to you. How about this, I'll buy everyone a barbecue tonight. He Linwei rolled his eyes, but didn't hold it against him. Between guys, conflicts come and go quickly. There's nothing a barbecue can't solve. Lin Yi and Wu Jie were also relieved to see that the two were reconciled. It's good that you two aren't fighting anymore. But I can't go with you guys for the barbecue tonight. Someone asked me to dinner at her house. Upon hearing this, the three roommates immediately turned their heads and looked at Lin Yi with a scrutinizing gaze. Lin, you're not being fair. How come you have plans every day? It's really killing us. If you're free, can you introduce us to some girls? We want to go out on dates too. Lin Yi gave a sheepish laugh and scratched his head. All the girls I know only like me, how can I introduce you to them? The three of them gave Lin Yi the middle finger. Damn, Versailles. That's shameless. Forget it, let's just play games in the dorm. Lin Yi is better at picking up girls than us, so we can only try to surpass him in the game someday. No, Lin, you're kidding. Lin Yi has been a king. Cut it out, if you don't push yourself, how do you know you can't become a king? You're right, let's do it. Cut the crap, get on the game. After He Linwei and his friends had knelt for 3 consecutive games, the assembly bell for military training sounded again on the playground. The three of them dragged Linny, who was still dozing on the bed, and hurriedly ran towards the playground. In early autumn in Nanling City, the sun was still scorching. Linny felt that after these few days of military training, he had tanned a bit. Fortunately, military training only lasts a week. Otherwise, he doesn't know how he would have endured it. However, Linny could clearly feel that since the last time his physical fitness values were enhanced, his physical fitness in all aspects had indeed become much stronger. In high school, Linny could do at most 50 push-ups in one go. But now, after strengthening his physical fitness to level 4, he doesn't feel tired even when the instructor punishes him by making him do 200 push-ups. This afternoon is training in military stance. Linny, having nothing to do, opened the system panel in his mind. He wanted to study it carefully. Host information. Name, Linny. Physical fitness level 4. Remaining points, 20. Linny's personal information panel was simple and crude, with just these two pieces of information. He remembered that before the fight with Lu Jiangboi at the Nanling Hotel, he had used 5 points each to increase his physical fitness level by 2 levels. Now that there are 20 points, can't he increase it by another 4 levels? Damn, how strong will he be then? Ding, the system prompts, as the physical fitness level increases, the points required for the upgrade will also increase. It will cost 10 points to upgrade from level 4 to level 5. Level 5 to level 6 costs 15 points. Level 6 to level 7 costs 20 points. And so on. Hearing the system's prompt, Linny probably guessed the reason behind it. Human abilities and potential are limited. The higher you go, the more difficult it is to make further progress. If it were always 5 points per level, then Linny could quickly raise his values in all aspects to the limit of human beings. It seems that the system is as reasonable as ever. Chapter 37, How much money does he have? Linny was in no hurry to improve his physical fitness. After all, points could be exchanged for many things in the system mall. For example, basketball talent, piano talent, and so on. You could also directly exchange for the experience package for mastering advanced mathematics. Although he was a Chinese major, he didn't need to learn advanced mathematics. But just in case you need it someday, these points should be kept for now. Wait until the right situation arises and then exchange for the right thing. But now the balance of 20 points is really not much. And it's all because Yi Shuangshuang's favorability rating has gone up that I've earned these points. You need to have a favorability rating of 50 or higher to earn points. The favorability ratings of the other few bound objects have not yet reached 50. Looks like I still have to work harder. First, I need to find opportunities to bind more objects. Then for bound objects that have not yet reached 50, I need to take advantage of the opportunity to spend money and get cashback. For those with more than 50 points, try to win them over with your charisma and get bonus points. Well, a clear division of labor. We are all tools, and we must never favor one over the other. Although it sounds a bit scum. Ugh. How can this be called scum? I just want to give them a little warmth. Linny had already secretly planned the next strategic approach for himself. After the afternoon's training, Linny changed his clothes and took a taxi to the street. It was the first time he was going to visit a girl's house in the evening, and he still had to buy a decent gift. So Linny started to wander around the streets. From 5 p.m. to 6 p.m., Linny wandered for a whole hour, still empty-handed. As a straight man of steel, he really didn't know what to buy a girl. And some things are so cheap that even if you give them away, you won't get much cash back. With no other choice, Linny had to go back into the fragrant grandma store. A great man of the past once said, "If you don't know what to buy a girl, then get her a bag. You can never go wrong with a bag. After all, a bag can cure any illness." Today, the fragrant grandma store was relatively empty, with few customers. The saleswoman who had served Linny last time saw him coming and immediately went up to him enthusiastically. "Mr. Lin, you're here. Which bag would you like to see today? Do you need me to give you a recommendation?" This almost fawning attitude was very different from the last time. It seems that the saleswoman also realized that Linny was not just an ordinary poor student. "Are those bags limited editions?" Linny pointed at a few bags on the display rack and asked. Ding, detected that the host is talking to the opposite sex. The host's heart rate is currently 8 points, which does not meet the binding conditions. Binding failed. Linny shrugged. This system can't keep beeping every time I chat with a stranger of the opposite sex, can it? Ding, host thoughts detected. Do not disturb mode has been automatically activated. When encountering an object that does not meet the binding criteria, the system will no longer prompt. Damn. So smart. At this time, the saleswoman had already gone to the display rack to get the bags that Linny had pointed to. Linny looked at the other saleswoman next to him and planned to give it a try. Hello, can you get me a bottle of water? The saleswoman smiled sweetly and nodded at Linny. Yes, sir, please wait a moment. Sure enough, the system didn't sound off. It seems that in the future, the system's prompt tone will only be triggered when you chat with a girl whose heart rate is above 10. After a while, the saleswoman placed several bags from the display rack in front of Linny. Mr. Lin, these are our new seasonal products, all of which are limited editions. Which one do you like? Linny looked at them carefully for a moment, and then said indifferently. Which two of these bags are the most expensive? Hearing this statement of great wealth, the saleswoman's face immediately lit up with joy. She immediately picked out the two most expensive ones and carefully placed them in front of Linny. Mr. Lin really has a good eye. These two bags are the best of the bunch. Although the price is slightly higher than the other styles, the designs of these two are very exquisite and can really bring out a woman's temperament. Mr. Lin, are you planning to give them to the lady from last time? She has a very well-proportioned figure, and she will look great carrying one of our bags. The saleswoman felt a surge of envy at the thought of the beautiful girl who had accompanied Linny into the store to buy a bag together. A few days ago, Linny had brought her to buy a bag, and today he was actually buying two at once. In less than a week, he had bought 3 limited edition Shanghai milk tea bags. That girl is really lucky. Linny shook his head, however. It's not for her. The saleswoman immediately picked up on this. Handsome and wealthy men like Linny are definitely very popular. How could there be only one woman by his side? The girls who can be by his side are really lucky, receiving such surprises every now and then. No woman in the world can resist the temptation of a bag. I just don't know when this kind of good luck will come my way. The saleswoman looked at Linny's handsome profile and couldn't help but feel a little moved. The last time she saw Linny, he was still a nerdy student, but now, he was full of charisma. The saleswoman couldn't help but think of her own unaccomplished boyfriend. He hasn't even bought her a single luxury item. It's so frustrating to compare people. Linny didn't ask how much the 2 bags cost. He simply took out his bank card and told the saleswoman to pack them up and swiped the card. Since the saleswoman said that the 2 were the most expensive, they definitely weren't cheap. That was just as well, because when Chen Yao and Chen Fei received the bags that evening, they would definitely be able to get a big cashback, given their not low favorability ratings. The saleswoman happily accepted the bank card Linny handed her and went to the cash register to swipe it. If this order was a success, she would get a good commission. After everything was settled, the saleswoman looked reluctant to let Linny go when she saw him off. Mr. Lin, next time you come back, you can let me know in advance. The saleswoman was afraid that if Linny came again and she happened to be off duty, then her commission would go to someone else. As she spoke, she pretended to brush Linny's hand with her soft fingers. Walking out of the Shanghai Milk Bar store, Linny was carrying 2 bags and was about to hail a taxi. As he passed the makeup store where Li Tong worked part-time, he glanced inside. Coincidentally, he saw Li Tong standing at the door welcoming customers. Linny? What a coincidence! Li Tong waved and happily greeted Linny. As Linny approached, Li Tong saw the 2 Shanghai milk tea shopping bags Linny was carrying. My God! How much money does he have? Didn't he just buy a bag a few days ago? Why did he buy 2 more today? Is he here to restock Shanghai milk tea? Chapter 38, An Opportunity for Revenge. Seeing Li Tong, Linny suddenly had a new idea. It so happened that Li Tong's birthday was in a few days, and she had invited him to her birthday party. Why not take her shopping for a birthday present today? Although Li Tong's favorability rating was not particularly high, it was still 30 points. He could also reap a wave of cashback. Yes, it's a coincidence, senior. Linny walked up to Li Tong with confidence. Li Tong withdrew her gaze from the shopping bag of the fragrant grandmother and blushed, saying shyly, Didn't I say it's fine to just call me Tong Tong? I have to say, Li Tong's figure, even compared to Chen Fei, is more than enough. But the two have completely different styles. Chen Fei is the type with a cute baby face. Li Tong looks more mature and sexy. Linny smiled slightly. So, Tong Tong, are you free right now? If you're free, I'll take you shopping for a birthday present right now. In order to get the cash back, Linny didn't want to beat around the bush. After all, Li Tong only approached her because she liked the fact that she was generous. In that case, it was a case of each getting what they want. Li Tong saw that Linny was so direct and didn't say no. She nodded slightly excitedly. Linny's generosity was obvious to Li Tong. Just from the 2 encounters she had had, Linny had already bought 3 packages of Shanghai milk. If Linny is willing to buy one for herself, then she will have something to brag about when she goes back to the dormitory. Girls at this age are most vain. By then, not only her roommates, but also other girls at school will definitely be envious when they see her bag. Thinking about this, Li Tong couldn't help but put her arm around Lin Yi's. Lin Yi didn't resist either. Although Li Tong's motives were impure, she was after all considered a beauty. She took the initiative to hold his arm, so he couldn't resist. The 2 of them walked around the mall. In front of them was the Xiang Nai Nai Fragrant Grandmother Specialty Store. As the 2 of them got closer and closer to the store, Li Tong's breathing gradually became a little more rapid. Her heart grew more and more excited. She held Lin Yi's arm a little tighter. However, Lin Yi didn't seem to want to stop walking. They just walked straight past the Xiang Nai Nai counter. Li Tong secretly glanced at Lin Yi. She felt a little disappointed. Did he not have enough money? It was true that he had just bought 2 packages of fragrant milk, so he must not have much left. She had thought that he was buying the packages for someone, but she didn't know who. She envied Lin Yi, but she didn't let her disappointment show. She continued to walk silently, holding onto Lin Yi's arm. If he didn't buy anything this time, that was fine. As long as she could get him to fall in love with her, she would have plenty of opportunities in the future. Li Tong is a smart woman. She knows the importance of taking the long view. But Lin Yi was thinking something completely different at the moment. Are you kidding me? I bought the 2 most expensive bags in the shop, so the rest are all bargains. Since I'm going to get cash back, I definitely have to buy something expensive. Lin Yi remembered that there was a Cartier boutique further on. Why not take Li Tong to buy a watch? That stuff should be more expensive than bags. Before long, the 2 of them reached the entrance to the Cartier store. Lin Yi took hold of Li Tong's hand, which was holding his arm, looked at her wrist, and said in a gentle voice, Tong Tong, I see that you don't have a watch, so I'll get you a watch for your birthday. Take a look and tell me which one you like. Let me know if you like any of them. Li Tong looked incredulously at the Cartier sign in front of her. Her low mood instantly turned to joy. She never expected Lin Yi to attach such importance to her birthday. I was thinking that I would be lucky to buy a bag. But Lin Yi took me directly here to buy a watch. You know, Cartier watches are much more expensive than Xiang Nai Nai's bags. Some watches can sell for more than 100,000 yuan. And Lin Yi didn't set a limit for her, but generously let her pick whatever she liked. Oh my! Li Tong almost thought she was hallucinating for a moment. It wasn't until she felt the warm temperature of Lin Yi's palm that Li Tong came back to her senses. At this time, the Cartier salesperson also came up to them. Lin Yi was carrying 2 shopping bags of fragrant milk, and it was obvious that he was rich. The salesperson naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to serve a big customer. Lin Yi politely said to the salesperson, Please introduce some of your better watches to this lady. Price is not an issue, as long as she likes it. With money in your pocket, you can talk tough. Lin Yi had now experienced the joys of being rich. In the past, when buying things, I always had to choose and choose, picking the one with the best price-performance ratio. But now, I can just buy whatever I like. It's so domineering. It's so rich. And the money just keeps on going. I'm not afraid of a girl worshipping money, I'm just afraid that she's too stingy. Hearing Lin Yi's domineering statement, Li Tong was completely impressed. Li Tong, plus 5 points to favorability. Li Tong, plus 5 points to favorability. Li Tong, plus 5 points to favorability. Current favorability rating, 45 points. Lin Yi's eyes light up when he hears the system prompt. This rise in Li Tong's favorability rating could not have come at a better time. The cashback multiplier will be even higher in a little while. This woman is really something. The salesperson, hearing this, tactfully shows Li Tong a dazzling array of watches. Lin Yi, meanwhile, sits down in a chair in the lounge area and plays with his phone. When a man accompanies a woman shopping, he only needs to play the role of the one who pays. If you really have to accompany a girl from start to finish, you'll be exhausted. Li Tong has delicate, pale wrists, and these watches really look good on her. She has become much more elegant. It feels like she has gone from being a part-time girl at a beauty shop to an extraordinary white-collar woman. Li Tong kept looking in the mirror, unable to wait to take a few photos to post on her moments. Just then, Li Tong caught a glimpse of a familiar figure walking over. The person was Guan Jiyue. "Why are you here?" Li Tong frowned slightly. She and Guan Jiyue had just had a fight in the playground in front of Lin Yi 2 days ago. The two of them had almost come to blows. In the past 2 days, Guan Jiyue had not returned to the dormitory. It seemed that she was planning to completely break with these roommates. Guan Jiyue held Lu Jianghua's hand intimately, looking at Li Tong with a smug face and an arrogant air. "My boyfriend brought me shopping. And you? Do you work part-time here?" Guan Jiyue knew that her roommates Li Tong and Yang Xiaoli often worked part-time after class. She had heard before that the place where they worked part-time was inside the Qianda shopping mall. Although these two roommates came from relatively well-off families, they had high living expenses. In order not to ask their parents for money all the time, they chose to work part-time. Guan Jiyue was worried that she would not find an opportunity to get back at Li Tong. Unexpectedly, the opportunity came knocking at the door. Chapter 39 Breakthrough. Guan Jiyue gave Li Tong a disdainful glance and said in a strange tone, "Could you please show me the earrings in your store?" Guan Jiyue obviously took Li Tong for a Cartier shop assistant. Li Tong sneered, not at all interested in talking to Guan Jiyue. She turned back to try the watches the sales assistant had just introduced. Guan Jiyue pouted at Lu Jianghua in a huff. Lu Jianghua fell for it. Seeing that Li Tong didn't even take Guan Jiyue seriously, Lu Jianghua angrily said, "What kind of quality is this shop assistant? Get your manager to come here." In the past few days, Guan Jiyue and Lu Jianghua had said that they had been wronged at school. Then Lu Jianghua naturally helped Guan Jiyue rent a small apartment near the school. He had wanted to do this a long time ago. But unfortunately, Guan Jiyue had always acted reservedly. When they did go out and have sex, it was always just to the point, never for the night. Now that he had this opportunity, Lu Jianghua naturally wanted to take advantage of it. Lu Jianghua was already in his 40s, and his wife had long since become a hag. What's more, she gave him the cold shoulder all the time. He had pent up anger for so long, and he needed somewhere to let it out. So in the past 2 days, Lu Jianghua and Guan Jiyue had hardly left the house. Seeing that Guan Jiyue had behaved well, Lu Jianghua agreed to take her to Cartier today to buy the pair of earrings she had been eyeing for a long time. Guan Jiyue was overjoyed when she heard this and happily gave Lu Jianghua a kiss on his chubby face. The earrings were sold individually. A single pair cost more than 8,000 yuan, which was equivalent to a semester's living expenses for an ordinary college student. Buying the pair would cost 16,000 yuan. Ordinary people simply cannot come up with this kind of money just to buy a piece of jewelry. Naturally, Lu Jianghua felt a little bad about it. He had spent quite a lot of money on Guan Jiyue this year. But he had also truly enjoyed a happiness that he had never experienced before with Guan Jiyue. So he bit the bullet and agreed to Guan Jiyue's request. And now, he saw that a shop assistant had the nerve to ignore his woman's request, so naturally he could not just stand by and do nothing. At this time, the shopping guide hurriedly came up to smooth things over. "You two must have misunderstood. This lady is also a customer of our store, and she is not one of our sales assistants." Guan Jiyue narrowed her eyes and stared at the watch that Li Tong was trying on. "So you don't work here? What a misunderstanding. But then again, Cartier would never hire someone like you." "Oh yes, I seem to remember you saying that you wanted to buy a fake Cartier watch. What, you came here today to try on a watch and then go back and buy the fake one, right?" "Humph, that's disgusting." After saying that, she turned her head to the salesperson next to her and deliberately raised her voice a little. "Handsome guy, I'm here to buy earrings, so you can bring them over and let me try them on." Li Tong immediately got up and protested. "Why, I was here first." Guan Jiyue gave a half smile. "So what if you were here first? You can't afford it. Don't think I don't know, your monthly living expenses are only 3,000 yuan. You can't even afford the watch you're wearing." Guan Jiyue's voice was shrill, and the attention of the customers around her was also attracted. Lin Yi, who was sitting in the rest area, heard the quarrel and subconsciously looked up. After seeing who was coming, his brows furrowed. This woman is really persistent. Li Tong was at this time being shut up by Guan Jiyue. She really couldn't afford this watch on her own. Besides, she and Linny didn't have any kind of relationship. Linny had agreed to come here with her to pick out a birthday present. But no one could guarantee that he would definitely buy it. It was normal for Linny to refuse to pay if he thought the price was too high. After all, they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend. They weren't even friends. At most, they could be considered classmates. Who would spend hundreds of thousands of yuan on a birthday present for a classmate? At this moment, in the face of the aggressive Guan Jiyue, Li Tong suddenly lost her confidence. Forget it, it's better to avoid trouble than to get into it. I can't afford to provoke her, but I can still avoid her, right? Just as Li Tong wanted to take off the watch she was trying on and get away from this place of trouble, a tall and handsome figure appeared in front of her. Why take it off? Don't you like it? I think this watch suits you quite well. Lin Yi's warm voice made Li Tong feel instantly supported. Li Tong looked up, and Lin Yijuan's handsome facial features and gentle, watery eyes, like the spring sunshine, nourished her parched heart. Lin Yijuan. Li Tong was full of grievances, and for a moment she didn't know where to start. Lin Yijuan comforted her. I came to buy you a birthday present, so why do you care about other people? Just tell me, do you like this watch? Li Tong nodded gently. I like it. Guan Jiyue burst out laughing when she saw this. Ha ha ha, Li Tong, are you so desperate that you'll take anything? You actually think Lin Yi can afford this kind of thing? Ha ha ha, you really make me laugh to death. His pockets are cleaner than his face, don't you know? He didn't even have the tuition fees to repeat the year before, and had to wash dishes to earn money on his own. How many dishes do you think you can wash to afford the watch you want? Guan Jishue laughed extremely wantonly, and the people around her also looked at her with strange eyes. However, although everyone despised Guan Jiyue's rude behavior, they did not sympathize with Lin Yi because of it. A poor boy had to bring a beautiful woman to a luxury store to show off. This behavior was also very ridiculous. Seeing this, Lin Yi did not explain too much. He pointed at the watch on Li Tong's hand and said to the salesperson, "Hello, let's buy this watch. Please help me put it together. Just swipe the card." With that, Lin Yi took out his bank card and handed it to the salesperson. The salesperson took the card and without saying a word, brought the card reader. "Hello sir, that'll be 128,000 yuan. Lin Yi nodded and entered the password on the card reader with style. Ding, this transaction is eligible for a cashback of 128,000 yuan, and the cashback target's favorability score is 45 points. The cashback multiplier is being generated at random. It's generated, and the cashback multiplier is 40 times. Congratulations, host, you've earned 51.2 million yuan in cashback. It's really a bargain. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows in satisfaction. Tong Tong, do you like this birthday present? Li Tong was still a little dazed as she took the wrapped shopping bag handed to her by the shopping guide. The way he bought it without hesitation really made her a little dazed. Could it be that he really has a good impression of me? Thinking about this, Li Tong's face turned a little red. Originally, she just wanted to hang on to Lin Yi and make him buy her a bag that cost more than 10,000 yuan, and she would have been satisfied. Moreover, she was prepared for a long battle. She would gradually give Lin Yi a little bit of sweetness, and then mention her request. But now, nothing had happened between the two. Lin Yi had even so generously given her a 120,000 yuan watch. You have to understand that, as a college student, it is already considered very generous to be able to transfer 520 or 1314 to your girlfriend during the New Year's holidays. As the saying goes, to judge whether a man loves you or not, just look at whether he is willing to spend money on you. Li Tong was a little ashamed of herself at this point. Lin Yi was so sincere, and she had been thinking of something else at first. Such a good man, handsome, gentle and rich. If she could really be with him, she would definitely have no regrets. Li Tong, plus 5 favorability points. Li Tong, plus 5 favorability points. Li Tong, plus 5 favorability points. Current favorability rating, 60 points. Ding, the favorability rating of the bound object Li Tong has exceeded 50. Congratulations, host, you have received a 1-point bonus. You currently have 21 points remaining. Ding, Li Tong's favorability rating has increased by 10 points. Congratulations, host, You have received a 10-point bonus. You currently have 31 points remaining. Chapter 40, A Big Joke. He received more than 5 million cashback and 11 bonus points. This was definitely a good deal. Linny was even a little grateful to Guanji Shui. If it weren't for her, he probably wouldn't have been able to break through to Li Tong so quickly. After all, Li Tong had approached him for money in the first place. It would definitely be difficult to make her like him and increase his favorability to 50 points. A woman like Li Tong knows exactly what she wants. She would never let her guard down. But thanks to Guan Jiyue's meddling, she had no choice but to let her guard down, and she naturally became Li Tong's protector. She saved her face and took her anger out. She even bought her the perfect birthday present. This wave after wave of emotional value directly opened up Li Tong's meridians. Under these circumstances, it was hard not to be moved. Guan Jishui saw Lin Yi's payment succeed and froze in place for a long time, unable to believe it. How could he? How could he have so much money? Last time when she ran into Lin Yi at the Nanling Hotel, Guan Jishui thought he had used some flowery words to trick a pretty girl into inviting him to dinner. Then Li Tong openly showed her affection for Lin Yi by going to bring him water during military training. This also made Guan Jishui extremely puzzled. Guan Jishui knew Li Tong too well. She was arrogant and had high expectations because of her impressive figure. She would never be attracted to someone unless he was a rich second generation. So Guan Jiyue was very puzzled at the time, wondering why Li Tong would fancy Lin Yi. Later, she guessed that it might be because a few roommates looked down on her for her behavior of dating a rich guy, and wanted to slap her face by doing the same. But it wasn't until today that Guan Jiyue understood everything. Lin Yi could actually afford a Cartier watch. And he bought it for a girl he hadn't even had any kind of relationship with. Guan Jiyue had been with Lu Jiangbo for so long, and he had only reluctantly agreed to buy her earrings that cost over 10,000 yuan each. Often, it is only when there is a comparison that there is hurt. Only when there is a comparison can you know the difference. Guan Jiyue felt like her perception had been refreshed. When did Lin Yi become so rich? Could it be that his previous appearance of being poor was all an act? Guan Jishui, who was staring blankly, had no intention of lingering. He didn't want to have anything more to do with this woman. He turned with a flourish, without any lingering feelings, and walked towards the door with Li Tong. He still had an appointment with Chen Yao and Chen Fei later, and he couldn't waste any more time here. As she watched Lin Yi's receding back and the 2 shopping bags of Shanghai milk in his hands, Guan Jiyue felt like a bolt of thunder had fallen from the sky. It had split her from the inside out. She couldn't help but think back to some things from the past. In high school, Guan Jiyue was considered a beauty. But once she entered university, she realized that girls from small cities like her, compared to her roommates, revealed a rustic air from head to toe. In terms of appearance, figure and dress sense, Guan Jiyue could not compare with her roommates. But Guan Jiyue has always been a competitive person. Even when she chose to be with Lin Yi in high school, it was to put another girl down. That girl was the class monitor, with grades and looks comparable to Guan Jiyue. One day, Guan Jiyue heard from someone that this girl had a crush on Lin Yi. So from that day on, Guan Jishui began to deliberately or unintentionally get close to Lin Yi. Lin Yi was simple-minded at that time, and naturally developed a good impression of Guan Jishui. At Guan Jishui's hint, Lin Yi took the initiative to confess. Subsequently, the two of them naturally got together. For this reason, Guan Jishui has always been very pleased. Seeing the girl's disappointed expression, Guan Jishui felt like she had won over her. But this pride was completely shattered by reality on the first day Guan Jishui entered university. The other 3 roommates in her dormitory were all from Nanling City. Their families were also much better off than hers. Guan Jishui only had 800 yuan a month to live on, but the other roommates each had 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. They usually dressed up to the nines. They used all the famous brand cosmetics and the latest iPhone models. For this reason, Guan Jiyue often complained to Lin Yi on the phone that the living expenses were not enough. So Lin Yi scrimped and saved, and every month he transferred the 1,000 yuan he saved from the gaps in his teeth to Guan Jiyue. But this amount of money was just a drop in the bucket for Guan Jiyue, whose desire to compare herself with others was bursting at the seams. Later, in order to make these roommates look up to her, Guan Jiyue dialed the phone number on the small ads posted in school for people who needed to borrow money. The result was predictable. The snowball kept growing, eventually reaching a sum that Guan Jiyue could never have imagined. The other party even threatened Guan Jiyue that if she couldn't pay back the money, they would post her private photos around the school, so that every student who passed by could admire her body. With no way out, Guan Jiyue thought of a building materials boss she had met while working part-time. After much thought, she called him. That person was Lu Jiangbua. Lu Jiangbua, when faced with Guan Jiyue's request for help, generously said that he could lend her the 300,000 yuan she owed. And knowing that Guan Jiyue definitely couldn't pay back the money, Lu Jiangbua proposed that she repay the debt in other ways. Lu Jiangbua and she agreed that they would charge 500 yuan for each meeting. And he wouldn't charge her interest on the 300,000 yuan he lent her. However, in return, Guan Jiyue had to be available to him whenever he called. At that time, Guan Jiyue had already lost the ability to think rationally. As long as her indecent photos were not posted in school, she would do whatever he asked. The rest of the story is self-evident. However, in the course of their exchanges, Lu Jiangbua also felt the benefits of having a young girl. Not only was she full of energy, but she also brought him face. So, whenever Lu Jiangbua was in a good mood, he would buy Guan Jiyue small gifts. After all, the money would have to be paid back someday. But Lu Jiangbua wanted to keep Guan Jiyue by his side for the long term. Last year, on Guan Jiyue's birthday, Lu Jiangbua generously gave her a Shanghai bag that cost more than 30,000 yuan. Guan Jiyue was happy for a long time. After carrying the bag back to the dormitory, several roommates, including Li Tong, showed envious looks. This was the first time Guan Jiyue saw envy on their faces. At that moment, Guan Jiyue's vanity was satisfied like never before. Gradually, Guan Jiyue would also go out with Lu Jiangbua to some occasions that she had never dared to think of before. For example, accompanying Lu Jiangbua to the golf course to talk business. Or attending those kinds of high-level business banquets. Although Guan Jiyue could feel that Lu Jiangbua only regarded her as a plaything that could be shown off. She gradually got lost in this life of luxury. So much so that later, she increasingly resented Linny, a worthless poor boy. Plus, a few roommates often instilled in her the idea that you must find a rich man to fall in love with, so she resolutely decided to break up with Linny. But today, Linny actually bought a watch in front of her that cost over 100,000 yuan. And he looked relaxed, as if it was effortless to spend that kind of money. It was as if the hundreds of thousands of yuan were just a drop in the bucket in his eyes. This cold reality made Guan Jiyue feel that all her previous choices had become a big joke. It was just like the words Li Tong had scolded her with the other day. She had let go of such a handsome and rich boyfriend, but instead became a mistress to a bald and fat pig. Thinking about this, Guan Jiyue felt like a knife had been thrust into her chest. All her resentment and remorse turned at this moment into two silent tears that quietly slipped down the corners of her eyes.